Call me egotistical, but I believe that, without a doubt, the conversation was about me. Variables. One example is my actions at the start, which weakened Liam, the protagonist. This variable led to a gruesome outcome, where two of the main cast members died. I had grown so comfortable in this world primarily because I knew the future from end to start, but with the introduction of such variables, the value of my knowledge would undoubtedly decrease, maybe even becoming useless. Needless to say, I hated variables, and 3 huge variables were standing in front of me right now. There is no guarantee of a redo for future events like last time, so the only option is to adapt to the variable's appearance. The second major event of the story was occurring tomorrow, and it was crucial for things to go according to the story as the event would increase Liam's connection to Irene and Alia. The two, alongside 10 guards and civilians, were both heavily injured in the incident but eventually rescued by Liam. After being nursed back to normal health, they officially joined the main cast. Who knows what could happen if Irene and Alia don't join the hero's party? Definitely not me. That's precisely why I want this to go according to the plot. Of course, it's not like last time when I was completely powerless. Sure, I will do my very best to ensure things go according to the plot, but I won't do anything drastic like risk my life. I had learned from the last time. Hiding myself in some bushes within earshot of the girls, I began intently listening to their conversation. The usually calm and composed elven princess started off in an irritated tone. So? Out with it. You called us here, Lily. Ah, one of the few people in the world who can speak so rudely to a hero's family descendant. Irene seemed to share the same opinion as she nodded her head. Tomorrow, you two should be careful. A sudden shock overwhelmed my body as my heart beat rapidly, my body started shaking uncontrollably, and my head started to spin. Not giving me any time to catch my breath or refocus, Lily continued. Beware of your surroundings. I received a tip-off that someone is after the Elven royal family. Upon hearing it involved the Elven royal family, Alia squinted her eyes and assumed a more serious tone before asking. Where did you hear this from? Irene, who knew perfectly well about the countless protection spells surrounding the academy, asked. The academy is the safest place on Earth. How can the princess possibly be hurt here? It's a long story. Please place your trust in me for just one day. I promise you'll understand after tomorrow. Sigh, I guess I can indulge you, human, for one day. However, if this is all a ruse, you'll pay. What must I do? Do not leave the academy building under any circumstances. Done. After hearing that, Lily sighed in relief before turning to Irene, who simply nodded her head. Not leaving the academy building for a single day wouldn't be terrible. Not bothering with any more explanations, Lily headed inside the cafeteria, leaving the 2 bewildered girls behind. Just then, Irene recalled something. Wait, Lily, why did you tell me as well? However, it was too late. Lily had already entered the cafeteria. Deep down, Irene resented Lily for taking up the attention of her love, Kevin, so when she was called, Irene prepared for the worst-case scenario, Lily officially dating Kevin. But, now Lily was trying to help her. Though Irene was still confused about the entire situation, she had heard Lily's seriousness and concern, so she doubted it was some trick or prank. Thus, Irene decided to follow Lily's instructions, for now. Alia was a careful and cautious person, so she had already decided to follow Lily's instructions, despite the lack of evidence. All she would have to do was not leave the academy building. This task was easy, considering that leaving the building could lead to her being targeted and possibly killed. Back in the bush, I managed to calm myself down before immediately analyzing the situation. A tip-off. What a stupid excuse. Why would the person inform Lily, who had no connections to the 2 girls, instead of the academy headmaster or an authority? She mentioned that the tip-off was about the Elven royal family, so why did she call Irene? After receiving the tip, why did Lily not go to the authorities to report it? Because there was no tip-off. If she went to the authorities claiming that Irene and Alia would be attacked, with no evidence of the non-existent tip-off, the most they would do is slightly increase the number of guards. She had information about tomorrow's incident. There was no other plausible reason for her to personally warn both Irene and Alia. The mission was being carried out by high-level Jinn executives, so she couldn't have insider information. Even if she did, the information would have to come from a low-level member, making it incomplete and vague. Yet Lily clearly knew all the details of the kidnapping, as she had specifically warned Irene and Alia not to leave their buildings. She wasn't worried about the jinns going inside the building in the slightest. Could she have somehow regressed? No. The book would have mentioned such an important thing if it had been possible. Thus, I was left with one possibility. Epsilon Upsilon dot. Who was to say that I was the only person who came from Earth? What if Lily, too, originated from Earth and read the novel? But then, if Lily were from Earth and possessed the novel's future information, she would have realized that I was not Ren, as I was not expelled at the start. Upon realizing that, shouldn't she have recognized I was in the same situation and contacted me? Assuming that my theory about her being from Earth is true, there could be another reason for her not to be surprised by my not being expelled. What if she had already made a change, so she assumed me not being expelled was a butterfly effect of that? From her actions earlier, it was easy to conclude that she was the absolute opposite of me. She was willing and even trying to change the plot. Before my expulsion, there was only one incident. Not even an incident, a prologue. To display the brutality of jinns and Radix, the book starts off with a scene that displays the invasion of a small town on the outskirts. All the inhabiting humans were killed off, displaying the brutality and wickedness of the book's main antagonists. Wasting no time, I pulled out my smartwatch and searched. Invasion of Cordu village. Only 2 months ago, a small group of jinns visited an outskirt village called Cordu. This group of jinns could have easily wiped out the entire town, but thankfully, the hero family, Silverbrook, intervened and dispatched all of them. Lily Silverbrook. There was no longer any doubt in my mind. Lily Silverbrook was a person from Earth, just like me. After concluding that, I began to calm down, yet one question still remained in my mind. Why was she changing the plot? Tomorrow, Irene and Alia will find out that Lily's information is true and that she has saved their lives, so she will immediately have a connection with the two. However, considering Lily's position as the sole inheritor of the Silverbrook family, she would already have everything she needed, making the connection somewhat useless. In the prologue, why did she warn her family about the impending invasion of Cordu village? There were absolutely no benefits to be gained from that. What game was she playing? In the prologue, she saved countless lives. By warning the two girls, she saved them from being bedridden for a month and saved countless guards from dying to the jinns. She simply wanted to save people. That was the only possible conclusion. Despite having knowledge about the future, she sacrifices that knowledge just to save some random people in a fake world. A hero. The definition of a hero is complicated and vague, however, even someone like me can clearly see that Lily embodies that word. Her selfless and good-willed actions speak for themselves. But it's all wrong. Naivety. Not her selflessness or kindness, naivety is her most apparent trait. Sure, the book had a good ending with the world being saved, but these changes made by her can easily change that. She's saving countless people now, but what good is that if those people are doomed to die in the end? What good is saving 10 people if it causes 10 million other people to die? Foolishly believing that a good ending is guaranteed. Someone has to stop her. It has to be me. I'm the only other person with future information. But does that make me evil? I'm allowing all those civilians and guards to die to the jinns, and even allowing Alia to be kidnapped. Yes, anybody would say I'm evil for allowing those things to happen. Maybe I am evil and wicked for wanting this world to have a guaranteed good ending. If so, I accept it. For good to exist, there must be evil. Somebody has to take the role of evil, and in this world, that person would have to be me. If Lily is a hero for changing the plot, then in contrast, I would have to be a villain for refusing to touch it. At first, I despised my reincarnation as a third-rate villain, but here I am, actually embracing the role. Does being evil and a villain mean I'm wrong? In contrast, I believe I'm right, as I'm simply trying to ensure the world's salvation. I don't deny that I'm evil, but I assert that my actions are not wrong. After clearing the area, I left the bush and headed straight to my dorm room. I had lost my appetite. The only other real person in this world was destined to be my enemy. Instead of sharing our experiences and chatting about our lives on Earth, we would face each other. Worst of all, neither of us is wrong. She's trying to save countless innocent lives, while I'm trying to save the world. Tomorrow would be our first fight. I had to ensure that Alia was kidnapped by the jinns and promptly saved by Liam. Of course, Irene had to be there, but I already had a foolproof plan for her. Waking up on the day of the kidnapping, an odd sense of serenity washed over me. Like the calm before the storm. I had spent the last few hours of my day tirelessly making a plan until, finally, I had covered all my bases. After all, I was going up against the entire heroes party, each one of them capable of killing me, if I was unprepared. I also held one major advantage. I knew Lily had knowledge of the future, but she did not know that I also had knowledge about the future. In her eyes, I was a variable. What a joke. Wasn't I going on about how I hated variables only yesterday? Anyway, the Jins wouldn't show up until the evening, so I could go about my classes as usual. Is what I wished to say. I would have to be an idiot to give up 7 valuable hours of preparation just for some stupid class. There were now more important things than reaching the merit point goal. Do you think the school would believe me if my excuse for skipping was, "I'm trying to save the world, trust me"? I'll worry about that later. After putting a full set of black clothes in my backpack, I headed out of my dorm in my academy uniform, of course not to the academy but to the middle of the forest. Since Alya is an elf, she has a high affinity for elementals and often trains in the forest. On this fateful day, she would be training in the forest in the evening and kidnapped by a group of Jinns and humans. The group conducting this kidnapping, the Gemstone Order, is one of the few groups composed of humans and Jinns. That one detail is a major reason my plan works. After tailing Alya using spies in the academy, the Order discovered Alya's training location, so that was where the initial stage of their plan would take place. That was also my current destination. After reaching the clearing in the forest, I began setting a bait. Of course, Alya wouldn't be here now, but I still needed to stall for the Order members for some time at this place. After placing down my backpack and scattering various things across the ground, I made the scene seem like Alya was training here but left for a short break. This would keep the villains here as they would try to wait for her to come back to the spot and get her backpack. After ensuring the scene was ready, I pulled out my phone and responded to some text messages. Jean, dude, class starts in 5 minutes, where the hell are you? Ren, when the hell did you start caring about getting to class? Jean, LMFAO, you right. Han, you skipping today, Ren? Ren, yeah, I need to do some stuff outside the academy, so I'll use the cart again. That's fine with you guys, right? Han, yep, fine with us. Ren, by the way, did you hear Lily is planning to confess to Kevin today after school? Jean, wait, bro, are you not over her yet? She almost get you expelled. Plenty of fish in the sea. Han, happy face carrot, she's not the one for you, trust us. Ren, kinda, I guess. Could you guys spread what I said around? Han, yeah, alright, I get you wanna ruin Lily's confession. Don't do anything rash like last time, we'll spread it around. Jean, but this weekend, we're going out. You really need to get over her. I knew the perfect place for you. Ren, deal. After that conversation, I turned it off and put it on Do Not Disturb. Dealing with Irene turned out to be surprisingly easy. She'd go crazy and completely ignore Lily's instructions after she hears the rumors, and then the villains would find her, making everything go exactly as the plot. Now that everything was settled, I had to address the problem of getting Alya out of the dorm. Or did I? After climbing a tree, I looked around from the high ground until I spotted the bridge that connected the capital city to the academy. Jumping tree to tree, I used my heightened eyesight to calculate and coordinate my jumps and landings perfectly to make my route as efficient as possible. From finding the perfect landing spot to increase my momentum and speed to ducking prematurely to avoid obstacles such as branches or leaves, I felt like I was an actual monkey. Within 5 minutes, the large distance between Alya's training spot and the academy gate was cleared. Thankfully, the guard on duty was different than the one from the previous day, so I could pass through the gate with no problems. After reaching the capital city, I immediately started walking to a familiar place. A familiar cafe. Upon entering the cafe, I immediately spotted a scrawny boy with black hair and eyes, sitting in front of about 5 pieces of cake. Damn it, I forget to get the 5 gold coins back from the fake sword. Also, has this punk been using the business money just to buy cake? After sitting down across from Raven, I asked. How's the business doing? What the hell do you mean how is business doing? Damn it, you gave me the mission yesterday? Yet here you are eating cake instead of working. You son o' dash. Did you forget I said to address me as boss? Yes, boss, I prepared the items you requested. After sliding over the bag, Raven continued. Square root upsilon dot. A sleeping gas potion and fireworks. Seriously, boss, I'm not one to judge anyone morally, but really. This might be too far. You brat, I'm using them to save the world. If only he knew. Raven raised his hands and turned his head away before saying, whatever you say. I won't question your actions, but just know that God is always watching. Is this brat talking about God? Yesterday, he was out on the street scamming people using God's name. I swear I heard him say, this sword is made of pure diamond, on God. Confused and somewhat curious, I inquired. You started believing in God. After signing that contract with you, he is my only hope. Am I really that bad? Holding the 2 bottles in my hands, I continued to improve my plan. A sleeping gas is pretty self-explanatory, it slowly puts everyone in a 5-foot vicinity to sleep. The key word is slowly, not immediately. Over a 5-minute span, the gas slowly makes the target feel more and more drowsy until they eventually fall asleep. Of course, if the target notices that they are falling asleep due to the potion before the 5 minutes are up, they can easily escape it by simply splashing their face with water or something similar. That's the reason I need the second bottle. Fireworks. What better way to distract someone than to use fireworks? Also, all the other alternatives were either too expensive or hard to obtain. I'm just a broke academy student, for now. Flashing a grin at Raven, I grabbed a slice of cake and said, get back to work. As I walked away, I heard him murmur, am I a slave or something? God damn it, he asks me to deliver something, then asks me why I'm not working. What am I, a machine? I really don't understand how this brat became the leader of the black market. No work ethic, no brain, and no respect. What does Raven have? With a sigh, I cleared my head of these useless thoughts and headed back towards the academy bridge. By now, it was noon, so the kidnappers would show up in around 3 to 4 hours. This time, instead of directly entering the academy through the gates, I simply observed Celestial Academy from the bridge. One thought had constantly been plaguing my mind. How can these kidnappers get into the academy in the first place? Once inside, a spatial magic scroll could easily allow them to escape, and I knew that they had them, but getting inside with a scroll was impossible due to the countless spell seals surrounding the island. After surveying every inch of the island for about an hour, no secret entrances were found, even with my heightened eyesight. With my eyesight, it was simply impossible for a secret entrance to go unnoticed by me, so the only other reason would be that I simply wasn't looking in the right place. What would be the best place for a secret entrance? On land, it was simply too easy to get spotted. Well, the only other option is the water, then. After all, it is an island. Turning my gaze downwards, I began to scrutinize the underwater area around the academy. After a while, I finally found something peculiar. There was an opening, certainly man-made, a few inches below the water surface. Without any hesitation, I leaped off the bridge and into the water. Ah, this feels oddly nice. After enjoying the water's embrace for a moment, I dived downwards towards the opening and swam through it. There were clear signs of non-natural occurrences, such as sword dents in the wall, and the structure of the clave was too perfect for it to have been naturally made. A frown appeared on my face as the water subsided, so I stood up and continued walking in the rock tunnel. Finally, the tunnel began to slope upwards, so I increased my pace and ran until, finally, a ladder was within sight. After climbing up the ladder, I pushed forward on the tunnel's roof, and it slowly opened, causing the sunlight to rush in and temporarily blind my eyes. After standing up on the ground, I stared at the tunnel's exit, which was a disguised rock, and dusted myself off before closing it. This would be quite useful in the future. According to the guards of the academy, Ren should be in the capital city, so I used my assassin stealth to make my way to Alya's training spot silently. After changing into a pair of dark clothes and putting on a mask, I once again used the shadows to make my way to the academy dorms. During my recent training sessions, I focused on finding ways to abuse my stealth trait, and my efforts were not in vain. With full black clothes on, I felt like I was one with shadows, and as long as no noise was made, people wouldn't see me unless they stared at my location for more than 2 seconds at a time. Just how good will this be in the future? I guess the sword far outclasses the dagger, so the author had to balance the assassin class by giving it this ability. Well, I'm not complaining. After reaching the dorm building, I climbed up a tree and looked around until I found Alya's empty dorm room. She was still in class. As a student in the top 10 ranks, Alya received a luxurious suite on the top floor of the building, so I had to climb up to the roof. From the top of the building, I hung down and quickly tied a string to the window of Alya's dorm. I attached the fireworks and a match to this string so that at a simple tug of the string, the fireworks would explode into her room. As the sleeping gas had to be handled more delicately, I kept it with me. Jumping from the roof to a tree, I once again assumed my monkey form. I jumped from tree to tree at incredible speeds until I reached Alya's training spot. Everything was now set up. After setting myself up on the tree branch surrounding the clearing, I patiently waited for the darkness to descend. Drip. Drop. Drip. Unsurprised by the sudden, relentless rain, I silently observed my surroundings. The problem I spent countless hours trying to solve was how to kidnap Alya. She was careful and cautious, so I knew that despite any evidence or common sense, she would heed Lily's warning. As an elven princess, Alya had endured countless assassin attempts, so this was nothing new to her. I even imagined that she had some sort of protocol for these situations. The possibility of getting her to leave her room was zero. Unlike the short-tempered Irene, she was calm and calculating. Then how exactly do I ensure that Alya gets into the hands of the Gemstone Order? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard a faint rustle in the bushes right below me. Looking below with my enhanced eyesight, I could see right through the bushes and identify 5 figures lurking around the clearing. My false illusion of Alya being here would soon shatter, and the kidnappers would leave, causing an entirely different future, so I immediately sprung into action. After scanning the area momentarily, I looked for the easiest target. One person, adorned with an iron badge, signifying their rank in the Gemstone Order, was distanced from the others. Not only that, but the man had a similar body structure to me, making us indistinguishable in the darkness of the night. Raising my right hand, I tapped my eye and immediately felt my perception of time slow as the rain droplets seemed to freeze midair. Not wasting any time, I used a dash, stepping forward with incredible speed, and lunged at my target with my daggers titled upward. My dash, combined with my slowing of time ability, was simply lethal. At this stage in the game, no one except the top 10 students and some villains could avoid it. In the vision of others around me, I was simply a blur, indiscernible from their surroundings. Having calculated the exact distance and position my daggers needed to be in, as soon as I moved 10 meters forward with a dash, my dagger was already in the kidnapper's heart. I didn't even have to move my hands or any part of my body, the man was already dead. There was no sound or any signs whatsoever. The perfect assassination. Laying the lifeless body quietly on the ground, I grabbed his iron badge and attached it to my night-black shirt. At this point, all my knowledge of the future was useless. I had no idea what the assassin's next actions would be or how long they would wait. It felt surreal not knowing what would happen next, but simultaneously, a sense of exhilaration washed over me. Maybe life had gotten a bit dull. Well, better dull than dead. With the mask concealing most of my tone, I let out a muffled whisper to my new comrades. I can go check out the surrounding area for any signs. Almost immediately, I heard another rustle in the bush across from me. As I turned my gaze toward the noise, I saw a slender man dressed in a suit with horns protruding from his skull. Is he trying to reveal his identity as a djinn? The horned figure glanced around for a bit before cautiously replying. They did say the princess would be here. Looking around might be dangerous, but if she's not here, we must know. After another moment, the djinn continued. All right, go scout. Let us know of anything important. Do not be noticed. Replying with a nod of the head, I backed away from the clearing and faded from sight, using the darkness of the night as a barrier. Seeing how the group hadn't bothered to search the backpack or items on the ground yet, I guessed that I had at least 5 minutes. 5 minutes to capture Alya, and the sleeping gas requires 5 minutes to take effect. It was going to be a close one. After ensuring that the darkness had completely concealed me, I climbed up the tree and moved at incredible speeds through the thick forest toward the dorm building. Once reaching the roof of the dorm building, I quickly checked to ensure the string with fireworks was intact, and sure enough, they were. Alya wouldn't dare open her window with Lily's warnings, so she couldn't have detected them. Walking towards a big round pipe, I slowly uncapped the gas bottle. Even Alya couldn't account for the ventilation pipe, as she could never imagine that someone could figure out the exact route the pipe took to her room. After all, this one ventilation pipe led into all 500 rooms within the dorm building, so someone would have to distinguish the one route that the pipe took out of 500 that led to Alya's room. Fortunately, I'm not just someone. Man, I really need to humble myself, or I'll keep going with all this main character stuff. With my enriched eyesight, I could easily identify the pipe's route to Alya's room, so without any hesitation, I turned the bottle upside down and carefully let the gas into the pipes. As for why I wasn't being more careful, I had already blocked off all the possible routes except the one to Alya's room. Although such a task may have seemed difficult, I had almost a full day to prepare for it, and compared to other parts of this plan, this was nothing as it didn't even involve any danger. When the gas was released, I inwardly started counting down in my head. Due to her past experiences, Alya could have been trained with these gases, and since she already knew there was a danger at hand, I was sure she would realize the appearance of the gas. That was, of course, if there were no other dangers. Why worry about some drowsiness when an entire fireworks show is happening right in front of you? 4 minutes, 30 seconds. 4 minutes. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. When my internal countdown hit 3 minutes, I slightly tugged at the string. The match immediately lit the fireworks attached to the end of the string, and they dashed forward, right into the window of Alya's room. The glass shattered under the impact of the firework, and the firework continued its charge for a moment before I heard it finally explode. Cackle. Cackle. After tugging on the string 3 more times, I jumped from the roof onto the windowsill of Alya's room and entered the room completely unnoticed. Rather than being tense and wasting her entire day being scared, Alya treated this as normal. It wasn't arrogance or pride that made her do this. It was just that she had simply grown accustomed to the constant assassination attempts. Most of the time, she didn't even have a warning, but this time, she had been personally sought out by a hero's family daughter, Lily. Alya sat down on her lavish armchair with a book in one hand and a glass of tea in the other. However, her mind was not on her book in the slightest. What was Lily planning? Originally, Alya planned to go out for elemental training, but after hearing Lily's warnings, she decided that skipping one day wouldn't change anything and decided to rest in her room. Of course, Alya didn't trust this girl at all, but in this scenario, trusting her was the best calculated move. Train and risk dying or stay inside. Having despised humans all her life, Alya couldn't fathom why the girl had warned her. Weren't they all supposed to be selfish? The humans she knew were pathetic and ignored the poor to fulfill their selfish desires. Of course, there was the possibility that Lily was simply tricking her. If so, she would pay dearly. As Alya continued reading, she subconsciously yawned before glancing at the clock by her bedside. Odd, it's not even 7 yet. Interrupting her train of thought, she immediately heard the sound of glass shattering. Crash. Already being prepared for anything, Alya picked up the staff behind her armchair and carefully stood up. However, before she could even see the window, a missile flew by her. Crackle. The missile exploded the next second. However, instead of her room exploding, there was simply the sound of countless other smaller explosions, and a cloud of smoke appeared in her room. Fireworks, not bombs. Raising her staff, Alya immediately began chanting. Whispering breezes, rise and bend / wind elementals, now descend. Instantly, the cloud of smoke disappeared. However, Alya did not relax, and rightfully so. The next second, 3 more fireworks came dashing into her room. As 3 more clouds of smoke appeared, her walls became further damaged. Alya didn't hesitate to scream out despite the damage to her dignity. Help! In the next minute, Alya chanted 3 more times and cleared the smoke from her room. The walls were littered with small burns while Alya remained unharmed. Being careful and cautious, Alya immediately began to search for clues, not allowing her mind to rest for a minute. Her head was overflowing with so many thoughts and theories that she didn't even notice her physical state declining. Only after Alya realized that she didn't even possess the power to lift her staff anymore did she panic. Not hesitating anymore, she pressed the distress button in her pocket. As she didn't want to involve her fellow elves in this assassination attempt earlier, she had only called for help out loud to the academy guards, but now the situation was dire. Of course, it was now far too late. Collapsing on the floor, Alya struggled to leave her eyelids open as her eyes began to dim. The last scene she saw was a figure covered in black slowly approaching her. "Ha, I've really done it this time, haven't I?" Her parents would cry and worry. The entire elven kingdom would come to a halt. War could even happen between the humans and elves, as this occurred right in the middle of the human realm. All because of her. Just how useless was she? After all her training, when it came down to it, she was weak. She desperately prayed and wished for another chance. Why hadn't she taken the warning more seriously? She had chided her mind and convinced herself that simply hiding in the building was enough, but she was wrong. It was her fault for being so accustomed to these things, but who could blame her? What was this, the 50th attempt on her life? It couldn't end like this for her, could it? She hadn't even been able to make real friends. Everyone around her just respected her because of her status. She had never had the joy of eating out, playing games, or even doing homework with friends. It was her own fault. She had secluded herself and suppressed her emotions. Had she truly been living so far, or had she just been playing the role of elven princess? No good memories flashed before her eyes, there was nothing to show. However, her wish didn't come to fruition, and her eyelids involuntarily closed, sealing her in a world of pure darkness. Grabbing the unconscious body of Alia, I carefully placed her in my arms and walked back to the shattered window. Instead of immediately fleeing, I instead waited. Just a second later, the door immediately flung open, and I sensed an intense murdering intent from 3 figures with spears, each having elongated ears. Just on time. Who would have thought the officials were late again? Even without knowing the future, I had predicted this. Can these authors get any more unoriginal? Flashing a wink to the elves under my mask, I taunted them by waving my hand, and before they could react, I jumped out of the window with Alia in my arms. Although my movement speed was decreased from holding Alia, I was still moving too fast to be seen as I jumped from tree to tree, running back to the clearing. Upon reaching the clearing, I made myself visible by walking into the middle, and immediately, I heard the urgent voice of the same horned figure. Zen, where the hell have you been? I told you to scout around, not to travel to another goddamn country. Forget it, any news? She isn't anywhere in sight, the reports must have been wrong. With a smile under my mask, I raised out my arms, revealing the beautiful body of their target, Alia. Although I couldn't see the deviled man's emotions through his mask, I could predict them from his next words. Zen, how the H were TWH, you know what, forget it, explain later, let's get going. Good job, you'll be rewarded dearly. The other assassins had remained silent the entire time, prompting me to believe they were robots. Shouldn't these guys be grateful that I saved them from being fired for not completing the mission? We had to teleport out from the secret passageway to leave the academy using scrolls, so our team immediately prepared to depart. However, before we could do anything, the sound of countless footsteps was heard. The ground seemed to shake as the synchronized footsteps hit the ground. The deviled figure and the rest of us halted as we stared at this noise's source. Using my eyesight, I peered past the darkness of the night and saw a shield. A shield with a silver fox. Silverbrook. Ah, Lily had finally made her move. Until now, everything had been going to plan. I had successfully infiltrated the Gemstone Order and kidnapped Alia. I even displayed the kidnapping to the officials earlier so the academy would be informed. After hearing from the academy, Liam would immediately spring into action and come to save Alia from us. Goddamn variables. The worst part of it was that Lily was also lucky. The knights marching towards us blocked our path to the secret rock, and Lily didn't even know about it. What kind of bullshit was this? The deviled figure, who could only judge the soldiers by the sound, almost had his mask crumble as he fearfully said. Here's a lot of them. This guy isn't gonna be any help, isn't he? Can I just escape now? My goal had been accomplished, Alia had been kidnapped, and Liam, alongside Lily's knights, was on their way to save her. But, then the Gemstone Order. It was not that I cared about the devilish figure or my robot-like comrades, it was just that this was the perfect way for me to infiltrate the Order and finally obtain a dagger art. This was no longer about saving the world but conserving my own self-interests. With that in mind, my effort immediately doubled, and my mind began to race, coming up with ideas. To activate the scrolls, all we have to do is leave the academy grounds, but the secret entrance is blocked. What if we leave through the main entrance? Who the hell would expect a bunch of kidnappers to attempt to escape through the main entrance of the academy? Shouldn't all the guards stationed there be at the dorm building assessing the damage? With that in mind, I calmly spoke, ensuring the impending footsteps didn't deafen my voice. All we have to do is get out of the academy, right? What if we go through the front gate? Instantly, all heads turned to me, even the robot-like comrades stared at me with disbelief. At least that's what I thought they were staring at me with. I couldn't see their actual faces through the mask. An angry voice sounded from the horned figure. You damned idiot, that's like robbing a store, then just walking out the front entrance like nothing happened. Well, do you have any better ideas? The secret rock is blocked. Yeah, that's what I thought, stay silent. Finally, one of the robot kidnappers spoke and anxiously asked. Do we even know where the G-gate is? Immediately piggybacking off the robot assassin, the deviled figure turned to me and said. Yeah, that's right. How are we gonna know where the entrance is? With a smile behind my mask, I calmly replied. I know where it is. How? Did you already forget? I went scouting and spotted it. After thinking for a very short second, the horned figure turned around to face the robots and calmed asked. Does anyone have any better ideas? An awkward silence ensued. Well, not silence, the sound of the footsteps kept coming closer and becoming louder. Not wasting any more time, I turned to face the direction of the academy gate and said. Well, I'll lead the way. As I walked through the dense forest, I felt a sudden stirring in my arms and realized that the princess was turning and rolling around. Just what kind of dream is this princess having? As we continued walking toward the entrance, the sound of footsteps kept getting closer, albeit, the footsteps were much lower in quantity. They seemed to have decided to split into search parties to look for us. Turning to the horned figure anxiously trailing behind me, I quietly said. We should start running, or we'll be found really soon. I felt like I could now read the horned figure's expression through his mask as I guessed his anxiousness had just changed to anger. You could have said that earlier. Hey, I'm that one leading you to salvation, why are you complaining? I wanted to say that, but based on the conversations thus far, it seemed like this horned figure was much higher in the hierarchy than me, so insulting him wouldn't be good. Without waiting for the horned figure to communicate to the robots trailing behind him, I picked up the pace and started running. Lily, Liam, and the badly injured Irene were assigned to one of the search parties, but amid their search, they immediately heard many footsteps running. Liam immediately asked. Do you guys hear that? On the other hand, Lily was so out of it that she didn't even pay attention to Liam's question. How could this have happened? She had warned Alya to stay in the dorm room, how could she have been kidnapped? Lily was sure that Alya had heeded her instructions, knowing that her character was known for being cautious, but then, that meant, the kidnappers had gone to the dorm building. No, that was impossible, the book explicitly mentioned that they only stayed in the forest. But then, how was Alya kidnapped? Turning around, she also looked at the injured Irene with pity, however, Irene responded with a glare. All she had wanted to do was save some people, yet she had made it all worse. Irene was still injured, and Alya, who was supposed to be saved by Liam, wasn't anywhere to be found. Her plans to save people had turned out the complete opposite. She had failed. Snapping Lily of her sullen thoughts, Liam once again spoke. Guys. I think those footsteps are the kidnappers. Lily's heart skipped a beat. She could salvage this. In the future, she will be more careful and save more people. Without waiting for Liam's instructions, she immediately darted toward the footsteps, with Liam and the injured Irene following closely behind. After another minute of constant running, the three exited the forest, and with that, their speed massively increased as they didn't have to worry about the obstacles in the forest. As they were running, Liam asked. Isn't this the direction of the main gate? Lily, who had refocused and quelled her internal turmoil, thought about it before saying. It is, indeed. Irene, who was lagging behind the two due to her injuries, spoke. Those bastards, they're trying to escape. Within the next few minutes, the three students could see the 5 figures in the distance, and they also saw the princess. However, the gate was there, too. Knowing that the criminal organization likely had access to teleportation scrolls, Lily started panicking. If they get through that gate, it's all over. Alya will be gone. Instantly, Lily regained control of her thoughts before commanding. Irene, throw fireballs at the gate, we can't let them escape. Even Irene, who despised and hated Lily, couldn't help but feel inclined to obey her commands due to Lily's serious tone. 3 fireballs immediately appeared to the 3 students, and they charged forward at the gate. The next second, the fireballs made contact with the gate, causing the gate to collapse under the impact. Liam, go stall them. Liam, taken aback by Lily's sudden command, didn't have time to react. Lily's wind magic suddenly lifted him up and hurled him towards the kidnappers. While Lily and Irene started catching up, Liam landed on his feet in front of the kidnappers. After giving a quick glance to sleeping Alia, Liam felt a surge of anger erupting within him. These bastards dare kidnap someone right on academy grounds. They had to be punished. Was death really enough punishment for them? "Tisk, it'll have to do for now." 3 kidnappers immediately darted forward, charging at Liam. However, Liam simply felt too powerful at the moment. Immense power was gushing through his veins. Despite having 3 attackers, Liam parried all of them instantly, and he also counterattacked one of them. The injured one fell back, stroking the bloody wound on his knee, while the other 2 kept furiously attacking Liam. A surge of red aura enveloped Liam, pushing back the 2 advancers, and Liam, not wasting the moment, charged forward, striking yet another attacker in the knee. One of the injured kidnappers muttered out, "He's T2S strong." "Damn right, I'm strong. You guys are just a bunch of lowlife kidnappers. Prepare to meet your end." At this time, he felt 2 new presences at his side, and he glanced around to see both Irene and Lily had caught up to him. "This battle is as good as over. Die gracefully at the very least, rat bastards." Irene, who had 3 more fireballs floating above her head, glared daggers at the group of kidnappers who had ambushed her while they were looking for Alia. "Liam, they're mine. My fire will destroy them all." As the 3 students prepared to kill the kidnappers, all the kidnappers seemed to huddle around a single person. The single person, adorned with full black and an iron badge, stepped forward while holding the unconscious Alia in his hands. Holding a twisted dagger in his hands, he calmly spoke despite facing the 3 overpowered students. "Take another step, and the princess dies." Silence immediately descended upon the 3 students. They thought they had the upper hand this entire time, just for it to disappear with one sentence. Liam, trembling at the thought of watching one of his classmates die, spoke to Irene and Lily. What do we do?" The other 2 students seemed to react similarly as they had no answer to Liam's question. After another second, Lily spoke. "Stall for the guards?" Irene, standing behind Lily, interrupted. "What if they kill her and dash?" Interrupting the students' heated discussion, the man holding Alia spoke once again. "Move out of the way." Lily fell back into her internal turmoil. What could they do now? If they didn't move, Alia would meet her death. If they moved, the kidnappers would escape, and Alia would perhaps meet a fate worse than death. It was all because of her. She thought that everything would go exactly as planned just because she knew the future. However, now, she learned a grave truth. There will also be variables. Before the 3 students could give the man an answer, the man walked back over to his group and started discussing. Liam, once again, started the conversation. "What now?" Irene, with blood still oozing from her wounds, answers. "We can't let them go with Alia, she'll meet a fate worse than death." Nodding his head in agreement, Liam turned to face Lily, who was known for intelligence. I don't know." Tears started to flow down Lily's face. For the first time in this world, she felt utterly powerless. After riding the high of saving the village of Cordu, she felt unstoppable, but in a single instant, all of that confidence was gone, and now despair. Liam wanted to comfort Lily, but he knew it was futile. The odds of Alia's death were 100%. Interrupting the conversation between the 3 students, the group of kidnappers walked forward with the man still holding a dagger to Alia's neck. The group prepared to attack. They had come to a silent agreement. Allowing Alia to be kidnapped would be far worse than letting her die. Who knew what those criminals would do to her, torture, or maybe worse? Then, the man holding Alia suddenly tossed her to Liam. Liam, caught off guard, still managed to react and catch Alia, preventing her from receiving any wounds. Shocked, the 3 students stood still while watching the kidnappers walk away empty-handed. Liam was once again the first to break the silence. What just happened? Convincing my comrades to surrender Alia was much easier than I thought. All I had to do was tell them that we would be dead if we didn't, and surprisingly, they listened. After all, these guys are criminals at heart who value their lives above anything else. Of course, I didn't come back empty-handed. In my right hand, I held a sparkling ring with a diamond as its core. As the 5 of us left the academy gates, I turned around and spotted dozens of guards charging towards Liam and Alia. Wow, just in time, these officials are impeccable with their timing. Struggling to hide my laughter, I stepped towards the horned figure as he tore open a scroll. The space around all 5 of us began to distort, and when it stabilized, we seemed to be somewhere underground. Following the lead of the horned figure, I descended deeper into the underground cave system. Of course, the book did not describe the headquarters of a villainous organization, so I curiously surveyed my surroundings while maintaining my calm facade. Looking at my comrades, I realized I was out of place and displaying a calm appearance as the rest were trembling with fear and nervousness. They had failed their mission and would likely be demoted or reprimanded harshly. In the original story, these kidnappers were captured by the officials and subjected to torture until they revealed the measly information they had, so I have no idea why they're nervous instead of relieved. If only they knew how lucky they were to have me. The punishment didn't matter to me as long as I was not removed from the gemstone order. The worrisome part was what came after, as I would have to complete countless missions to receive contribution points and eventually buy a dagger art. The cave walls were adorned with countless gemstones, including sapphire, ruby, emerald, and gold. Each gemstone lit up a little portion of the dark cave, creating a somewhat eerie mood as some parts of the cave were lit up while others were pitch black. As the path's width decreased, our group was forced to huddle together, further adding to the awkward mood. After what seemed an entirety, a large set of double wooden doors came into vision. Paying careful attention to the robot-like assassins, I imitated their actions perfectly to ensure that the horned figure didn't notice anything. After the set of doors was within 10 feet of us, the horned figure turned around and addressed us. "Side, wait here, I'll report to the superiors." Like the others, I stood to the side and watched the horned figure open the wooden doors, hoping to catch a glance inside. However, the doors shut before I could see anything. As I patiently waited for the horned figure to re-emerge, I realized that everything had actually gone according to plan. I had successfully dealt with all the variables. I wonder how Lily is feeling right now. The kidnappers still injured Irene and a couple of guards during their search for Alia, so she had failed. For me to succeed, she must fail, so there's no point in worrying. My survival matters most, and she's risking that by altering the plot. She'll continue causing problems for the remainder of the plot, so, what if I take care of her now? No, her role as Lily is too vital in the plot to be killed off. So, then, what? Am I forced to keep intervening in the incidents and ensuring everything goes according to the plot? Can I reach an agreement with her? After all, we are both from Earth. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard the doors opening again, so I readjusted my gaze to the sullen horned figure walking out. Even I was somewhat anxious as all of this was new to me as the kidnappers were originally captured. Seeing our attitudes, the horned figure cleared his throat before saying, "Good news and bad news." For the first time, I saw one of the kidnappers get verbally angry. So? Get on it with it, you've left us trembling here for 10 minutes already. Alright, for the good, we won't be demoted or kicked out. A sigh of relief was released from everyone there, including me. For the bad, we'll lose 25 contribution points each. That reminds me, how many contribution points did this guy have? After raising my hand and tapping on the iron badge attached to my shirt, a digital menu appeared before me. User, Zen/rank, iron/points, 15. Is it possible to get into point debt? Looking up from my pathetic points menu, I noticed the horned figure standing in front of me. A peculiar grin was spread across his face, and his tone seemed happy rather than anxious or sad. "Hey, the superiors want to speak to you personally. This guy put all the blame on me, didn't he? I am so screwed." Accepting my fate, I headed towards the double doors and pulled them open without any hesitation. The first thing in the room that caught my eye was a gigantic diamond crystal sitting in the center of the room, lighting up the entire area. Surrounding the diamond were other smaller gemstones, and there was a seat on each of those gemstones. All of the seats were empty except one. The ruby crystal had a figure sitting on it, with jet black hair and blood-red eyes. The same as me. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was wearing a simple yet elegant black dress that stretched all the way down to her knees. One of the 7 main bosses of the gemstone order, Ruby. Despite her elegant and formal appearance, Ruby was actually the same age as Liam, Alia, and me. Not knowing what exactly to do, I walked a couple of steps forward before bowing my head. "Raise your head." Following her directions, I lifted my gaze and patiently waited for her further instructions. This person was an endgame boss, not someone like me could handle right now. For a moment, there was pure silence in the room as Ruby simply stared at me, but it felt weird, as if her gaze was infiltrating my body and looking deep down to find my darkest secrets. However, I didn't dare move or act out. Was she still calculating my punishment? Was I even getting punished? What did that idiot say to her that made her want to speak to me personally? After a moment, Ruby spoke once again. I heard you personally captured the princess. Was there anything of value on her? Do I lie or not? The diamond ring isn't necessarily that special as it simply increases mana capacity, but then again, with my meager amount of money, it would take me a year of saving to get another. Deciding that my life was worth more than a mana ring, I pulled out the diamond ring from my pocket and said. Yes, I planned on reporting it to the leader before I was called. Gesturing for me to come closer, Ruby said. Give it to me. Not wasting any time, I moved forward and placed the ring into Ruby's hands. Instead of simply taking the ring and backing away, Ruby moved the hand containing the ring and threw it. Clack. The sound of the ring hitting the floor only a meter away from me echoed throughout the room. Paralyzed by fear, I stood still and let my thoughts run wild. Did she know I was planning to keep it? What is she going to do to me for almost lying? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I felt a cold sensation on my chin that then rapidly spread throughout my body. Ruby's hand, previously holding the mana ring, was now right below my chin, holding it in place. Looking down at me from the seat, she raised my head until my eyes directly met hers. Our blood-red eyes were in sync as we stared at each other, each of us blinking at the same exact time. Using my eyes, I can peer into the souls of others and read their deepest and darkest desires. What do you think I see when I look at you? It was an easy question. There was only one thing I desired. However, considering the circumstances of her holding my chin up and us directly making eye contact, only a small stutter came out of my mouth. The desire to live. A smile formed on Ruby's face, causing me to lose my focus, as her beauty was simply blinding. Raising her other hand, Ruby placed it on my cheek and began to caress it. You're just like me. For a moment, the world seemed to stop as Ruby continued to stroke my cheek while looking directly into my eyes. One simple desire is all you have, yet in your soul, it shines brighter than any other desire I've ever seen. Disgusting, lustful, vengeful, pure, and happy desires, I've seen it all, but all of them are insignificant embers when compared to your inferno flame. Though I cannot see my own soul's desires, I imagine it perfectly matches your soul's. Being at a loss for words, I simply kept silent. What was I supposed to say? I wasn't surprised. I was already willing to watch half of the people in this world die so that a happy ending could be achieved, ensuring my survival. But, did that mean she was also willing to? Well, I guess that's an endgame villain for you. Putting her hands down, Ruby dropped her serious tone and began speaking more playfully. Well, the original reason I called you here was to reward you. The horned guy told me that you captured the princess when the mission initially went wrong, and although the mission was ultimately a failure, we must reward you. All my worries instantly disappeared. That horned guy really was an idiot. He could have taken all the credit for initially capturing the princess and received a reward, yet he decided to hand it to me. Wasn't this guy a criminal and a djinn? Where the hell is his criminal spirit? You know, I have also taken an interest in you. You say that now after you caressed my cheeks and told me I'm just like you? Even that stupid horned guy could figure that out. Choosing my next words very cautiously, I spoke. I am honored to receive such recognition. Haha, speak to me informally, don't worry. Yes, but about the reward. Quick to get down to business, are you? Only a moment ago, you were completely silent while I rubbed your cheeks. Of course, what am I supposed to say when an endgame villain boss starts rubbing your cheeks and calls you special? Since you're interesting, you can choose one item from the catalog below 800 contribution points. I currently had a balance of -10 contributions points, and now, suddenly, I could buy anything below 800. It was free money. I had hit the lottery. Patting my chest, I internally thanked whatever flame was ignited in my soul for interesting Ruby so much. Next, I received the catalog from Ruby and headed to the doors, but I suddenly recalled something. About the mana ring. PFFT, you really are something else. You can take it if you so please. After grabbing the mana ring, I headed back to the double doors, but as I opened them, Ruby's soft voice spoke once again. Ren, we'll see each other much more often now. As I turned around to face Ruby bewildered, she winked at me, but before I could say anything else, the door was suddenly shut, pushing me out of the room. They always say free things cost the most. How did she know I was Ren? What did she mean by we'll see each other? Various worries flooded my head, but those worries ceased when I opened the first page of the catalog. No matter what cost would be extracted later, currently, I was rich. Flipping immediately to the dagger art section, I spotted 2 daggers arts. Whispering Tempest /stars, 3/5 cost, 500p. Eclipse Blade /stars, 4/5 cost 750p. While I had aimed for Whispering Tempest at first, through my training as an assassin, I realized that darkness and shadows were my greatest strength. What would a wind dagger art do in the shadows? Thus, I ultimately decided to pick Eclipse Blade, a dagger art based on darkness, shadows, and the absence of light. Not only that, but the dagger art was already 4 stars. All dagger arts involving natural elements such as fire, water, light, ground, rock, and dark were upgradable to 5 stars, so Eclipse Blade was also upgradable. Unlike Whispering Tempest, I didn't know how to upgrade the Eclipse Blade, but that was a problem for later. After I selected Eclipse Blade, an employee wearing a tiger mask walked out of the double doors and handed me a box. Was I receiving special treatment from Ruby? Delivery in less than a minute. Wasting no time, I opened the box and immediately absorbed the dagger art. Instantly, I felt the first movement of Eclipse Blade planted into my head. It was an elemental slash of pure darkness. Also, as I checked my system menu, my rating had increased to D rank. Menu. User, Ren Montclair. Class, Rookie Assassin, Level 2, 10%. Stealth, D. Intermediate Dagger Mastery, 42%. Arts, Eclipse Blade, 1/5. Stats. Rating, D, Dream not yet completed. Dash Strength, E. Dash Agility, E+. Dash Stamina, E+. Dash Magic Power, D+. Dash Luck, GS, Conditional. Dash Intelligence, E. Dash Charm, G+. Traits. Dash Passive, Dragon's Will, 1/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. Dash E, dash, not requiring any mana usage. The skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user, but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. After realizing that I couldn't learn any more movements of the art until I mastered the Dark Elemental Slash, I got up and headed back to my comrades. Upon arrival, the horned figure immediately confronted me with a large smile, which I reciprocated. How was it? Perfect, thanks for the props. I had noticed all the other kidnappers speaking to him in a non-formal way, so I copied them to maintain my image. Of course, I didn't know if maintaining my image as Zen even mattered anymore, as Ruby somehow found out I was Ren. Probably shouldn't have expected a simple mask to fool an endgame boss. But was my face so recognizable that she could recognize me as Ren by simply seeing my face? Ruby's backstory was never mentioned, maybe she had a close connection with my family before? Patting me on the back, the horned figure continued. No problem, you saved us back then. Our mission was only to cause fear and chaos in the academy, not actually bring the princess back. The superiors thought telling us that we needed to bring back the princess would make us try harder. They were a bit mad, though, as the academy discovered our tunnel, so we lost some contribution points. Ah, Lily's doing, she must have also wondered how our group infiltrated the academy without being noticed and found it. Interrupting our conversation, another comrade yelled from behind us. Declan and Zen, look at these. In his hands, the kidnapper held 2 devices that closely resembled a flip phone from Earth. Don't they have smartphones and smartwatches in this world? Why would they need these? After passing a flip phone to both Declan and I, he continued. The girl with a tiger mask told us that we will be using these to communicate now. We're officially a group under the Ruby Gemstone's leader now. Ah, is this what Ruby meant earlier? If so, why didn't she just say that earlier? I would have found out anyway. After saying that, he also pulled a bunch of ruby pins from his pocket and handed them to us. These pins will teleport us to here and out from now on. Then it dawned on me that this underground tunnel area was the Ruby Gemstone's headquarters. Ruby was the same age as me, yet she had this whole area as a headquarters? After mentally reminding myself to confront Raven later, I replaced the iron pin with the ruby. Declan, even more ecstatic than ever, started clapping his hands, gathering the entire group's attention. "Who's up for some drinks to celebrate the news?" "Damn right, I am. When are we not up for drinks?" Seeing the reactions of my group members, I could hardly recognize them. Weren't they completely emotionless and robotic during the mission? Who the hell are these happy and excited guys? Checking the time, I realized I would have to return to school, so I waved a quick goodbye to Declan and the others before tapping the ruby pin attached to my shirt. Instantly, the space around me distorted, and I was brought into the middle of a forest. Really, only an endgame villain organization can have access to this overpowered technology. After tinkering with the pin for a second, I realized that you could actually set a place to teleport to when you leave the headquarters, and apparently, the place I was at was the default one. Of course, I couldn't use the pin inside the academy as the protection spells would block it, but setting a teleport place in the capital would be nice for the future. "Ren, hey, I have a task for you." "Raven, oh really, another one?" "That's perfectly fine with me. Making an entire business in less than a month wasn't hard enough for me. Do you want me to buy out the entire black market next?" "Ren, glad to hear that. You'll need to buy a building for our headquarters." "About buying out the black market, that's your task for next month." "Raven, do you know what sarcasm is?" "Ah, surely you do, nice joke." "Raven, you were joking, right?" "Raven, hello?" After checking my location, I put down my smartphone and realized I wasn't too far from the capital. After an uneven table walk, I returned to the bridge leading to the Academy's island. The gate itself was in shambles due to Irene's fireballs, so while the guards were worried about repairing it, I snuck inside unnoticed. As I walked back to my dorm building, I noticed an abundance of posters plastered everywhere, but that was to be expected. After all, it was student council election season. Although plenty of different candidates were running, everyone already knew that Astrid would win. Ranked first out of the third years, Astrid would probably win the election even if she didn't do any campaigning. Of course, her student council group would consist of the main cast, with Liam, Lily, and Alia being on it. I don't think Lily could even ruin this plot point if she tried, so there was no point in paying attention. The rest of this school week progressed regularly, and I could see Alia becoming closer to both Lily and Liam. The entire staff team surprisingly overlooked my absence due to Alia's kidnapping, so I had nothing to worry about. After class ended on Friday, Jean grabbed Han and me and escorted us to a random nightclub in the capital. At first, the bouncers rejected us due to our age, but after displaying our student IDs, the bouncer had no qualms about letting us in. Jean immediately ditched Han and me after spotting an attractive girl. Han went off to who knows where, leaving me completely alone. Since I had never reached the age of 21 on Earth, I could never go into a nightclub, but after observing the scenery for a minute, I realized that the movies portrayed them perfectly. Huge dance floor, plenty of alcohol, tons of girls and guys, and booths scattered throughout. Amid my observation, I suddenly heard the entire club clapping, so I adjusted my gaze to the stage, where 3 girls stood with a microphone and 2 guitars. Somewhat curious about this world's music, I headed to the bar area for a better view of the stage. After ordering a drink, I glanced at the stage, and upon glancing at one of the girls, I almost fell out of my chair. The girl in the center of the stage had blonde hair, twin ponytails, and contacts that made it appear as if there was a star inside of the pupil in her eye. That was the student council president, Astrid. Although most people couldn't tell, with my enhanced eyesight, I could easily recognize her from the countless posters around the school. Although Astrid didn't descend from a hero family or an imperial, her father was a duke of a kingdom on the outskirts of the kingdom, so there was no way she needed money. Did she just really enjoy singing? Realizing that I had been staring at Astrid far longer than any other person in the club, I tried to redirect my gaze, but before I could, my eyes met hers. Instantly, I turned my head, not caring if I looked suspicious or not. There would not be another Ruby incident, so help me God. By just existing, an endgame villain had taken an interest in me. The music sung by Astrid and the guitarists was surprisingly familiar as it closely resembled K-pop music from Earth. As the music continued to play, I sat on the bar stool while enjoying my drink and occasionally glancing around. I should have been enjoying this outing, a completely new experience, and a break, but something felt off. Through my hours of training every day, I learned never to doubt my intuition as a fighter, but most importantly, never to doubt my sight. There were times when my eyes moved faster than my brain, like when I saw the trajectory of an incoming attack but could not react to it. That was the exact feeling I felt right now. I had seen a danger, but my brain couldn't figure it out. Slowing, turning my head to look around, I scanned every inch until that feeling peaked. However, there was a problem. That feeling peaked at 5 different locations. The locations didn't include any people, but they were 5 empty booths. After concluding that, I wasted no time and walked over to the first of the 5 booths. To my surprise, there was nothing amiss or wrong. Ignoring the singing of Astrid, I made my way to the second and third booths, where nothing was wrong. At this point, doubt seemed to creep into my mind, not doubt about my eyesight but doubt about whether this world was real or an apparition. I was more inclined to believe that this world was imaginary than that my eyes were off. After checking out the 5th booth, I decided just to leave the nightclub. There was no point in wasting more time figuring out the issue. Whatever was wrong with this nightclub wouldn't affect me if I was already back at the academy. And there was no one important here in the nightclub that could die, right? Astrid. The death of the student council president would undoubtedly negatively affect the plot. Returning to the first of the 5 booths, I looked forward right into the wall behind it instead of at the booth itself. After glancing around to ensure no eyes were on me, I threw my fist forward, and with my awakened power, a fist-shaped hole was formed in the wall. Maybe I was just looking in the wrong place earlier. Looking inside the hole, I immediately realized what was causing the feeling. Inside the small wall, there was a bottle. A bottle I knew very well, because I had used it myself this week. A sleeping potion. 5 sleeping potions, that's enough to knock out the entire nightclub. And with the atmosphere, no one would bat an eye if they thought they felt sleepy. Rushing to the bathroom, I immediately splashed my eyes with water and instantly felt myself becoming re-energized. The potion was already in effect. The president was in danger. I pulled out my phone before making any rash decisions involving the president. Ren, let's get something to eat. Han, find Jean and tell him all of us are leaving. Han, I don't know if he'll listen. Ren, remind him that this whole outing was originally for me. They've hung out with me constantly and kept me company whenever I felt homesick for Earth, so the least I could do was this. Pushing aside the people in front of me, I made my way to the front of the stage and looked upwards, trying to find Astrid. Singing was one of the few things that Astrid enjoyed, and a break from the constant studying and training was needed to prevent her from collapsing from stress. Singing was not an activity that could be done at the academy, so Astrid searched for other outlets, and nightclub gigs were the easiest and most exciting due to their environment. Of course, as future student council president, Astrid couldn't tell anyone that she sang at nightclubs, so she chose poorer nightclubs that were far from the capital. That was why she was so shocked to see a familiar face at the club. As she came from a somewhat influential family, Astrid often attended events hosted by important families, so when she saw Ren's face, she immediately recognized it. Wasn't he disowned? Ah, what a story, a fallen noble coming to a poor nightclub to find pleasure. As the rest of the night went on, Astrid slowly forgot the existence of Ren and instead became focused solely on singing. That was until she looked right down at the front of the crowd and saw Ren seemingly cheering her on like a fan. A bout of laughter almost escaped Astrid's mouth. She remembered seeing Ren being so prideful and arrogant at whatever event he attended, looking down on everyone. Now, that same Ren looked serious and panicked while listening to her sing. Money must be running low for him. Enjoying the sight of Ren's sullen and serious face, Astrid contemplated how to increase her delight. Whenever she attempted to speak with Ren in the past, she would be brushed off and ridiculed, so seeing Ren like this was almost a dream. Calling him out to everyone? Perfect. She, who had been laughed at by Ren, would now make Ren suffer the greatest humiliation by having everyone at the club laugh at him. Reaching her free hand over, Astrid placed her hand right in front of Ren. Seeing his surprised and happy face, a big grin spread over Astrid's face. The same person who ridiculed and ignored her was now ecstatic that she was paying attention to him. Ren grabbed Astrid's hand, so she pulled him up to the stage. Thinking this would be the perfect time to get her revenge on Ren by calling him out, Astrid grabbed Ren and pulled his head to her mouth. But Ren's calm and indifferent voice came out before Astrid could say anything. Astrid or student council president, you should leave now. Astrid froze. Her smile disappeared, and her delight turned into fright. Ren could even feel the trembling of her body right next to him. What the, where, how did he get my name? How did he know it was me? Astrid was so shell-shocked by Ren knowing her name that she completely ignored or forgot about the second part of his words. The guitarists on stage glanced at Astrid, who had frozen up and stopped singing, causing Astrid to regain her composure. Looking at the calm and indifferent expression on Ren's face, memories of how Ren looked down on her with a cocky face resurfaced. Surrounded by countless noble children and guards, Astrid finally gathered the courage to approach Ren and start a conversation. "Hello Ren, I'm Astrid, how are you D-dash? I know who you are. My family's personal hunting dogs." "Wait, no, it's not like that, we're bought dash. Now you're trying to deny it? A dog should know its place. Maybe I'll have to report to my father that our dogs aren't obedient anymore." The group of children surrounding Ren instantly broke into laughter while glaring at Astrid's flushed face. "No, please, I just wanted to dash. Talk? A peasant like you wanted to talk to me? Are you delusional?" Astrid's face crumpled as those words came out of Ren's mouth. Her father had explicitly told her to get Ren's good side as her family was currently under the Montclair, so she just had to sit there and take the verbal beating. As Ren continued to ridicule her in public, she could also hear the other children laughing at her and trash-talking her. They didn't even try to hide it, they simply hid behind Ren's back while loudly insulting her. "You know, she may look good, but I don't know about the brains department. How did she even get invited to this party? She just looks so out of place. Like a penguin in a desert." Shrinking back from the constant verbal backlash, Astrid bowed her head to Ren and walked away. "Yeah, walk away, peasant. A country bumpkin like her shouldn't even be here." For what? What did she even do to Ren? Was it a crime for her to try to make conversation? She had done nothing wrong. No, she didn't deserve this, it was all Ren's fault. But what could she do about? Astrid sat in the corner for the rest of the party, barely holding back tears, while the other children gathered around Ren, laughing at his every word. It was like she was back in that very same place right now. Was this bastard going to expose her hobby to the entire school? Was Ren going to make the entire school ridicule her again? It was ironic and quite humorous. Only a few moments ago, Astrid planned to expose Ren's identity to the entire nightclub, but now the tables were flipped. No. Not yet, he doesn't have the upper hand. If he dares to say anything, I'll ruin him with rumors. No one will defend him if he tries to deny it. People don't flock to him anymore, he's just a stray dog with no master. Quelling her chaotic thoughts, Astrid tried to start singing again, but anyone with a brain could tell she was offbeat for the rest of the song. Fortunately, people in nightclubs aren't using their brains. As Astrid continued to sing, she anxiously glanced at the audience to ensure that no one had noticed her mishap, and she was ecstatic to see that almost nobody was paying attention. It was weird, really. Only 5 minutes ago, she was the center of attention, but now everyone was almost completely ignoring her. The people weren't even dancing, in fact, they were struggling to stand up straight. The nightclub floor was littered with tons of shattered glass from the dropped drinks and cocktails. Don't they know they have to pay extra if they break the glasses? Dismissing the various odd things as people just being drunk, Astrid realized that she had more important things to pay attention to. Turning her head to the right mid-song, she expected to see Ren still standing there, but to her surprise, Ren was nowhere to be seen. As the song ended, Astrid ignored her guitarist's surprised expressions and rushed off the stage to try and find Ren. That bastard. He must already be sprinting back to the school to expose me. As Astrid sprinted off the stage and into the crowd, the anomalies within the nightclub grew clearer to her. The people sitting by the bar seemed to be asleep, the people previously dancing were collapsing to the floor one by one, and finally, she couldn't even sprint anymore. In fact, she couldn't even walk. What is happening? Leaning on a table for support, Astrid paused for a minute before she felt her thoughts slow and her legs slowly giving out. Snapping her back awake, the doors of the nightclub busted open, and 3 men with black masks strolled into the club. Astrid's eyes widened as she noticed that all 3 of them had horns. Jinns. Pushing her hands down, Astrid attempted to stand back up and cast a spell, however, it was completely useless as Astrid didn't have the strength even to lift her hand. One of the figures had a light fire lit above their hands, while the other 2 held broadswords. They glanced around before pausing at her barely standing figure. Looks like we got a fighter over here. She'll go for quite a bit underground. Get going, only take the valuable things, we only have 5 minutes. Astrid's legs finally gave out as she collapsed onto the booth couch while watching the masked figure steal everything valuable. Eventually, one of the masked figures, only a few feet from Astrid, turned around and said, "I'll take the girl as my compensation." "Why the hell do you get to decide? Who died and made you boss?" "He's right, the boss told us only to take jewelry and money." "Tisk, the boss won't care if we take a single girl with us. Leave it to me. Do what you want, but the blame's on you if the boss gets pissed." Alright. Sitting down on the booth couch, Astrid mustered up all her remaining strength to move her head just to see a horned figure with a broad sword walking up to her. Barely opening her mouth, Astrid managed to say something. "Don't you know I'm from Celestial Academy? You'll surely be caught if you even touch me." "Even better, I love a fierce one." As the horned figure placed his hand on Astrid's legs, Astrid struggled to remain conscious as she felt her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier. Mustering up the last of her awakened strength, Astrid remained conscious while the horned figure grabbed her leg and prepared to lift her up. Not having the strength even to open her mouth, Astrid could only internally scream in horror, wishing it was all a dream. Temporarily succumbing to the potion, Astrid closed her eyes for a moment, but when she reopened her eyes, she was somehow even more terrified. A body without a head stood in front of her. During the less than 1 second period she had her eyes closed, the djinn had lost its head. The completely motionless body free fell forward towards Astrid's unmoving body, but as the djinn's chest was about to touch Astrid's face, it suddenly stopped. The body of the djinn flew back and away from Astrid's body, and she heard a familiar voice. A voice that she had heard over and over in nightmares when she was young. "God damn it, why doesn't anyone ever listen to me? Ren? Wasn't he supposed to be off exposing her at the academy? Why was he here? Did he save her, or was it someone else?" Snapping Astrid out of her thoughts, she felt a cold sensation spread throughout her back as Ren carefully lifted her up with both his hands and placed her on the table. With her back propped up against the wall, Astrid could see the entire nightclub. Hundreds of people lay motionless on the floor, and in the distance, there were 2 more djinns watching Ren and her starstruck. "TSK, what the hell? Didn't you say everyone was going to be asleep, Rez? Looks like he might have immunity, it's just one person. Take him out, there can't be any witnesses." A fireball manifested above one of the djinns, while the other charged toward Ren and Astrid with his long sword already swinging. Although faintly, Astrid heard Ren mutter something. "Ah, shit." Grabbing a drink from the bar, Ren wasted no time and splashed the liquid in the cup on Astrid's stationary body. Astrid watched in confusion as the dark purple liquid from the cup flew at her. As the liquid drenched her face, Astrid instinctively raised her hand to wipe her face, and after feeling the sticky surface of her face, she realized. I can move again." Instead of attacking or defending the charging djinn, Ren sidestepped out of the way, and the djinn, having no time to reposition, charged right into the table Astrid was currently sitting on. Astrid screamed out, barely managing to avoid the charge by casting a magic shield. "You damn idiot. What the hell?" Ren's expression remained indifferent as he calmly responded. "We have bigger things to deal with right now." Being still cornered against the wall by charging djinn, Astrid had no choice but to agree. A wind current immediately appeared in Astrid's palm, pushing the djinn back a couple of feet. Astrid immediately started casting as tree roots began to break out of the nightclub floor and hurl toward the charging djinn's figure. The charging djinn, surrounded by the tree roots, raised his sword, which was now covered by an ominous dark red energy. Devilish mana. The sword easily cut through the tree roots, and the djinn resumed his attack, causing Astrid to cast another wind current spell to avoid being cornered. Looking around, Astrid spotted Ren in an intense battle with the magician djinn as 3 fireballs were barreling right at Ren's body. Instead of dodging, Ren took out 2 twisted daggers from his pocket and cut each of his hands, leaving a trail of blood. Astrid became even more bewildered as Ren's daggers became covered by an impenetrable black. The physical dagger couldn't even be seen anymore, only the rough shape of the dagger formed by the black aura was visible. Ren swung his daggers at the air before him, and 2 impenetrable black slashes, one from each dagger, flew straight at the fireballs. Only second semester first year should be able to perform elemental slashes. The ground shook as the 2 dark slashes intersected the fireballs, and smoke appeared at the junction point, completely dividing the nightclub into 2. The magician's sight of Ren, Astra, and the charging djinn was completely blocked. Taking advantage of this, Ren sprung forward toward the charging Jinn with his daggers still covered entirely by the night black color. Seeing the opportunity as well, Astrid immediately recast her earth spell as more tree roots broke through the already broken floor and slowly encircled the charging Jinn. Ignoring the plant roots, the charging Jinn instinctively parried Ren's daggers, pushing Ren back. However, that did not stop Ren, as he swung his daggers at the air once again, causing 2 more night black slashes to appear. As the 2 night black slashes flew toward the charging Jinn, the Jinn held his ground and yelled, "Here!" Instantly, 3 fireballs soared through the smoke and right at the night slashes. As the slashes and fireballs hit each other, the nightclub floor again shook, causing the roof's light fixtures to fall down and break. The room was pitch black, and no one could see anything except me. Anyone who cast a light spell would reveal their location and be susceptible to attacks immediately, so the others were forced to accept the pitch-black environment. After locating the charging Jinn, who was blindly swinging his sword to cut down the tree roots, I crept towards him, not leaving a single trail of my existence. Although these Jinns were at least D rank or higher, I was currently an assassin in my natural habitat. With my assassin abilities, I could completely erase my presence in the darkness, and with my dragon's eye, I could easily figure out everyone's location while they couldn't do anything. While walking, I noticed the Jinn magician occasionally throwing out fireballs and lighting up the area around him, making creeping up on him much harder. Astrid was back at the broken table, still creating and casting more tree roots to encircle the charging Jinn. Originally, I had planned to stall the 2 Jinns for 5 minutes, forcing them to retreat as everyone else woke, but now, it was completely different. I held a complete advantage. Taking the magician Jinn would be problematic due to his fireballs, but the charging one was an entirely different story. I could feel my art proficiency and dagger mastery increasing rapidly, so now was not the time to stop. Creeping up behind Astrid, I spoke right into her ear quietly while using my hands to cover her mouth. "Don't make a sound. It's Ren." Her entire body started trembling, but thankfully, she made no noise. "Use all your mana to create a tree cage around him, I'll take care of the rest." Releasing my hand from her mouth, I stepped back into the darkness before she could say anything and silently approached the charging Jinn. Astrid hadn't listened the first time, but hopefully, she learned her lesson and listened this time. With my enhanced eyesight, I could see that Astrid had ceased casting the tree roots and was preparing to cast the tree cage. However, the charging Jinn continued to swing his sword mindlessly. Having used most of my mana in the previous fights, the only ability I could use was dash, so I preemptively activated it and waited for the tree cage form. A faint green light appeared, lighting up the dark room, but before anyone could act, the green light disappeared. The charging Jinn, the magician Jinn, Astrid, and I were now trapped in a cage made of tree roots, preventing anyone from leaving. As soon as the green light appeared, the charging Jinn's swings slowed, and he wasn't paying attention, so I dashed forward with my dagger and plunged it right into his heart. There was no sound made. A clean and unnoticeable cut was made, with no blood being visible. Instead of discarding his body, I put his corpse in front of my body, using it as a shield, and immediately made my way toward the magician Jinn. Realizing that he was now trapped, the magician Jinn began to release fireballs every second. However, I could easily avoid them with my eyesight. On the other hand, Astrid was taking quite the beating as she had to jump and move around to avoid the fireballs, but the sound caused by her dodging gave away her location to the magic Jinn, leading him to release more fireballs. As I neared the magician Jinn, a fireball whizzed by me, illuminating the area I was in. However, for the magic Jinn, only his comrade's body, which I was holding up, was visible. In a quiet voice, the magic Jinn exclaimed, "Damien, is that you?" Without making a noise, I titled the dead Jinn's body down and continued to approach the magician Jinn. As I neared the magician Jinn, I took one hand off the body and grabbed a dagger out of my pocket, ready to attack. Now, only a few feet from the magician Jinn, I tensed my legs and prepared to lunge forward, but before I could, the magician Jinn spoke once again. Not in a quiet voice, but in a loud and ecstatic voice. "You know, Damien is a real idiot." He'd scream out me instead of nodding his head. "Try a bit harder in your next life, and you might trick me." A wall of flames appeared around me, blocking my escape, and 5 fireballs manifested above the Jinn's head and immediately came flying toward me. There was no escape, my dash was on cooldown. Putting down the Jinn's body, I made no attempts to hide my voice and spoke candidly, ignoring the fact that 5 fireballs were rocketing at me, and behind me, there was a large wall of fire. You're quite stupid yourself. Why would I play such a risky move without any backup plan? I hadn't used any mana after the 2 night slashes from earlier, while everyone else in the room had used tons of it. Astrid used the last bit of her mana to make the cage. The charging Jinn had put all his demonic mana into his sword, and the magician Jinn had just used all his mana with this attack. Like charging a phone, your battery and mana increase faster if you don't use it. Using all of my regenerated mana, I raised my head in the face of the fireballs and tapped my eye. My perception of time immediately slowed, and finding an escape route was quite easy with all the time in the world. Using a broken stool near me, I jumped into the air, avoiding the first 2 fireballs. Then, using both my hands, I grabbed a metal bar on the roof, so the next 2 fireballs went right below me. Releasing no sound, I let go of the metal bar and silently dropped to the floor. The last fireball went to my far right, so I didn't even have to dodge it. By now, light had re-emerged in the nightclub as the fireballs had set parts of the club ablaze. The fire on the wooden bar spread rapidly, illuminating Astrid's exhausted figure in one of the booths. M²epsilon. The magician Jinn was out of mana and trapped by the cage, so he could only watch in horror as I slowly approached him. Who do you work for? Since the book didn't mention this entire situation was a variable, so I had to get some information on it. However, the Jinn kept his mouth shut, not of his own volition. It was not uncommon for secret organizations to set spells to kill their members instantly if they revealed any information. There was no information to be gained here. After killing the Jinn, I was tempted to take all the valuables, but the officials would definitely try to find me as those valuables belonged to the citizens in the nightclub. After grabbing the cloak of the magician Jinn, I examined the exhausted Astrid. She was fine besides a few fire marks on her skin and some cuts from wood. Conversely, I was covered in wounds from both explosions. I had been right next to them both times, so there were multiple scars and scorch marks on my skin. Since this nightclub wasn't very popular, the authorities would take a while to get here, but I still wanted to leave as soon as possible to prevent myself from being seen by the citizens waking up from the potion. Staring at the unmoving Astrid, I decided to take her back. If she was found here in this attire, it would be revealed that she had been singing in the nightclub, and rumors would spread, which would be another variable. Hey, get up. Surprisingly, she had a lot of energy for someone who could barely even move. You think I don't want to idiot? No, you're right, I just want to lie here in a burning building for the rest of the night. Alright, if that's what you want. With that, I turned around and headed to the exit. Wait, do you know what sarcasm is? That's the second time I've been asked that now. Could you elaborate? It's when I was being sarcastic, you idiot. Seeing that the citizens in the nightclub were slowly waking up, I stopped joking around and returned to Astrid before turning around. What, you gonna get on or not? Alright. As Astrid climbed onto my back, I felt the cold sensation of Astrid's hands on my bare shoulders, making me realize that my clothes were completely torn. Those were my good clothes. We just almost died, and you're worrying about your damn clothes? I'll send you the bill for them later. Consider it your payment for me saving you. You're not being sarcastic, are you? After a few moments, I asked. So, where do you want to go? I had no intention of returning to the academy in this state. At that point, I would basically be encouraging the spread of more rumors about me. It was also possible that Astrid and I would be connected to the nightclub incident if we showed up in this state. We can't go to the academy, can we? MHM, I have a place, so where are you headed? I can't go anywhere dressed like this. To say her attire was flashy was an understatement. If anyone caught her looking like this, the entire school would be spreading rumors, and the academy board might even take action. And that would be another variable. I have to take her, don't I? If you want to come with me, just say so. It's not that, it's just I don't have anywhere else. It was true, she couldn't even walk, so she was basically stranded. Is that a yes or a no? What do you want me to say? Yes, you bastard. Such was the life of a third-rate villain, being scolded and insulted after saving someone. With a sigh, I pulled out my smartwatch. It had quite the dandy feature. You could actually see the real-time location of anyone on your contact list. After checking the location and realizing that it wasn't too far away, I draped the Jinn magician's jacket on Astrid to conceal her appearance. To any normal passerby, we would look like two homeless teenagers as both our clothes were torn and our faces were riddled with bruises. After another minute of walking, I heard Astrid grumbling from my back. How long till we get there? You know that's supposed to be my line. After that, Astrid surprisingly stayed silent, seemingly contemplating something. Not wanting to ruin the short silence, I recalled the previous events, and countless questions immediately popped into my head. Did this incident originally happen in the story? If so, then who saved Astrid initially? No. An event involving a named character like Astrid would definitely be in the book, so this happened because of either my or Lily's intervention. I didn't do anything recently, so it has to have been Lily's fault. Snapping me out of my thoughts, Astrid seemed to be finished contemplating as she put on a serious tone and asked. Why did you save me? You're just now realizing I saved you? For a future student council president, you're not that bright. Bastard, you know what I mean. In the past, you. Seeing as Astrid had just watched me kill 3 djinns and save her, there was no way she would suspect that I was a djinn, so there was no reason for me to pretend to be Ren. Even if I wanted to pretend to be Ren, I had no idea how I was to Astrid in the past, so it would be futile anyway. If I had to guess, though, Ren was probably an asshole to her. I mean, that was kinda Ren's thing. People change, you know. Forget about the past. Guess being disowned did a number on your arrogant attitude, huh? Shaking my back, I attempted to make Astrid fall off my back, before saying. Be careful with what you say. See, if I said that in the past, you would just curse me out and drop me. Earlier, you could have just pretended to be asleep and let me be kidnapped. Just what? How am I supposed to tell her that I'm not the pastron anymore? Also, curse her out, really? Why the hell does Ren have to piss off every important character in the book? I can't just tell her that I saved her because I want the world to have a good ending, can I? Taking my silence as a sign that I didn't want to talk about it, Astrid asked. So, where are we even going? A broad grin appeared on my face as I glanced at my smartwatch and said. To a friend of mine. Why you have a friend? Letting go of Astrid's legs, she slumped down on the floor, barely still clinging to my back. Can't you take a joke? A joke is supposed to be funny. Leaning down, Astrid climbed onto my back once again, and we continued on our way. After another 10 minutes of walking in silence, I glanced at the directions on the smartwatch before announcing. We're here. In front of us stood a seemingly abandoned building. Its windows were boarded off with wood, and the building was partially covered by ivy and various plants. It was completely surrounded by trees and isolated from the bustling capital city. You know, if you were lying about the friend thing earlier, I get it. Shut it. Are we really going in there? It's either that or sleeping in the forest. I'll take my odds in the forest. Ignoring Astrid's grumbling and complaining, I walked to the doors of the buildings and swung them open. Contrary to its outward appearance, the inside of the building was quite nice. There were various couches and even a TV set up. The huge building was mostly empty, and there were no decorations set up. Tilting my head upwards to face Astrid, I smiled before saying. See, never judge a book by its code dash. Shut it. Using my eyes, I peered into the distance and saw a confused head pop out from one of the couches. Boss, what are you doing here? Raven, whose hair was surprisingly neat for someone who just woke up, approached me with his eyes still half closed. Do I need a reason to visit headquarters? We agreed, it's also my home. Would you like someone barging into yo dash? Irrelevant. Since you're here, about the ma dash. Before Raven could continue, I stopped him and pointed to Astrid, who peered over my head with a confused expression. Upon seeing Astrid's appearance on my back, Raven stepped back in shock before staring right into my eyes. Although he said nothing, I spent enough time with him to know what the glare meant. I'm not going to say anything, but God is watching. Is it variable if I turned Raven, a mischievous and devilish scoundrel, into a devout believer of God? Above me, I could hear Astrid muttering. Impossible, he's real. Walking over to a couch, I let down Astrid and prepared to discuss some business matters with Raven, but before I could, Astrid piped up and asked Raven. Hey, what did he do to you? Raven sniffled before covering his eyes with his arms and saying. Itw was terrible. I didn't know what to be more surprised at. The fact that Astrid, who was previously completely drained of energy, was now eager to question Raven, or that Raven, the original leader of the black market, was at the brink of crying in front of me. After sitting down on the couch opposite Astrid, I grabbed a few bandages and covered up my wounds while listening to their conversation. Het tricked me and forced me to be Enough. At this point, I knew Raven well enough to know he was acting. This bastard was trying to gather sympathy from Astrid. His whole life was built off tricking and deceiving people, yet here he was crying because I tricked him. At my words, Raven pretended to tremble and step back in fear. He is a good actor, I'll give him that. Astrid, being a pure-hearted character, responded. Ren, just what have you done to this poor kid? You really are a terrible person. I can't believe you'd involve this little kid in your dirty schemes. Pfft. At words poor kid, I couldn't hold in my laughter anymore, and it all came out. Similarly, with the words terrible person, Raven also broke into laughter. Astrid stared at the two of us with a confused expression while Raven fell onto the floor and began laughing uncontrollably, and I rolled onto the couch while laughing. PFFFTIINEW water. SARN is a T terrible person A again P please. I can't. As our laughter finally ended, Astrid's confused expression turned to anger as she glared at Raven and I. After that, the three of us settled into an awkward silence, one by one falling asleep. By the time I woke up, Raven was already up working on copying down the magic circles, and Astrid was nowhere to be seen. Seeing my confused expression, Raven continued staring at his paper while saying, "Ah, the girl left." Getting up from the couch, I noticed most of the wounds were better due to the advanced healing capabilities of an awakened, so I stretched for a bit. Finally, lifting his head from the paper, Raven exited his desk and asked while staring at me. "So, what happened last night?" "What exactly do you mean?" "A boy and girl coming back with ripped clothes." "Did you guys?" Sometimes, I forget that Raven is a naive kid who is the same age as me. Without bothering to answer Raven's question, I walked over to the desk and knocked on it. "It's learning time." After sitting down with a sign, Raven continued working until he suddenly spoke. "Oh boss, the girl, I sold her a scroll, she seemed to really need it." "How much did you sell it for?" 7 gold coins. Triple the price of what we sell it for in the market." Nodding my head, I gave Raven a quick thumbs up before continuing to teach him. Our company had just scammed someone for the first time and definitely not the last. The rest of the weekend, I spent either training night slashes in the forest or carefully teaching Raven how to draw the healing magic circle. Upon returning to the academy on Monday morning, I saw that all the student council posters had disappeared, signifying that Astrid had won the position. After entering class and sitting down, I didn't even bother to glance at the board because I knew exactly what was on it. Practical training. As I zoned out, I felt a tap on my shoulder, so I asked without turning around to see the identity. "What the matter, Jean? Where were you on Friday? Didn't you say that all of us were getting food?" "Ah, he's probably angry, I dragged him away from the club." Thankfully, I had just the excuse to satisfy him. "You won't believe it, I met the perfect girl on the way out." Only after saying those words did I realize how loud I actually was. Thankfully, only Alia sat nearby me, and she wouldn't care. Glancing downwards to confirm Alia's reaction, I almost fell out of my chair when I saw Lily sitting right beside Alia. Jean patted me on the back and said, "Jealousy is not the way to get her back, man." Han, putting his hand on my other shoulder, continued. "Jean is right for once." Covering my head with the desk, I ignored Jean and Han's consoling words and patiently waited for class to start. Finally, the bell rang, and the teacher walked to the podium. "As you can see from the board, tomorrow is our first practical training session. This will be done in our groups from the homework presentations, so group up. All of today's class will be dedicated to preparing for the training with your groups." Slamming my head into the desk, I contemplated just dropping out of school. Spending 2 whole days with Irene, the most annoying person in the world, and Alia, the most stuck-up person in the world, would be worse than hell. On the other hand, Han and Jean were confused as those 2 idiots had skipped that class. "Hey, Ren, the teacher has gone senile, what is he talking about?" As I lifted my head from my desk, I noticed that most groups, including Irene and Alia, were already together. Ignoring the 2 idiots to my side, I begrudgingly got up and walked towards them, internally accepting my fate. Upon seeing Irene and Alia chatting happily, I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Unlike last time, those two were getting along, making the group dynamic better, but that was at my expense. Ignoring the disgusted expressions on their face as I sat down, I glanced back at Jean and Han, who were forced to be in a two-person group. I mean, they'll fail the practical 100%, but at least they'll have fun. With the grading being entirely group-based, I could relax and let the two main characters do all the work. That didn't mean I had my guard down, though, as with Lily in the field, anything could happen. Seeing everyone gathered into their groups, the professor continued. The practical training will take place in an artificial dungeon created by the school. You will be led to a cave. From there, you will all choose a path to take. Your ranking will be based on how many points you receive. In the dungeon, there are various monsters you can kill for points, and also a boss monster that will give a huge amount of points if killed. Are there any questions? With a smirk, Kevin raised his hand and asked. Teacher, if we're all in the same dungeon together, hypothetically, what would happen if we met each other? The teacher seemed prepared for this question, almost like he was waiting for someone to ask it, as he chuckled. You may cooperate or not, but keep in mind there are only a limited amount of monsters in each dungeon. A smirk appeared on the professor's face as he continued. For the boss monster, the group of the member that gets the last hit will receive all the points from the boss monster. What, not who deals the most damage? Can't you just get the last hit by watching someone else do all the work and come in at the end? Ignoring the student's remarks, the professor started packing up his things. If that's all, you are free to leave. The rest of the day is to be spent developing strategies and learning how to cooperate with your group. Until the school day officially ends at 3, you must be with your group members at all times, or you will face a point deduction for the practical. Ah, there it is. At those words, Alya and Irene slowly tilted their heads toward me, but I didn't dare look back as I nonchalantly glanced at Jean and Han, who seemed ecstatic at the news of there being no class. Without asking me or saying anything, Irene and Alya got up and headed out of the classroom, forcing me to follow behind them like a lost dog. After getting up from my seat, I noticed that a horde of students blocked the classroom exit, so I used my eyes to see through the holes in the crowd. The student council president, Astrid, was waiting right outside the classroom. Ah, she just won the election and must have come to recruit Lily, Alya, and Liam to the council. As Alya, Irene, and I exited the classroom, I saw Astrid walking towards us to ask Alya to join the council, so I immediately distanced myself. However, Irene didn't seem to take the hint, as she stood right by Alya, who was waiting for the president to approach them. After concluding her conversation with Alya, Astrid threw a quick glance at me, which I pretended not to notice, and moved into the classroom to find Liam and Lily. As Irene and Alya walked away, I contemplated whether I really needed to follow them. Even with the point deduction, our group would definitely place in the top 3, so was there really a need for me to put myself through the hell of dealing with them? Yeah, probably not. Deciding against following them, I pulled out my smartwatch and leaned against the wall while waiting for Han and Jean to leave the classroom. Feeling a subtle tap on my shoulder, I looked up from my smartwatch and saw Astrid standing before me. Looking around, I confirmed that Lily wasn't around, as she would most definitely be suspicious of Ren if he randomly started talking to the student council president. Something you need? Getting straight to the point, Astrid demanded. Join the student council, Ren. I think you'd have to be crazy to think I would join the student council. The student council manages the entire study body of around 1,000 students. Saying that the student council was a lot of work would be an understatement. Liam would have to stay up all night at least once a week to keep up with the paperwork as a council member. Of course, almost every student still desired the job because being on the student council allows one to build connections with graduated council members, who are all very influential and important people. Interrupting my thoughts, Astrid once again demanded. You don't have a choice. You still haven't told me why. Must I, a noble, explain my intentions to a mere commoner? *PFFT*, are you imitating me? Are you going to join or not? So now, it's an option and not a demand I think I'll have to decline. If anyone else heard me decline the student council position, they'd probably go crazy, but personally, I was definitely not going to spend my Saturday nights doing paperwork in the student council room. A smile flashed on Astrid's face at my answer as she took out a paper from her pocket. You know, as student council president, I have access to all logs of people leaving and entering the academy. Recently, the multi-purpose club has been having a lot of unauthorized field trips. Is the renowned student council president threatening me? Just saying, it would be a shame if the club was exposed as a fraud. Pulling back out my smartwatch, I ignored her piercing gaze and said, "Do as you please." Astrid was a pure soul, so I knew she wouldn't expose the club and get me in trouble after I risked my life to save her earlier. She was clearly bluffing. The sound of stomps echoed throughout the empty hall as Astrid walked away. Why did she even want a bum like me on the student council? Also, what the hell is taking Jean and Han so long in the classroom? Hearing the echoes of more footsteps approaching, I looked up from my smartwatch once again and saw a pissed-off Irene standing in front of me. God damn it, do they multiply? Thinking that she was mad about me not following them, I put down my smartwatch and said, "Alright, I'll follow White Dash." Why the hell was the student council president talking to you? Only last week did she stop pestering me about the theory I came up with in the presentation, but now it was going to start all over again. Shuddering at the thought of hearing her annoying voice every day, I came up with a lie on the spot. I asked to join the student council. Really? You thought that would work? Are you actually slow? Never mind, I already know you are. Shrugging my shoulders, I ignored her clear insult and responded, "Worth a shot." Satisfied by my answer, Irene turned around and left while angrily grumbling something. She must have been angered by Alya being invited and not her. In any other year, Irene would have easily made the student council as she excelled in both magic and studies. However, this year was just too stacked with talents like Lily, Liam, Kevin, and Alya. After what seemed like ages, Han and Jean finally emerged from the classroom with the excuse that the professor had been scolding them. The next day, instead of putting on the academy uniform, I donned on the training suit that we had been given previously. After trying it on, I realized how much easier it was to fight in, as it basically felt as if you were naked, as you could move around unrestricted by the fabric of clothes. Next, I headed out of the dorm building and toward the coordinates that were sent to my email. Upon arriving, I noticed that most of our class was already there and finalizing strategies with their group. Spotting Irene and Alya, I found a place to sit not too far away from them but not too close to them. As soon as the final students arrived, the professor grabbed everyone's attention by clapping and announcing, "Alright, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Remember, this is technically an exam, so any cheating will result in expulsion. Your scores here will also affect your rankings, so make sure to try your hardest. I will call your group numbers one by one. When your number is called, head into the cave behind us and choose a path. Best of luck to everyone. Group 4, you're up first." Sighing, I reconvened with Alya and Irene before heading to the cave. Without any discussion, Alya headed to the first tunnel with the uttermost confidence. Some things never change. After we were a decent bit into the cave, Alya suddenly turned around to face Irene and I before saying, "According to the point manual given to us by the teacher, it will be most efficient for us to hunt wolf beasts. They are quite easy to beat as a group and give quite a decent amount of points." The words "as a group" were emphasized by Alya, as wolf beasts may be weaker than other monsters, but their quick speed easily allows them to escape in dangerous situations. So, the most efficient way to hunt them is with many people, as you can block their way out. Turning back around, Alya quickly said, "My spirit tells me there is one nearby." At Alya's words, a faint growling sound could be heard by some nearby rocks. Wasting no time, Alya and Irene seemed to be in sync as they charged in opposite directions to block off the wolf's path of escape. Trailing slightly behind them, I ran forward at the wolf with my daggers out. 3 fireballs immediately flew at the wolf, however, the wolf used its tail to redirect them at the rock wall. Not missing the opportunity, countless ice spears appeared to the right and left of Alya, and they immediately barreled right at the wolf. With its only option being to dodge, the wolf charged forward right at me, so I grabbed my daggers and preemptively activated Dash. As soon as the wolf was within a 10-meter distance of me, I moved forward using Dash, instantly putting me right below the wolf's huge body. With both daggers, I slashed forward at the wolf's right leg, causing the wolf to lose balance and tilt toward the right. 3 more fireballs and 5 ice spears immediately rushed forward, penetrating the wolf's body and creating a huge amount of smoke as the fireballs melted the ice spears. Just like that, the wolf collapsed to the floor, lifeless, signifying our first point gain. Of course, that was assuming that we hadn't received a point deduction for not sticking together yesterday. Alya and Irene immediately moved forward without even glancing at the wolf's body, so I had to scramble to catch up. After disposing of another wolf, we continued to walk forward, but after a moment, I paused. With my enhanced eyesight, I could see a singular person sitting on a rock in the distance. Before I could say anything, Alia also paused and said, "My spirit tells me there is a human there." Curiously, Irene asked, "Who?" Alia simply shook her head, causing Irene to be even more curious, so she rushed forward at max speed. "Irene, is that you?" "Oh, Alia is here too?" "Lily, is that you?" "Ah, yes, I was just resting here for a second." OH-. Interrupting Irene, Alia was clearly more cautious of Lily's alternative motives as she carefully asked, "Where's the rest of your group?" The professor had not denied it when asked, so fighting among groups was technically allowed. With Lily being part of the strongest group, Alia was definitely on edge facing Lily here, despite their close relationship. Kevin went off to fight alone, and Liam did the same. Standing farther from the three girls, I leaned against the cave wall and pretended to inspect my daggers while listening to their conversation. "And what are you planning to do?" "Well, what is there to plan? I'll just kill any monster I come across." While Alia coughed at Lily's words, Irene let out a snicker and said, "If only our leader was that simple." Seizing the opportunity to gather more information about their greatest opponent, Alia continued questioning Irene. "Any plans for the boss mob? How would this competition be if I told you our entire plan? I mean, the boss does give the greatest number of points." Seeing that any more questioning would be a waste of time, Alia turned to Irene and said, "All right, let's go back to hunting." Turning to face me, Irene said, "You really want to get back to him? Come on, we have time to spare, we're probably already ahead." Although my gaze was still on my daggers, I could still feel someone staring at me, but I couldn't tell if it was Alia or Lily. Seeing the opportunity for further conversation, Lily asked, "So Alia, you got invited to the student council as well?" I plan to accept the invitation." "Same for me." "How about you, Irene, thoughts on joining the student council?" Clearly pissed off by the words student council, Irene exclaimed, "Tisk, why would I want to waste my time doing a bunch of paperwork?" Lily, ignoring Irene's disgust at the student council, pressed on with the topic. "So, if you were given the chance, would you join?" Irene clearly wanted to lie and say that she would say no, but she was smart and realized that no one in the world would deny joining the student council. Of course, I wasn't technically in the world, as I originated from another world. I guess I would accept if I was invited. Lily, seeing the bad-tempered Irene admitting defeat, responded, "You know, I'm pretty sure the president mentioned there was one open spot. Don't get your hopes up, but I can recommend you." Irene's terrible attitude immediately brightened as she exclaimed, "Can you?" Realizing that both Alia and Lily staring at her, Irene let out a cough and repeated, "If you would recommend me, I would be grateful." Though there was a lot of useless stuff mixed into the conversation, I could immediately grasp Lily's intent throughout the entire exchange to get Irene to join the student council. She wasn't planning to just recommend Irene, she would ensure that Irene got that empty position. However, could I let that happen? One of the main incidents that led to Irene's blow-up and transformation into an antagonist was not being part of the student council, as most of the main cast, except her, was on it, so she felt excluded. From the student council field trips to events to even the countless hours they spent together doing paperwork, Irene had to watch as all her friends bonded together while she was forced to watch from the sidelines. I mean, surely, Irene not becoming an antagonist would be a good thing, right? That's probably what Lily thought. On the other hand, I believe that the world maintains an equilibrium, so if Irene disappears as the antagonist, another one of a similar level or higher level must replace her. It was far too risky. I would rather go against Irene, as I know all of her abilities and weaknesses, than some new antagonist that I know nothing about. I might have to call in a favor. Seeing that the conversation was over, Alia walked back to me to prevent Lily from striking up another conversation with Irene. Albeit, reluctantly, Irene followed Alia while Lily got up from her rock and walked into the rightmost pathway. In silence, our group headed towards the leftmost pathway and continued to descend deeper into the cave. Honestly, the pathway we took in this cave didn't matter, as all the pathways pooled into the dungeon's center, where the boss mob was waiting. Since this dungeon was a Aeon dungeon, a reminder of the past, the boss mob was the mythical minotaur from Greek legends, and the wolves that we were currently farming were the divine messages of the Greek god Apollo. As we neared the boss room, we were confronted by 2 wolves instead of 1. Since this wolf was closer to the boss mob, they were also much stronger than the previous ones we faced. This time, Alya seemed to take the situation seriously, as she had immediately commanded. Irene, stall the one on the right. Dan and I will take care of the left one. Dan? Who the hell is Dan? Letting out an audible sigh, I followed Alya's charge to the left. Stopping a few feet before the wolf, Alya finally pulled out her sword and merged it with one of her contracted spirits, causing her sword to be immediately surrounded by light blue ice. Rather than using a long or broadsword, Alya used a rapier, which compensated for its lower attack power by being much less heavy, therefore increasing the speed of your swings. Thrusting her ice blue rapier forward, Alya aimed right for the wolf's leg. However, the wolf jumped to the right, dodging the blow. However, Alya seemed to predict this as immediately after, she speedily thrust her rapier straight up, impaling the wolf's bottom while it was mid-jump. Due to Alya's blow, the wolf landed unstable, giving me an opening. I ran forward with my daggers ready. Kicking its front right leg forward, the wolf attempted to hit me, however, I had already activated the dash, so I immediately appeared 10 meters to the left. My target was not its front right leg but its front left leg. Seeing that the right wolf was wounded, Alya left me alone and ran towards Irene, who was struggling to fend off the other wolf with her fireballs. Seeing that there was no longer a need for a show, I quietly cut my right hand, and my dagger immediately became surrounded by a night black aura, making the physical dagger no longer visible as the black covered it fully. In reality, these wolves were probably the best matchup for me, as their greatest strength was their ability to dodge. With my eyes, I could predict their dodges, neutralizing their strength. Throwing a night slash would cause too much of a commotion, so with my daggers covered in the impenetrable black, I slashed at the wolf's legs. Instead of stopping there like last time, I jumped off the wolf's ankle, launching me upwards with my daggers' tips facing upwards. Both my daggers sunk into the bottom of the wolf's tummy, and I hung midair while still holding onto my daggers. After a second, I carefully removed my daggers from its body, causing me to fall to the ground. Glancing at the 2 spots where I had inflicted damage on the wolf, the night black aura covering my daggers slowly spread from those wounds up to the wolf's face like a plague. The wolf's left leg was covered in impenetrable black, which rapidly spread upward to the wolf's back. The wolf's tummy was not much better, as it was now completely covered in the impenetrable black. This was the second movement of Shadow Arts, Corruption of the Night. As Irene and Alya's fight with their wolf came to a close, my wolf collapsed to the ground, lifeless, and the night black aura left the wolf's body and returned to my daggers. From an outsider's perspective, they would be astonished as it would seem the wolf died simply from an injury on its ankle and tummy. For that sake, I plunged my dagger into the wolf's body a couple more times to make it seem like I struggled to kill the wolf. After mastering the first elemental slash, I first tested Corruption of the Night on a tree in the forest near our headquarters. After holding my dagger in the tree for 5 seconds and taking it out, I saw 2 small holes in a tree made of daggers. These holes immediately filled with the night black aura, which slowly spread upwards until it consumed the entire tree. After the tree's death, the night black aura returned to my daggers, making the image of the tree visible again. The tree's leaves, previously of fresh green, were withered black, and the trunk had lost all its bark. It looked like a tree straight from the underworld. From this, I deduced that Corruption of the Night steals the life force of its opponent by slowly cutting off his vitals until it withers. The more of the night black aura you inject into your daggers, the faster the corruption spreads from the wound caused by your daggers. Of course, this takes a lot of mana. However, the special thing about Corruption of the Night is that you gain the night black aura back after the corruption has killed the creature. You actually don't just gain it back, the night black aura increases in correlation to the life force of the creature it killed. It doesn't just kill the creature by cutting off its vitals, it directly steals the life force of the creature and uses that life force to make itself more powerful. In short, the cap of this movement's power is infinite. There is no cap to its power. Of course, if you fail to kill a creature with the corruption, your progress is reset, but if you never fail to, then this movement is overpowered, to say the least. Well, for the first part, it's never happened to me, and I don't plan to let it happen, so I don't know if the only punishment is solely your progress being rest and not something worse. If the skill is really overpowered, then the punishment for failing with the skill must be insanely terrible to maintain that equilibrium. For that reason, I must be careful and cautious when using Corruption of the Night, so I can't afford to just spam it on whatever I like. Having finished early, I observed Alia dealing the final blow to her and Irene's wolf. Her rapier, still surrounded by the blue ice, slowly killed the wolf. Like my corruption, the ice from Alia's rapier remained on the wolf after the sword was removed, causing the wolf to slowly lose energy and slow down due to the ice's influence. As Alia's ice slowly covered the wolf, Irene threw a fireball right at the wolf's ice-covered back, causing an elemental explosion of ice and fire. The wolf, now completely dry as Irene's fire had melted all the ice, fell lifelessly to the ground, causing a loud thud sound to echo throughout the cave. Pretending to be exhausted, I limped over to Alia and Irene, who simply glanced once at my wolf's body before moving on into the cave. Using my enhanced eyesight, I realized that those wolves were the last opponents we faced before reaching the boss mob. Now, it was only a couple of 100 feet separating us and the Minotaur. As we neared the dungeon's center, our path split off into two once again. Using my eyes, I saw that the right path led immediately to the boss room while the left path went in a loop for a bit and then reached the boss room. Having no intention to interfere, I simply stood back and let the other two decide. Alia, which path do we take? My spirits can't see where the paths end up, so I'm not sure. For a short second, Alia threw a glance at me, but I just shrugged my shoulders, leading her to turn back to Irene. Well, I guess we have to pick one randomly. Oh. I'm feeling lucky. After saying that, Irene immediately ran towards the right cave, forcing Alia and I to follow after her. Preparing for the upcoming fight with the boss, I grabbed my two daggers and trailed behind the two girls. After a minute of walking, Alia stopped and asked, "Why are there no more monsters?" I knew I was lucky. The boss room must be just ahead of us then. She wasn't wrong, the lack of monster spawning was due to the boss's influence, and Alia seemed to agree with Irene as she nodded happily. Spacing out, I continued walking forward while playing with my daggers by tossing them up and down and catching them on the tip. After the tip landed on my finger, a small hole in my skin would be made, and some blood would ooze out. I learned that instead of making one deep wound on your hands to gather mana faster, you could create multiple small wounds, and it would have the same effect. After some tiny bubbles of blood began to pop out of the small wounds on my hand, I put my daggers back in my jacket and caught up to the girls. Finally, looking upwards, I saw that both Irene and Alia had stopped in front of a wall. Wait, a wall? After closing and opening my eyes for a second, I realized that there was, in fact, a wall blocking our path to the boss room. Not only 5 minutes ago, the path led straight to the boss room. The wall just appeared? TSK, guess I really was unlucky. Alright, we've wasted enough time, others could already be fighting the boss. Let's head back. Ignoring the two turning around, I walked past them and put my hand on the wall. After tracing my hand on the wall for a minute and feeling the cold surface, I confirmed that it was actually a cave wall and not something made out of mana. My eyes far exceeded human capabilities, but they still had limitations. One thing I couldn't do with my extraordinary eyes was see through walls. Maybe Liam and Kevin starting the boss fight caused all the paths to the boss room to close down? It was abnormal that in the book, Liam and Kevin fought the boss alone for the majority of the battle, despite the abundance of people within the dungeon. Turning back around, I suddenly realized. Those idiots left me. Alia and Irene were nowhere to be seen, even with my enhanced eyesight. That meant they had already entered the second path, so the cave walls were blocking my vision of them. Didn't they really realize I wasn't with them? Was my presence that unnoticeable? Well, there really was no reason for me to stick with them anymore, as we had already killed a considerable number of monsters. Left with the unexplainable wall in front of me, I decided to experiment out of curiosity. Well, I also had already wounded my hands, so it would be a waste for me not to use my mana. Using Corruption of the Night was far too dangerous, as if the corruption wasn't able to erode the wall, things would probably get messy. Analyzing the entire wall with my eyes, I quickly found the 3 most unstable spots. Injecting some mana into the daggers, only the tip of my daggers glimmered night black while the rest remained normal. In quick succession, I swung my dagger 3 times, releasing 3 elemental slashes that all went in different directions. Having perfectly timed the slashes with my eyes, all the 3 of them hit the weakest point of the wall at the same time. Surprisingly, the wall didn't even budge or show any signs of cracking, despite its greatest weaknesses being attacked. Reanalyzing the wall, I noticed something peculiar. The 3 most unstable positions of the wall have shifted. In fact, every time I reanalyzed the wall, the 3 weakest spots shifted, making it impossible for me to pinpoint and hit them. Maybe, if I used my time-slowing ability, I could hit the 3 weakest points with my slashes before they shifted, but then, I would be completely out of mana and unable to fight the boss monster that was behind the wall. Sighing, I accepted my fate and slumped down on the mystery wall, waiting for the practical training to be over. I had plans after, so this would be the perfect time to rest. As I started to close my eyes, the sound of footsteps started echoing through the path, heading nearer to me. Irene and Alia, probably. Not bothering to look up, I relaxed my body even more, resting my head on a nearby rock. Only after the footsteps got a bit closer did I realize that there was only one set of footsteps, not two. Confused, I turned around, with my head still on the rock, and peered through the darkness of the cave. Lo and behold, there was Lily walking right towards me and the mystery wall. The odds of her heading on this accident, especially after taking a completely different route, were close to zero. So, there was only one other way she could have come to find this path. She was spying on our group. Well, not our group, specifically me. If she had wanted the entire group, she would have come earlier, but instead, she came right when I was isolated. It wasn't very shocking to me that she was spying on me after the Alia incident. She must have been suspicious of the changes I made to Alia's kidnapping, so she probably started investigating. Due to me not originally being in the academy this time, I was a variable in her eyes and, therefore, a prime suspect for the changes in Alia's kidnapping. Keeping calm, I turned around and pretended not to notice her while I scraped my daggers against the wall. If I was just sitting here doing nothing, her suspicions would only increase, so I pretended that I was trying to break down the wall. Of course, anyone with a brain wouldn't do this, as cave walls can't break, but I was a third-rate villain. My actions could be the stupidest in the world, and no one would even think to question them. Finally, I felt a gaze stop on my back as I continued to scrape away at the wall with my daggers. As I turned around, I pretended to stagger back in shock as I saw Lily standing only a few feet away from me. Instead of suppressing the previous Ren's emotions, I let them run wild as a blush appeared on my cheeks. Long time no see, Lily. If I could feel Ren's previous emotions, there was a high chance that Lily could feel them as well, so she would 100% be disgusted just by talking to me. All I had to do was stall until the disgust reached Lily's limit, and she left. Proving my theory right, Lily's face scrunched up in disgust for a moment before returning to neutral. What are you doing? Letting Ren's emotions free even more, I got up and felt my body subconsciously moving towards Lily. I was kicked from the group, so I stayed here. Wait, you were kicked too, we can team up. Though Lily turned her head away, I could still see the disgust swelling up inside her. Her fists were clenched, and her shoulder was shaking with anger. This is a competition, we can't team up. Walking even closer to Lily, I continued. Oh, come on, who cares about the rules? Let's just go. Stepping back in revulsion, Lily clenched her teeth while responding. I don't want to. Just go already, I was wrong. You're the same disgusting, old Ren. Paying no mind to Lily's attempts to distance herself, I said. Come on, rules are meant to be broken. Let's just have a nice time during the remaining duration of the practical. Just leave now. The professor didn't prohibit attacking other teams, so I will attack you otherwise. If that's what you want. I'll leave. I couldn't even hold back the sad expression on my face from forming as Ren's feelings ran wild. As I walked away from Lily and the mysterious wall in an awkward silence, the sound of footsteps once again echoed throughout the cave. Both Irene and Alia had returned here for some reason. Paying them no heed, I walked past them with a sullen expression, heading back to the area where the two wolves were. Crash. Only after I heard the sound of something collapsing did I turn around. The mysterious wall was no longer there as it had shattered into pieces. And behind the remains of the mysterious wall was a very pissed-off Minotaur alongside two exhausted figures. Kevin and Liam. Oh, I could have just broken the wall by hitting every spot on it, couldn't I? As I scrutinized the Minotaur, I could easily deduce that it only had a few minutes left as there were cuts and wounds all over its body, and heaps of blood oozed out. The thing about Minotaurs, though, is that they do not go out without a fight. Once reaching the end of its life, the Minotaur will temporarily enter a berserker mode, where it loses all sense of reason and gains a lot of strength. In this state, the Minotaur just tries to kill anything in sight without any regard for its own life or safety. All the book had said about this practical training was that Liam and Kelvin had played a significant role in killing the Minotaur, so I didn't really care about this current situation. Although, how much night aura would I gain from corrupting it and stealing its lifespan? Alya, Irene, and Lily immediately sprung into action, attacking the Minotaur with various spells while Liam and Kevin continued to swing at it. So far, I had only absorbed the lifespan of those two wolves from earlier, so stealing the Minotaur's lifespan was too tempting for me. Following their lead, I grabbed my daggers, activated the dash's grace period, and ran toward the Minotaur. All I would need is one hit. As the Minotaur swung his gigantic battle axe, Kevin and Liam were forced to step back to avoid its attack, and the axe also deflected the spells cast by Alya, Irene, and Lily. Now left with an opening, the Minotaur charged toward the defenseless spellcasters. However, Alya already had her ice blue sword prepared. Facing the full brunt of the axe strike with her sword, Alya immediately flew back into the cave wall, and the ice on her sword shattered. Alya had placed her full trust in us by sacrificing her body to give us an opening and hopefully kill him. She had begun to trust humans. Taking full advantage of the opening, 3 fireballs appeared above Irene's head, and a rainstorm, cast by Lily, appeared right above the Minotaur, blocking the cave roof. It wasn't just normal rain, though. The rain was green and hurt. Acid rain. Even as the Minotaur moved, the green cloud followed it wherever it went, releasing a relentless barrage of green raindrops. Slowed by the constant bombardment of acid rain and cornered by the fireballs barreling towards it, the Minotaur had no place to move, despite being in the large cave. The wounded Liam and Kevin sprung towards the defenseless Minotaur, with me trailing behind them. Rather than hitting the Minotaur directly, as soon as the fireballs entered the area of the Minotaur, they were hit by the acid rain. As the acid rain touched the fireball, an elemental reaction was caused, and the fireball exploded, causing a bout of smoke to appear, completely covering the figure of the Minotaur. Using my eyes, I could see through the smoke that the Minotaur was fatally hurt from being so close to the explosion. Blood oozed from all over its body, and its previous brown body was black and burned. Using the dash, I instantly moved forward 10 meters right into the smoke covering the Minotaur's body. However, there was one problem. The acid rain was still going. With the smoke covering my figure, there was no need to hide anything, so I injected my mana into my daggers, leading the tip of my daggers to turn night black. As I swung the daggers forward, 2 night black slashes were sent forward toward the Minotaur, only to disappear a second later. As the slashes continued to move forward and touch the acid rain, a series of small elemental reactions took place, clearing the path in front of me. As the smoke dispersed due to the impact of the multiple explosions caused by my night black slashes, I wasted no time and ran as fast as I could toward the Minotaur. Nearing the burned figure of the struggling Minotaur, I injected more mana into my daggers, making them completely covered by the night black aura. Feeling the dash cooldown reset, I once again preemptively activated it before lunging right at the Minotaur's legs. My daggers sunk deep into the Minotaur's legs, causing it to struggle and attempt to move around, but I kept my daggers in place, allowing the corruption to spread from my daggers and into the Minotaur. Using all my strength to keep my grip on my daggers and push them deeper into the Minotaur's skin, I glanced around and saw Liam making a mad dash through the smoke toward the Minotaur and me. It seemed like he had some immunity to the acid rain. He didn't even bother to dodge the raindrops, so he let them hit his body without any reaction. 3 fireballs and tons of icicle spears were also barreling toward the Minotaur, but it didn't matter as they would explode after interacting with the acid rain. At this point, I was more afraid of being exploded than the Minotaur killing me. Still clinging desperately to the Minotaur's legs with my daggers, I felt a gaze on my back, so I turned around and saw Liam looking at me, seemingly starstruck. To be fair, I was clinging to the Minotaur like a newborn sticking to its mother, so it would definitely seem weird to an outsider. A moment later, Liam regained his composure as he continued running toward the Minotaur, hoping to get the last hit. After a couple more seconds of me desperately attempting to cling to the Minotaur's legs while it tried to shake me off, I finally let my daggers go, causing me to fly back. The deep holes made by my daggers were already filled with the night black aura, and it was already spreading at a rapid rate. As I flew back into the smoke, the relentless acid rain threatened to bombard me once again, so I instantly used the dash that I had triggered earlier. Just like that, I was back out of the smoke, albeit, my training suit provided to me by the academy was on life support due to the Minotaur's attempts to shake me off. All the others were so focused on killing the Minotaur that they didn't notice me walking away from it, so I slumped down against the cave wall. Strength was not my strong suit, so clinging to a beast like the Minotaur for that long had taken a lot out of me. I couldn't even extend either of my arms, and they were somehow trembling when all I was holding were my puny daggers. Even though I hadn't expected it to be that long to corrupt it, it would make sense, for the stronger a creature is, the harder it is to corrupt it. Watching the flurry of magic spells head into the smoke and cause multiple explosions due to the elemental reactions felt like watching a fireworks show. The smoke was filled with countless colors, and every so often, you'd feel an explosion that shook the cave. After a couple more moments, my daggers lit up a night black, with the size of the aura even bigger. The aura didn't just cover the physical dagger anymore, it covered the area around it as well, and somehow, the aura had gotten even darker. After the night black aura diminished from my daggers, I tilted my head upwards and saw that the smoke alongside the acid rain had finally disappeared. In the middle of where the smoke used to be, Liam stood, his sword plunged into the Minotaur's lifeless body. While Kevin walked towards Liam with an angry expression, feeling defeated, Irene and Lily dashed towards Alya's unconscious body and immediately checked her vitals. Rumble. Looking upwards, I saw cracks and hundreds of unstable spots on the cave's roof. Our battle had really damaged it, and it was about to collapse. Not bothering to warn others, I immediately began sprinting back out of the tunnel, and the defeated Kevin followed without any warning, too. With the cave rumbling and my sudden sprinting, Kevin must have also realized the cave was going to collapse. Behind us, Liam followed with Irene and Lily carrying Alya's body, leaving the corpse of the monster behind. If the cave collapsed, the Minotaur's body would be lost, making everyone completely oblivious to the corruption I had spread to it. After a minute of sprinting, I noticed that some other students had joined us, and with my eyes, I was able to spot Jean and Han running with us in the big crowd. m²epsilon. After another minute, all of us reached the exit of the cave, where the teacher was waiting for us with a happy expression. Without giving any of us time to rest, despite seeing our shriveled appearances, the professor immediately announced, "Congratulations to Liam, Lily, and Kevin for defeating the boss monster and coming in first." Though Alya was currently out cold, she would definitely be angry after hearing that we didn't come in first. As Irene and Lily brought Alya to the teacher, I headed back to the dorm for a desperate change of clothes and a cold shower. Though I had managed to wane off most of the acid raindrops, some of them had managed to hit me while I was clinging to the Minotaur, so I had burn marks all across my body. Well, that wasn't what concerned me. After all, I was the boss of a company that produced the best magical healing circles. I needed a pair of decent clothes for my plans later, but somehow, they were all burned or torn to shreds. At the nurse's office, Liam and the other girls crowded around Alya's body, as she had just woken up. Not worrying about her wounds, or even the people around her, Alya immediately asked, "Did we come in first?" Barely suppressing her laughter, Irene responded, "No, but shouldn't you be more worried about something else?" With her expression crumbling, Alya responded, "Oh. Did anything happen while I was asleep?" While Liam laughed and Lily facepalmed, Irene awkwardly said, "I was talking about yourself. I mean, you have bruises all over." "Oh, that? Don't worry, my guards and I recently found quite the company. Despite being unknown, they somehow managed to produce the best healing circles." "Oh, what's it C8-?" Not willing to part with any more information about the company, Alya ignored Lily's question and changed the topic. "So, is everyone else okay? What happened to the Minotaur?" Besides Alya, the other spellcasters, Irene and Lily, had just stood from afar attacking the Minotaur with spells, so they were unharmed besides a few scratches that came from the cave collapse. With a sigh, Lily stepped forward and glanced at Liam, who had bandages all over his body. "As you can see, we're all right. Liam is in quite the state. As for the other two, I didn't even see them." Ignoring Lily's pitying gaze, Liam responded, "After I took care of the Minotaur, the cave started to collapse, so we all had to run out without looting or even seeing its corpse." Liam was actually more worried about the loss of the corpse than his wounds, as he could have sold its horn for a lot, solving all his financial problems. Upon seeing Liam's expression, Lily said, "Oh, not you too. Why don't you worry about yourself before other things?" Embarrassed, both Liam and Alya turned away, causing Irene to break out in laughter. At that moment, the door opened, revealing the figure of the current student council president, Astrid. Confused, Astrid glanced around the laughing students before saying, "Didn't you guys just fight an E-rank boss monster?" To Astrid, these kids were monsters, laughing happily after beating a creature that even second-year students struggled with. Not waiting for a response, Astrid shook her head before walking up to Alia, who awkwardly asked. Ahem, President, do you need something? You're part of the student council now, therefore, my responsibility, so of course, I would need to check up on you if you're hurt. Alia, who had never trusted humans before, felt mortified while staring at the student council president and others, who seemed to be so worried about her. Not all humans are bad. Alia felt ashamed for just realizing that now. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Alia responded. I'm alright, please, no need to worry. With a shrug, Astrid responded before turning to walk out of the room. If you say so. Let me know if you need anything. However, blocking the exit to the room was Lily, who asked. Ahem, President, about the last position on the student council, I have a recommendation for who it should be. Cutting her off mid-sentence, Astrid said. It's already be filled. Irene's laughter died down instantly, replaced with an unreadable expression. Irene knew it was unreasonable for her to be angry at the student council president or Lily for not getting chosen, but she still couldn't stop the anger from forming and taking root in her heart. Ignoring the frozen Lily and the awkward atmosphere, Astrid walked out of the room without saying anything further. After a moment, Lily seemed to regain her composure, so she turned to Irene and said. Maybe a spot will open up eventually. Lily was going to make a spot if not. Throughout the entire book, Irene's transformation into an antagonist was the most tragic, and Lily was willing to do anything to stop it. Ignoring Lily's words, Irene glanced around the room. Everyone besides her was on the student council. Was she not good enough? What made her different from the others? Ever since she was young, she was renowned as a prodigy and top of the magical world, yet she wasn't good enough for some stupid student council? Worst of all, the first people she could confidently call her friends were all chosen while she was left out. Kevin and Lily would be together, and Liam and Alia, and she would just be alone. Liam was oblivious to the whole situation as he had no idea Irene was the person Lily was going to refer to the council, and Alia kept silent as she had figured out the situation. Saying anything further to Irene would just make the situation worse. In contrast to her normal cocky and arrogant attitude, Irene had her head down as she waved goodbye before leaving the room. After taking a shower, I changed into the only clothes I had left, a suit that the original Wren had worn to the academy entrance ceremony. Adorned with a red tie, a black blazer with the academy emblem, and a white collared shirt, I headed out of my room. Outside the dorm building, I met up with Jean and Han, who were uncharacteristically serious. Their postures were perfect, and this was the first time I had seen them in formal clothes. Leading the two, I headed into the forest where Alia's kidnapping had originally taken place and walked forward for 2 minutes before abruptly turning right. Next, I continued walking right until I spotted a trunk with a circle drawn on it, and then I abruptly made another right. After walking in that direction for a few more minutes, I stopped in front of a tree trunk with a checkmark on it. Behind me, Jean and Han, who were silent the entire journey, finally spoke. Are we here? After giving them a nod, the two stepped up beside me and waited patiently. Wish. As the breeze suddenly came in harder than usual, pushing back my hair, I blinked for a second from the sudden wind. When I reopened my eyes, I saw a figure standing with a black robe that stretched all the way down to the floor and covered their face. A third year at the academy. Did you come here for that? Nodding my head, I gestured to Han and Jean, who each pulled out a pouch half filled with gold coins. I didn't have to pay anything as I was the one who referred Han and Jean as customers to this person. One of Liam's friends suggested this person to Liam later in the book when he was having trouble with his studies, but he, of course, refused due to his righteous personality. As Han and Jean stepped forward to hand over the pouches, I used my eyes to peer through the robe to see the unknown person's face. I don't recognize him, so he's not a named character. Only the method of contacting him was mentioned in the book, so his identity and other stuff were unknown to me. While I scrutinized his face, the robed figure pulled out a stack of papers and handed them to Han. Then, the breeze once again hit harder than usual, causing me to shut my eyes involuntarily. When I reopened them, the robed figure had disappeared. As soon as Han and Jean returned to my side, I grabbed the paper. A wide smile appeared across my face as I read the first line on the paper. Midterm exam May 23, 22. The exam answers from last year. Although this year's midterm exam will surely differ from last year's, the concept remains the same. Stepping away from Han and Jean, I flipped through the 10-page packet of paper, using my enhanced eyesight to memorize every concept, formula, and pattern from each problem. Would this be enough to pass the midterm? Hopefully. During exams, we are all put into separate mini-rooms, so I can't even cheat by using my eyes to see others' papers. After completing my memorization, I handed the paper back to the confused Han and Jean before departing. Next week was the first set of exams, so everyone was studying right now. The academy was relatively silent, so I enjoyed the serenity while I walked back to my dorm room. The next morning, I woke up begrudgingly. Despite midterms being next week, the school still held classes, but at least most of the professors had decided to give students free time to study during class. Opening the sliding door to the class, I noticed that Alia was all patched up from yesterday's fight before heading to my usual seat where Han and Jean stood. Han and Jean were in quite a precarious situation. Their parents had told them that if they didn't receive above a 60 on all the midterm exams, they would be financially cut off. Maybe they could be Raven's assistants. Nah, they're too stupid. Ignoring the two desperately cramming notes beside me, I pulled out my smartwatch and awaited the bell. After the bell rang, the sliding door opened, and our homeroom teacher, Zia, walked up to the podium with a briefcase, causing murmurs to spring out across the room. Is she actually teaching today? Really, we have exams next week, and she's still trying to teach us new things? Leave it to Professor Zia to pull some stupid shit like this. Noticing the murmurs antagonizing her, Zia immediately cleared her throat before clarifying. Today will be a free study session. Sighs of relief sprung out all across the room, especially from my sides. Why are these idiots acting like they're going to study? Within 10 minutes, they'll be on their phones, completely forgetting about the midterms next week. Ignoring them, I turned back to the teacher as she was waiting for the murmurs to die down once again. Ahem, although it is unorthodox for the middle of the school year, we have a transfer student. Jerking back in shock, I almost fell out of my chair but managed to stabilize myself at the last second. Both Jean and Han were busy taking notes, so they didn't even notice the teacher's words of a transfer student, let alone me almost falling out of my chair. What? Did something like this happen in the book? It has over 1,000 chapters, so give me a break if I can't remember a simple transfer student. Glancing at Lily, she seemed just as shocked as I was. So, then, Lily didn't cause the transfer of this student? Then, did she just forget it from the book as well, or did I cause it? Also, transferring right before midterms. They must have aced the entrance test and impressed the recruiters for the academy to be allowed in now. Maybe, with the academy's reputation declining due to the Alia kidnapping, they wanted to recruit a prestigious student? Adjusting my slumping posture into an upright one, I curiously awaited the teacher's next words. Everyone, please welcome her kindly and respectfully. Scarlett, you may come in. In walked a girl with elegant black hair tied up in a ponytail that went all the way down to her waist. Her eyes were also black, complementary to her jet black hair, however, something seemed off about them. Maybe she's wearing contacts? Adorned in a red skirt and a black blazer, the girl named Scarlett walked to the podium where the teacher was before turning to us and bowing down. Despite midterms being next week, the boys in the classroom now seemed more focused on Scarlett, who was a mysterious transfer student who also rivaled Lily, Alia, and Irene in the looks department. Nice to meet you all, I'm Scarlett. I hope you'll take care of me for the rest of our time at the academy, and I look forward to having fun. At her words, Jean and Han rose from the notebooks and directed their gazes at Scarlett, who was walking to an empty seat in the center of the classroom. Nudging my shoulder, Jean quietly asked. Why Ren, who is she? A visitor or something? Wait, you think she has a boyfriend? Sighing, I responded. What about that girl you were talking about yesterday? Did you forget about her already? You specifically said, oh, she was the girl of my dreams. Beside me, I heard Han chuckling, but Jean seemed unperturbed by my taunt and still pressed for an answer, so I continued. The teacher just announced she's a transfer student named Scarlett. No idea about the last part. Following Jin's gaze, I also stared at Scarlett, who was taking her pencil out of her backpack. Her slender white arm reached into her backpack and came back out with a pencil, revealing her hands. Feeling an odd sensation, I stared at her hands, which were holding a pencil for a bit longer, confirming the feeling. A feeling of familiarity. Similar to how I can memorize concepts and formulas with my eyes, I can also recall people's faces and their body parts, even through disguises. For some reason, I could recall Scarlett's hands. I don't just memorize or keep anything stored in my eyes, so for Scarlett's hands to be familiar, I must have at least touched them before, or they must have been memorable. Contacts, oh right, she was wearing contacts. Realizing that her contacts might be a clue, I tried to get a closer look at her face, but since she sat in front of me, only part of her face was visible. Well, I can wait. After watching Scarlett sit down, the teacher continued while pointing at Lily, who was sitting right in front of Scarlett. Scarlett, since you're new, I'll have someone show you around. Lily, here, is on the student council, so she can answer your questions and guide you through the school. Turning around to face Scarlett, Lily extended her hand for a handshake. However, Scarlett completely ignored her and spoke directly to the teacher. Would it okay if I have someone more familiar show me around? It would make sense for her to know people in the academy. She definitely had to pull some strings to transfer in at this time. Maybe Alia, Irene, or Kevin? Those three have the political power to make the academy accept a transfer student. Shushing the murmurs around the classroom, Zia curiously spoke directly to Scarlett. Oh, you know someone in the class? I'll need their name if they're going to show you around. At this point, the curiosity of everyone in the classroom, including me, was at its peak, so the classroom went silent and stared at Scarlett. As Scarlett turned around, I immediately used the opportunity and activated my eyes to peer through her contact lenses. Her eyes weren't black, they were red, blood red. Blood red eyes, glossy black hair, a multitude of connections, and finally, a familiar set of hands. It couldn't be right. Suddenly, I recalled a memory of someone with those exact features telling me something. I'll see you around a lot more often now, Ren. Ruby. A mortified expression appeared on my face as Ruby turned directly in my direction before saying with a smile. Ren, you'll show me around, won't you? Wait, him, the one who got suspended within the first week of school. Why does she want someone like him to show her around? I mean, I'm right here. How does she know him? Forcing a smile on my face, I replied. It would be my pleasure. Pleasure, my ass, how did I end up having to guide a villain who infiltrated the academy around? In a way, it was a good thing. By being with her and guiding her around, I can keep track of her actions and prevent her from noticing Liam and the other main cast members as enemies. One misstep, though, and the entire story is over. Interrupting my train of thought, Zia let out a sigh before speaking. If that's what you want. After Zia left the classroom, leaving us free study time, I was immediately bombarded by questions from both Han and Jean. A minute ago, these guys were talking about how much they needed time to study, yet here they were, wasting the time asking me pointless questions. Surprisingly, Han took the initiative to question me as he asked. How do you know her, Ren? Before I could think of an answer, Jean interrupted from my right side. I knew it. Both Han and I stared at Jean with bewildered expressions. What the hell did he know? From you telling us to leave the nightclub to you ditching us at the amusement park, and finally, your recent trips out of the academy to the capital. You know you might be able to fool Han, but I knew it this entire time. You got a girlfriend? Well, I guess I don't even have to think of an answer. On my right side, Han surprisingly agreed with Jin's hypothesis, mainly because of his lack of experience in romance and relationships. Realizing that the two idiots were far too loud, I knocked both of them on their heads, before saying. What happened to desperately needing time to study? Oh, come on, we can study later. Tell us about her. She must be quite a person to make you get over Lily. Ignoring the two's questions, I glanced at Scarlett, who was surrounded by students asking her questions. Where did you transfer from? She used her dark web of connections to bribe the higher-ups within the academy to allow her transfer. What clubs are you planning to join? Probably, the Sinister Society and Villains United. Do you have any plans later? Maybe assassinating every important figure in the academy? After hearing that last question, Ruby turned around to stare at me, causing the bystanders to flood her with even more questions. After class was over, I headed out the back entrance of the classroom and waited for the crowd around Ruby to disperse. Letting Ruby wander around alone with the main cast and protagonist could only cause problems, so even if I didn't want to, guiding her through the academy was the best choice. After a moment, I saw Ruby walking towards me with a huge grin plastered all over her face. Taking the lead, Ruby walked past me, forcing me to follow behind. Wasn't I supposed to be the guide? You were pretty surprised, huh? Would you be surprised if your boss showed up to your school? I told you, call me Ruby. Also, I'm quite interested as to how you discovered it was me. This disguise is a magical artifact, so seeing through it is quite the accomplishment. Lying outright to someone like Ruby probably wouldn't work, so I relinquished part of the truth. Your hands. Breaking into laughter, Ruby stopped and stared at me. PFFT, was that experience so memorable for you? If you would dash. Taking advantage of her stopping, I walked in front of her and interrupted. The cafeteria is beside us. You can get all your meals here throughout the day. Simply walk up to a kiosk, let it scan your face, and then place your order. You can pick the ready food up OV dash. Making her tone more serious, Ruby looked at me before saying. Do you know how hard it was for me to transfer into this academy? Do you think I spent all that time and effort to look at some cafeteria? Now, I was at a crossroads. If Ruby had personally infiltrated the academy, the importance of her mission would have been great, so it would probably be an assassination of an influential figure in the academy. Do I let her or risk my life by attempting to stop her? Trying to gather more information on the victim of Ruby's mission, I asked. What exactly do you want to do? Reverting to her playful tone, Ruby once again took the lead and said. What do you think I'm here for, Ren? A mission? Nope, no missions. Didn't she just mention that she had put in a lot of effort to infiltrate the academy? She did all of that without even being asked to by her superiors? After pondering for a second, I answered. Recruitment for the Ruby Gemstone Group. Well, that wasn't exactly my reason for coming, but now that you mention it. Did I just convince her to recruit people from the academy? Changing the topic, I interrupted. Is it perhaps because of some personal reasons? Combining her instant realization that I was Ren by just seeing my face and her ambiguous background, it was possible that she had some personal matters to settle with an important family inside the academy. You could say that. That's a good enough answer for now. Epsilon Upsilon dot. As she led me through the halls of the school, with no clear destination in sight, I followed while continuing to ponder her true intentions. By now, we were far from the first-year building, so even I was beginning to become lost. Well, my job was simply to ensure that she didn't do anything to the main cast, so I was fairly happy with just following her around and wasting time. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I saw Ruby had paused up ahead, so I quickly caught up to her. In front of Ruby stood the student council president, Astrid, with an angry expression. Looking down at Astrid's uniform, I saw a small stain that had been caused by Ruby bumping into her. Before anyone said anything, I immediately stepped right beside Ruby. Who knew what would happen if Astrid pissed off Ruby? Death, torture, or kidnapping? Actually, who would win a fight between the two? I had no idea about Ruby's current power level as her power was only shown during her fight against the protagonist in 3 years, but so far, I just assumed she was strong. Astrid had 2 more years of experience than Ruby, so maybe she could win in a fight? Glancing back and forth between Ruby and I, Astrid's expression contorted as she asked the both of us. You do know this the area for 3rd years, right? Not allowing Ruby to speak, I nodded my head and said. My apologies, student council president, we will leave now. Not waiting for Astrid's response, I grabbed the collar of Ruby's shirt and walked the other way, dragging Ruby away from the confused Astrid. At this point, I was more willing to accept the punishment for dragging Ruby along than to allow them to fight. As we walked away, I swore I could hear a faint murmur come from Astrid. So his number of friends has doubled from 1 to 2. After exiting the vicinity of the 3rd-year building, I finally let go of Ruby, who seemed indifferent and unperturbed by what I had just done. In fact, she completely skipped over it. Maybe she realized she was in the wrong for bumping into Astrid? What exactly do you do after school? Well, I can't take her to the training hall, because the main cast is there, and there's no point in going to the capital. Is there anything else I do after school? Trying to pass the time, I just showed her around various parts of the academy, such as the park and the Coliseum where the ranking exam took place. Contrary to my expectations, she didn't mind being shown these areas and seemed somewhat interested in the building's history. Did she just not like the cafeteria? As the sunlight vanished, I asked while following her as she led me to her dorm building. Are you going to have to take the midterms? With a laugh, she responded. Does it matter if I do or not? Shameless, while everyone student is here studying their asses off to pass the midterms, she is just going to pull a few strings to pass. Usually, students study and prepare for exams to maintain their ranking, but does she even have a rank? By the way, what's your ranking? After pondering for a moment, Ruby responded. Oh, that little number they gave to me when I enrolled? I think I just got a random one because they gave me the number 7. I mean, I didn't even take an entrance test or anything, so I think they just pulled that number out of their ass. Then, I noticed it, the gigantic and lavish dorm building standing in front of us. Her dorm building was specifically only for the top 10 ranks. Unlimited access to AI dummies, personal saunas, your own personal gym, and the place where all the main cast resided. As we approached the dorm building, I noticed it was completely separated from the rest of the academy. There were fences all around it except the entrance, where a guard was standing. Noticing our approach, the stern-faced guard asked, "Your student ID?" After fiddling through her pockets for a moment, Ruby took out her student ID, which displayed her rank of 7. Seeing the guard examine her ID, multiple thoughts flashed through my head, all bad ones. What if I came back the next day, and the entire dorm building was just gone, and all the main cast members, including Liam, were just lying dead on the floor? What if Ruby just kidnapped them all and turned them into slaves? What was I even supposed to do in this situation? Returning Ruby's ID card to her, the guard glanced at me before turning back to Ruby. Ahem, since you're new here, you are allowed to bring a guest in once a week, however, it is already past 8, so he can't come in today. Before the guard could even finish his sentence, Ruby handed him a card while saying with a grin, "Ah, don't worry, he has special permission." Unable to see the card as the guard's hands were blocking it, I could only witness the guard's astounded and bewildered reaction before he stepped back, allowing me entry in as well. Did you plan all of this from the start? And if I did? I'd probably say that you could have just asked me. I mean, there was no way in hell I was going to leave Ruby unsupervised in a building filled with Liam, Alia, Irene, Lily, Kevin, and Zach. As I opened and held open the dorm building door for her, she responded. Then, how would it be a surprise? You know, you're not very bright. Didn't I just say this to someone else the other day? Why are my words being used against me? Heading into the building after Ruby, I confidently responded. I'll have you know that my IQ is above 100. What is an IQ? Ah, shit. How was I supposed to know that a world filled with magic and supernatural things didn't have an intelligence measuring system? Trying to play it off, I changed the topic by asking her. Nothing important. Anyway, can't you see that stain on your shirt? Not wanting to anger her, I had ignored the stain on her shirt that she received when she'd bumped into Astrid, but now, I'd rather her be angry than realize that I was from another world. Slowly looking downwards, Ruby's gaze paused on the obvious stain on her white shirt for a moment before in an eerily calm voice, she asked. You're thinking just to tell me this now? Not backing down, I replied. Why did always reply to my questions with even more questions? Oh, I see how it is. Turning around after saying that confusing and terrifying sentence, Ruby grabbed her room key and ran up the stairs to her dorm room, leaving me completely alone in the lavish building. Standing awkwardly against the wall, I pulled out my smartwatch and memorized the few notes I had bothered to take during class. Knowing my luck, the odds that I would run into someone from the main cast while standing here was 100%, but that didn't stop me from at least trying to prevent it. After a couple of minutes, I felt a gaze on me, causing my thoughts to fly into chaos immediately. Was it Liam? Lily? Irene? Alia? Undoubtedly, those 4 would be the worst people who could show up right in front of me, as I had bad relationships with all of them. Slowly tilting my head upwards, I let out a sigh of relief as a boy of similar height to me, with black curly hair and amber eyes, entered my vision. Zach. Although he was looking at me from the opposite side of the hall, his positive aura still managed to spread all the way to me. Since I had never met Zach before, even as the original Ren, I would just have to act according to the rumors. What were the rumors circulating about me again? They changed every week, so I couldn't be bothered to check on them. Seriously though, I swear some students would proactively follow me and check if I left the academy so that they create more rumors and gain popularity. I basically had a fan club. If I had to guess, this week's rumors probably related to me harassing or blackmailing Ruby due to the scene we caused earlier. As Zach approached me, I already knew what the conversation was going to be about. Would this positive guy really let it go if I were blackmailing Ruby? Unlike the others though, he wouldn't have any qualms with me being in the top 10 building. Well, I haven't messed around with Raven in a while, so maybe I could have some fun with this guy. I needed to pass some time while waiting for Ruby as well. Also, her eerily calm voice still echoed in my head, so I needed a distraction. Putting one of my shoes against the wall, I put on a smirk on my face as I stared at my smartwatch to make myself seem arrogant and cocky. Approaching me with a genuine and concerned expression, Zach waited in front of me for a moment before asking. Ren, I don't think we've talked before. I'm Kevin, nice to meet Dash. Interrupting his introduction, I asked while staring at some random app on my smartwatch. What do you want? Surprised by my outburst, Zach stepped back and continued. I was just curious about some rumors circulating Dash. Get on with it, will you? Your very presence, pissing me off. I apologize if my presence offends you. I just wanted to Dash. Wasn't I the one in his dorm building? Why is he just standing there and taking my insults and even apologizing? Internally laughing at his flustered face, I interrupted him once again. Did you not hear me the first time? What do you want? It was like a loop. He tried to explain what he wanted, but I interrupted him, asking what he wanted before he could finish explaining. There were some damaging rumors spread around Dash. Oh my lord, where did you learn how to speak? Stop with the bullshit and just tell me what you want. How long can this loop last? Would I be unable to suppress my laughter anymore and break into laughter, or would Ruby come first? If you're wondering why I didn't mention the possibility of him actually explaining to me what he wanted, that would be genuinely impossible with me around. There was also the slight possibility that he broke, but for that, I would need at least 30 minutes. A crack appeared in his kind expression as he bit his lip, but he still persisted. Some terrible rumors have been spreading around about you, and I was wondering if Dash. Are you illiterate? Spit it out instead of just saying, there have been rumors. Genuinely, I get and understand that you had a terrible education as a commoner, but this is a new low. Alright, listen, some Dash. Listen? What the hell do you think I've been doing for the past minute? Seeing his smile slowly starting to break, I wanted to continue, but before I could say anything else, a voice called out from behind both of us. Oh, hey Zach, what's up with you? My expression darkened as Liam came into sight. Seriously, I get there's a 100% chance of me meeting someone while waiting for Ruby, but 200%? That has to be a new low, like really, where does it end? Is Lily going to show up next? No, she, Irene, and Alia are going to come barreling through the door within the next 10 minutes. Noticing someone standing next to Zach, Liam glanced at me for a second, darkening his expression, before turning back to Zach and asking. Is he bothering you, Zach? Letting out a chuckle at Liam's words, I ignored the stares of the two and continued pretending to look at the weather app on my smartwatch. No, it's nothing serious. I just had a question about the rumors circulating around. At this point, can you even blame me? This guy has mentioned the rumors about 100 times without actually explaining them once. After thinking for a second, Liam responded. Oh, the ones about him and Ruby? Take notes, Zach. Please do it for the sake of the future main party members. It took him one try rather than over 10. Finally acknowledging my presence, Liam turned to me and said. You know, I'm quite curious about those as well. Without any hesitation or knowledge about the rumors, I confidently responded. And what if they're true? Seriously, at this point, the words just flowed out of my mouth. Was I really a professional third-rate villain now? Responding to my clear provocation and ignoring Zach's reaction, Liam replied. First of all, how did you even get in here? Do I really need to call security tonight? Looking at the disgruntled Zach, Liam added. Zach, don't worry, we can help Scarlett tomorrow. We just have to let her know of Ren's past. Seeing Ruby in the distance with my enhanced eyesight, I strode right past Liam and Zach, letting out a chuckle and saying. Please do call security. Also, don't you have better things to do than obsess over my every action? Don't tell me you're one of my fans. As both of them looked at me with shock, Liam was the first to speak in an angry tone. What the hell? Are you delusional? You're the one who keeps Dash. Patting him on his trembling shoulder, probably from anger, as I passed him, I added. Are you stuttering? Don't worry, it's normal to be nervous in front of your idol. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy, so I can't give you a picture right now. As I walked towards Ruby, I could hear Zach desperately trying to calm down Liam. Liam, don't let him get on your nerves. If you do, he wins. Snapping back at Zach, Liam replied. You think I don't know that? He's just so goddamn annoying, I can't. As I walked up to Ruby with a grin on my face, she asked. And why exactly are you so happy? I think I get why you mess with me all the time. Took you long enough. Taking the lead, Ruby guided me through the lavish and extensive mansion as we saw countless priceless paintings and various sculptures put up for display. In my dorm building, they don't even have painted walls. As Ruby stopped in front of yet another painting, I paused and asked. What exactly is a plan? Was she trying to scout out the dorm building to see possible locations for an assassination or kidnapping? Still staring at the painting in front of us, Ruby ignored my question and once again responded with another one. What exactly makes this painting worth so much? For the first time, I glanced at the painting. Using my eyes, I could see and count every precise stroke of an artist's paintbrush, so looking at paintings usually gave me a headache. However, this one didn't. It wasn't because its beauty was dazzling or anything, it was just that this painting had way fewer brushes than the rest of the other ones. Staring at the painting of an apple on a white canvas, I responded. Honestly, I have no idea. I could paint something like this in an hour. Where do I sign up to be an artist? Chuckling as she walked away, Ruby replied. It's because of the name. After following her for another minute, we finally reached the common area of the building, and Ruby sat down on one of the seats. As I sat down on the armchair across from her and leaned backwards, a sense of comfort immediately enveloped me. Ah, it's amazing. This was more comfortable than my bed. You know, that chair is worth over 100 gold coins. Immediately jerking back upwards, I responded. On second thought, it's all right. As Ruby sipped tea and stared out the window, I could feel some glares on my back from the other residents, but I simply ignored them. I was going to enjoy this chair for as long as possible. After ensuring that Ruby was back in her room, I finally left the extravagant dorm building and headed back to my poor one. For the next week, I continued training my mastery over elemental slashes and worked on mastering the second technique I had learned when I rose in dagger proficiency. Mana Feint. By imbuing mana into one of my daggers, as I attack, I can create a fake holographic version of my dagger to throw my opponent off. As I swing my dagger at my enemy, another fake dagger will be formed, swinging at the opponent from another direction. Of course, this holographic version of my dagger doesn't actually harm the opponent, but it confuses them, making them unable to dodge at times and giving me the split-second advantage I need to strike. In fact, even the AI training bots fell for it most of the time. They attempted to dodge both the real dagger and fake dagger strikes, putting them in a vulnerable position and allowing me to make an easy follow-up attack. Other times, the AI dummy sword would just parry both the fake and real dagger strikes, once again displaying the weakness of the small daggers. As I continued to face harder and harder AI dummies, it was clear to me that I had to do something about the dagger's short reach. I couldn't always wait for the bot to come to me. If I wanted to take the offensive, I would first have to get close enough to the dummy so that my daggers would actually hit it. Of course, getting close to the dummy was difficult when it swung around its giant broadsword, causing me to step back to avoid the attack. Man, I really need a long-range weapon. On the other hand, I didn't have to worry about Ruby at all, as she just didn't show up to class. Well, it didn't really matter what she did, the odds of her being punished were 0 due to all her connections. Some rumors about me having something to do with her not showing up to class did spread, but besides a few glares, it didn't really impact my daily life. Professor Zia, especially, began glaring at me from time to time during class, but it was during free study time, so I just went on my smartwatch to ignore her. When I woke up on the day of the exams, I grabbed a pencil and paper before heading to the room I had been assigned by email. After the exam, I would have to get back into action as the second incident of the academy would take place through the academy's training camp. Opening the door, I saw a small room with a desk and a stack of papers on it. The walls and floors were painted dark gray to prevent students from getting distracted mid-test, and besides the chair, desk, and clock, the room was empty. To my right and left, I could see trembling students walking by and opening the door to their rooms, which mirrored mine. Looking at the crowd walking around, I identified Lily, Liam, Zach, and even Ruby. Well, I guess Ruby has to at least show up for the exam, or people will get suspicious of her passing grade. With a sigh, I stepped into the room, causing the door behind me to shut automatically, trapping me in the room for the next 5 hours. Is this a prison or a school? Sitting down in the chair, I immediately tried to touch the papers on the desk, but there seemed to be some invisible barrier preventing my hands from getting anywhere near them. Only the first page of the stack of papers was visible through the barrier. May good fortune be with you. Could they really not think of a better way to say good luck? Glancing upwards at the clock, I noticed that the exam would start in less than 10 seconds, so I grabbed my pencil and hovered my hands over the invisible barrier. The good thing about using my eyes for schoolwork is that I can solve any problem that involves a formula or concept I memorized within a mere 30 seconds. However, the bad thing is if there's a problem that requires more than just concept memorization, I'm screwed. That's how I ended up solving every multiple-choice question on the test, but none of the free response questions. This won't look suspicious to the graders, right? Staring at the clock, I realized that I had about 2 hours left in my test-taking time, so I began pretending to work on free response questions. After seeing my test score of 100% on multiple choice and 0% on free response, I was certain that the teachers would check the camera footage of my room. If they saw me just sitting there doing nothing with 2 hours remaining, their suspicions would only grow. Flipping through the free response questions, I alternated between drawing random diagrams that were implanted in my memory to a random bullet point on a note page that I memorized a week ago. Oh, right. How are Han and Jean doing? Though the test from last year was helpful to me for multiple choice, it didn't really help much as the free response questions were completely different. Still, after hearing about Han and Jin's predicament, I decided to get it. They already complained about their parents enough to me, and if their parents financially cut them off, their complaints would more than double. I didn't see them around much last week, so they might have been actually studying to pass. As the bell rang, signifying the end of exams, the invisible barrier once again appeared, immediately pushing my hands away from the paper. As the door automatically flung open, I could see various students walking out of the exam with expressions ranging from disgruntled to happy to even none. Seriously, some kids were just walking away with blank expressions, acting as if they had just witnessed the worst thing in the world. Is it not just an exam? Funnily enough, the students with the happy expressions weren't even excited about doing well on their exams, but the training camp. As a reward for students, the academy takes all the first years to Eldoria, the second most populated city in the entire realm of humanity. As for the name training camp, students are assigned random groups and throughout the trip, these groups are surprised with random tasks they must complete. Besides the requirement that groups travel together and complete all the tasks assigned, the students are allowed to roam throughout the city and do whatever they want. However, if a group fails to complete one task out of the many assigned, they are immediately sent back to the academy, and they will lose 10% of their exam points. While the 10% loss in midterm grades is scary for the students, more are worried about not making it to the final day of the trip and being forced to return. On the final day of the trip, the academy personally rents one of the most expensive cruise ships in the world for the students. A ship meant over 10,000 people, given to around 500 students for a single day and night. Leaving the desolate exam room behind, I pondered what to do the following 2 days before we departed from the academy. Instead of traveling by portal gates, the academy rented luxury buses and drove us to Eldora. While this may seem unnecessary and very expensive, the academy still insists on doing this, as this is when you are first introduced to your groups. The academy believes that the day-long bus ride will allow you to bond with your groupmates and make plans for what to do in Eldoria City, making tasks easier and less awkward to complete. The interference with Jinns wouldn't be until the cruise ship at the end, so I could rest easy for the rest of the trip, besides occasionally completing the tasks. As I stepped outside the exam building, Ruby, who seemed to be waiting for me outside, immediately rushed towards me. What, why so surprised? Oh, I'm just surprised you had the audacity to show up today. She, someone who bribed their way through both the entrance exam and this midterm exam, still had the audacity to walk in like the rest of the students who worked their asses off? Of course, I was basically in the same boat as her, but she didn't have to know that. Oh, come on, why would I waste my time in those classes? You know, usually, classes are the main reason people choose to come to this school. After all, this academy is so popular because it is known for producing important people within the magical world through its amazing classes and professors. Ignoring my remark, Ruby ran forward before turning around to face me with a smirk and saying, Aren't you even the least bit excited about the vacation we have? You're planning on going? Was she involved in the Jinn interference? No. As far as I know, the Gemstone Order wouldn't participate in this. Of course, how could I miss out on vacation with everyone? Well, you missed out on class with everyone. Waiting for me to catch up to her, Ruby softly hit my leg before saying, "You know, that's different. Don't act stupid." How is it different? Recalling my experience with Zach and my new reputation as a woman harasser, I replied. Anyway, you know you've caused some trouble for me by skipping class. Breaking into laughter, Ruby responded. Oh, those rumors? PFFT, I've been asked by like 10 girls if you're blackmailing me. Pausing for a moment, Ruby grinned before getting on her tippy toes and quietly whispering in my ear. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. As my mind exploded into confusion and various thoughts flooded through my head, I didn't let it show in my face. I responded with an indifferent expression. And, how exactly did you reply to those girls asking? She had definitely been approached by Zach before, as that guy would much rather talk to the victim before the criminal. However, Zach still approached me after talking to her. That led me to the conclusion that Ruby wasn't actively denying the rumors. Oh, how do you think I responded? Anyway, just what did you do to all of those students to make them hate you so much? At this point, the entire class has warned me to stay away from you. With a smile on my face, I responded. What do you think I did? If she wasn't going to answer my questions, why would I answer hers? Seeming to predict my answer, Ruby wore a sinister smirk as she said. Am I to assume those rumors are all true then? Do you really go around harassing girls in the capital city after school? Is it true that you sneak around in the dark and prey on dash? I know I've heard all the rumors before, but seriously, hearing them aloud just. Interrupting her and feeling my excitement about the exams being over disappear, I said. You can believe what you want. I'm going to go pack. Hey Liam, how was your exam? Oh, Lily, I think I did alright. Tisk, just alright? I'm sure I got at least a 95%. Startled by Kevin's sudden interjection, Liam responded. Well, good for you, Kevin, you went in applause or something? At the start, Liam was very cautious when talking to Kevin, as he was scared of Kevin doing something bad to him through his father's connections. However, now, Liam had the backing of the academy's headmaster. Now that Kevin couldn't touch him, Liam didn't hold back when speaking to him. Seeing that yet another dispute was going to break out between Liam and Kevin, Zach interrupted from behind them. Anyway, Alia and Lily, how do you think you guys did? In unison, the two calmly and confidently responded. Perfect. Lily, combining her knowledge from the book and good study ethic, knew that she would probably get at least a 95, and Alia was also sure of the same. Letting out a chuckle at the two girls, Liam asked Lily and Alia. Anyway, ready for the training camp? There are no cruise ships in the Elven realm, so I'm not sure. Yeah, might be fun. With the Jinn interference and possible student deaths, Lily didn't have time to enjoy the vacation. After that fiasco with Alia's kidnapping, she had to make sure that everything was done right this time. What should she do? Inform the academy that Jinns may interfere. No, they won't take me seriously unless I have evidence. Interrupting Lily's train of thought, Kevin suddenly asked her in his most nonchalant voice. Lily, you want to group up? Before Lily could even respond, Liam replied from the side. You know they're random, right, idiot? Oh, you think they're really random? Nothing in this world is random, everything has a mastermind. Letting out another scoff, Liam responded. Oh, are you saying that you're going to rig the selection? And, what if I am? Do we have a problem? Oh, I'm just curious what the hen dash. Seeing yet another potential fight, Zach changed the topic. Anyway, have you guys seen Irene around recently? Ignoring Kevin fuming right in front of him, Liam though for a moment before replying. Speaking of that, it has been a while since she hung out. Alia and Lily, who knew about the student council situation, glanced at each other for a moment before Alia spoke up. I think she just needs some space for now. Zach was genuinely concerned, but he trusted the girls. If you say so. Kevin, who didn't really care, turned his attention back to Lily. Before Liam so rudely interrupted us, what did you think of grouping of? I have some things to do in Eldoria, so I'll be too busy to hang out a lot. While Lily didn't want to hurt Kevin by outright denying him, she also needed to ensure that she had enough time to make preparations for the cruise ship incident. However, Kevin was persistent. "Oh, you can show me around the local areas." Dash. Before Lily could say something else, Liam's voice once again spoke out. "Oh, is that Irene?" Sure enough, exiting the exam building was a sullen-looking Irene with textbooks in her hands. As Zach glanced at Irene's departing figure, he was tempted to ask her, but Alia held him back. Liam, who also wanted to see what was up, was interrupted by a whisper in his ear. "Are you trying to cockblock me or something? Let me speak to Lily for more a second without you interrupting." Instantly, his attention was brought away from Irene and back to Kevin, who was fuming in front of him. Lily was too caught up in planning how to minimize or completely stop the Jinn intervention on the cruise ship to even notice Irene, and Alia believed that talking to Irene would only make the situation worse, as Alia had been chosen for the student council while she wasn't. Irene's emotions declined even more when she saw that her entire group was laughing and discussing without her even being there. The final nail in her coffin was that Kevin and Liam seemed to be arguing about Lily, completely forgetting about her existence. For the first time, Irene was worried about her exam performance as she walked to the training hall after the exams. Her lack of focus and constant stress had gotten to her, causing her studying to decrease massively and, in turn, her test results. At the front of the training hall, she saw the familiar figure of Ren, instantly lightening her mood. If she thought she had done terribly, then Ren, being a moron, probably would get a 0. In other words, Ren was the perfect punching bag for her. Irene was constantly surrounded by people who were as talented as she was or even more, so being around a weakling like Ren was just what she needed. Following Ren inside the training hall, Irene was thinking about how to insult him when the sound of the door closing snapped her out of her thoughts. When she looked up, she realized that Ren was no longer there. Instead, he was inside one of the AI dummy rooms. Holding her anger in, Irene realized that as a weakling, Ren should only have access to the AI dummies for 3 hours. "I can wait, yeah, I can." Heading to the training hall's target practice area, Irene fired fireballs even more powerful than usual until, finally, the sound of a door opening echoed throughout the empty hall. Since exams had just finished, no person besides Irene and Ren was crazy enough to train, so that had to be Ren. Dusting the ash off her clothes, Irene cockily walked over AI dummy area with her lines already prepared. However, as Irene glanced upwards, no lines came out of her astonished mouth. Beside the sweaty Ren was Scarlett, the new transfer student who ranked 7th in the first year and was comparable in beauty to her. Even that weakling had friends now, while she was left all one. Despite all the prejudice and terrible rumors surrounding him, Ren had a smirk on his face as he walked out of the training hall with Scarlett trailing behind him. Listening closely, Irene could even hear the two bantering about, while completely ignoring her presence. "Oh, if I don't? Are you going to harass me like the rumors say?" "Sorry, couldn't hear you. I was too focused on that spot on your shirt." "You're bringing that up again?" "Oh, just wait, you'll see." Stepping in front of the exit to the training hall, Irene stared silently at the two, trying to adjust the insults she had come up with earlier. "Do you know her? Is she one of the girls you harassed, Ren?" "Really? After a while, the joke gets boring, you know." "But didn't you tell me to believe what I wanted about the rumors? How do I know it's really a joke?" "So you decide to follow my directions now? What happened to earlier and the day before that and that?" Shifting his gaze from Scarlett to silent and stationary Irene, Ren asked. "Are you a statue or something?" Finally coming up with something, Irene arrogantly spoke. "Trying to get over failing the midterm by spending time with girls? Really, that might just be a new low for you." Looking at Ren for his reaction, she was surprised that a smirk was still plastered all over his face as he responded. "Oh, are you projecting? Where's your entourage?" "Oh wait, don't tell me. You, little dash." "Yeah, I have plans later, unlike you, so I gotta go." Stepping past her, Ren and Ruby left the training hall, leaving Irene seething behind. Up into the night, the sound of fireballs hitting the poor targets could be heard, and the sound of yelling echoed throughout the empty room. "I swear to God, you're... Why not me?" Having spent the last days practicing and preparing my skills for the upcoming cruise ship fight with both Lily and possibly the Jinns, I didn't have any time to pack. When I woke up on the day of the bus's departure, I stuffed the few pairs of clothes I had that were not torn in my luggage before taking a shower and changing into the academy uniform. Taking out my smartwatch, I contacted Raven to ensure that things would continue to run smoothly in my absence. Raven, boss, if you have a vacation, can't I? Ren, when we're rich, you can take a vacation every day, so just keep working through it, Raven. You got this. Raven, you keep saying when. When the hell are you going to tell me when that when is? What if I die tomorrow, then what use will working bring me? Ren, don't worry, you won't die while I'm alive. Raven? What does that mean? Ren, you got this, keep selling those scrolls. Putting down my smartwatch, I exited my dorm building and headed to the bridge that connected the academy to the capital. Nearing the bridge, I could see countless luxury buses and a crowd of students excitedly surrounding them while talking. Of course, some students were huddled up in the corner praying to the gods for good exam grades. Wait, isn't that Han and Jean? First, Raven, now those two? Leaving them to the prayer group, I dropped my luggage off our class bus and checked in with my professor. Somewhat curious and nervous, I asked Professor Zia. Can you tell who my group members are? You'll find out in a minute. If I'll find out in a minute, why not just tell me now? Ruins the surprise. Since when have you liked surprises? Aren't you the one who said in class that they're obnoxious? So, that's what you pay attention to in my class? We're getting off topic. About my group dash. Just go sit down. Nodding my head disappointedly, I walked back over to the crowd and started looking at my smartwatch. On the bus, there was no technology allowed as the school wanted groupmates to bond, so this would be the last time I could check anything for the entire day. After another couple of minutes, Professor Zia's voice spoke out, immediately silencing the talking students and catching the attention of the praying students. As you enter the bus, you will be given a group number. The bus is sectioned off into areas for each group, so head to the area marked by your group number. Heading into the line of students waiting at the bus entrance, I suppressed the urge to use my stealth to sneak to the front of the line, using the shadows of the students and the bus. After what seemed like an entirety, I was once again met with the face of Professor Zia. Before she could say anything, I cautiously said. Ahem, as you know, my reputation is not the best, so the group would be awkward if it's not people I know. So, with that in mind, what is my group? And, whose fault is that? It's my fault that my every action is monitored by gossiping students? Are you saying that your actions described by the students are true as they observe you every day? Now, you're just grasping at straws. Aren't teachers supposed to use logic? Your group number is 5. Head in and don't cause any trouble. You didn't say that last part to the student before me. Ignoring my last remark, Professor Zia pushed me into the bus, so I headed to the back where Section 5 was located. Since I was the first group member to arrive, I immediately found the most comfortable and spacious seat in the section and sat down. Reclining my chair, I almost fell back to sleep when an angry voice sounded from right above me. Oh, don't tell me. What the hell is this? Seeing the angry Irene standing in front of me, I replied. You understand that this is a punishment for me, not you, right? Before Irene could respond, another voice sounded from the entrance to the section. Hello, is this the right section? In walked Zach, accompanied by a digital camera that hung around his neck. The thing about my luck is that I couldn't tell when it was S or G, was it good luck or bad luck that I was put in a group with Irene and Zach. Anyway, it didn't really matter to me as the main group during this trip of Lily, Kevin, Liam, and Alia was formed. Should we all introduce ourselves? Seeing the opportunity to entertain myself, I shot back at Zach. What is this kindergarten? Grow up. Ignoring Zach's crumbling figure, Irene replied. Oh, you're one to talk? Didn't you attack someone else because they stole your crush? Aren't you just a spoiled child? Really bringing up Liam and Lily? Even though she was talking about the original Ren, I still felt offended on his behalf, so I immediately began thinking of insults. Before I could reply, another voice entered the section. Oh, that was a low blow. I slumped down on my seat without even turning my head towards the entrance, where Ruby stood with a grin. Did Professor Zia actually listen to me? I mean, technically, these were people I've met before, but honestly, I'd rather be with randoms. Ruby and Irene just don't seem like a good combo in any shape or form. While Zach sat down next to me, Ruby took the last remaining seat across from him. Without technology, all of us awkwardly stared out the window except Ruby, who was staring ahead with a smile. Did Ruby have something to do with this odd group? After a couple more minutes, the speakers of the bus announced. The bus will now depart and arrive in approximately 8 hours. We recommend that you use this time to get to know your group members and make new friends. After that, the bus started moving, but it moved faster than I expected, so I was immediately jerked upwards from my seat and right towards Irene, who was across from me. Well, Irene didn't notice, as she was trying her best to avoid looking at me. She stared at the floor, the walls, the window, and even Ruby with a permanent disgusted expression. Seeing an opportunity to end this awkward silence, Zach immediately stepped up and said, "Seeing as we'll be together for the next few days, why don't we all introduce ourselves and give one fun fact? Is he a camp counselor?" Looking at the scenery of the sea that I had dived into not too long ago, I replied, "I'm good." Zach's exasperated expression only grew as Irene remained silent while staring out the window. However, his expression did a quick 180 when Ruby responded cheerfully, "Sure, we might as well." Sending me a menacing glare that I could only see through the reflection of the window, Ruby said, "Right, Ren? Well, she is technically my boss, so I can't really say no to her. Anyway, looking out the window is giving me a headache. Seeing too much causes my brain to be overloaded with information, which in turn causes me to have a headache." Closing my eyes, I replied, "Alright, let's have Irene go first because she's clearly in desperate need of friends." If I was going down, then Irene was going right down with me. Silently looking away from the window and back at me, a small flame began to generate on the palm of Irene's right hand. The flame was pure red, and its edges were as sharp as my daggers. Wait, Irene, calm down," he was joking. Letting out a scoff at Zach's panicked words, I looked straight back into Irene's fiery red eyes before saying, "Don't worry, Zach, I don't think her flames can even cause the fire alarm to go off." The size of fire extended beyond the palm of Irene, threateningly growing closer and closer to me while Irene replied, "You want to test it?" Interrupting our heated confrontation this time was not Zach but Ruby, as she cheerfully announced, "Well, since no one else wants to go first, I'll go. My name is Scarlett, but you can call me Ruby. For my fun fact, I enjoy playing knowledge-based games like chess." Reaching into her backpack, Ruby pulled out a set of cards before continuing, "I even brought a deck of cards if anyone wants to play cards." Enticed by the possibility of playing poker, I immediately raised my hand to shuffle the deck, which would give me control over what game we would play, but Ruby stopped me. "You'll have to introduce yourself to play. I'm Ren, and people say my hobby is harassing girls." Catching Ruby off guard by my interesting introduction, I swiftly grabbed the deck of cards from her hand and began shuffling, ignoring the starstruck gazes of the entire group. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, Zach also introduced himself. "You can call me Zach, and as you can see by the camera around my neck, I enjoy taking pictures. As an avid member of the Academy Photography Club, I have been assigned the task of documenting this trip, so I hope that you'll help me find some inters dash." Still shuffling the deck of cards, I interrupted Zach and turned to Irene. "Good for you, Zach. Mrs. No Friends, what about you?" Incited by insult, Irene immediately replied, "Mr. Harriser, you all already know my name, and my hobby is magic research." "Mrs. Friendless, don't you think you should be good at magic research if it's your hobby?" The things she said about Lily and the original Ren were still fresh on my mind, so I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to jab back at her. Of course, she is good, even maybe the best, for her age at magic research, but after not being selected for the student council, I doubt she feels that way. Also, it was fun to watch Zach's face grow more and more flustered at every exchange. This trip was going to be the most stressful few days of his life. "Mr. Creep, are you saying that you're good at harassing girls? Are saying that you agree with my sentiment that you are not good at magical research?" "I was merely pointing out a singular contradiction in your introduction, it does not apply to me." Before the flames could re-emerge from Irene's hands, Zach quickly interrupted while Ruby sat back and laughed. About the C-card game, Ren?" Placing 2 cards in front of each of us, I replied, "Oh, let's play a game of poker. Of course, gambling isn't gambling if we don't lose anything." Perking up at my hint, Irene and Ruby asked in unison, "What exactly are you suggesting? Why don't we allow the winner to command the ultimate loser of the poker game around the entire trip?" As I was confident in my poker ability, I believed that I could win the game while simultaneously making Ruby the loser. If I didn't have to worry about Ruby going off and causing some variables, my plans on the cruise ship would be a lot more effective and planned out. Placing her hands on the 2 cards in front of her, Irene sighed before saying, "True to your name, you really are a creep, but I'll play along." "How does saying that make me a creep?" Flipping over her 2 cards, Ruby stared at them before also saying, "You know, I am really starting to believe those rumors." Just then, I felt a pat on my shoulder, so I turned around and saw Zach looking at me with a pitying gaze. "Don't worry, Ren, I trust you." I wasn't even mad at him for trying to sympathize with me. I was more confused about why he trusted me. I mean, I hadn't even denied the rumor spreading about me, so why did he believe me? Just, what the hell is going on in this guy's mind? Brushing Zach's hand off my shoulder, I glanced at my 2 cards, a 10 high and an ace, before putting 3 open-faced cards on the table. Instead of immediately looking at the open cards, I used my enhanced eyesight to examine each subtle reaction and movement of my group mates. Looking at Zach, I saw his jaw muscle twitch ever so slightly into a grimace, signifying his discomfort or dissatisfaction with his current cards. He would probably fold under a little bit of pressure. Glancing at Irene, I saw her rate of breathing increase, probably due to excitement. Her eyes kept glancing back and forth between her cards and the cards on the desk as if she were confirming her good cards. Turning my eyes towards Ruby, I was ready to examine her when suddenly, 2 soft and sweet words escaped from her mouth. "I fold." "Next time, then." Ignoring Ruby's fold, I raised the bet, causing Zach to fold, and then placed the 4th card on the desk. The current state of someone wasn't the only thing I used when making bets in poker. Irene clearly suffered from a lack of confidence due to her rejection from the council, so even if she had good cards, she would begin to doubt herself as time passed. Raising the bet even more, I saw some self-doubt appear on Irene's expression as she tersely bit her lip before matching my bet. After placing the 5th card on the desk, I called out, maintaining my calm and composed poker face. "All in." Instantly, Ruby and Zach's gazes shifted to Irene to await her choice, causing her to feel even more pressure and even less confident as all eyes were on her. Realizing that she had bet less than 10% of her money, Irene placed her cards at the bottom of the deck and replied, "I fold." The next hour progressed smoothly as we continued playing poker. Besides a couple of rounds where I folded early on due to both Irene and Kevin having good cards, I was almost always winning money. There was one problem, though. As I glanced at Ruby, who was holding her 2 cards between her fingers, she calmly replied, "I fold." This was the 7th time in a row that Ruby had folded. Not once in the past hour had she made it past the reveal of the 3 cards on the desk. What good was it winning if Ruby wasn't the one I got to command around? Both Irene and Zach were almost lower than Ruby in balance, so I had to stop winning. However, Ruby wasn't dumb and would notice if I suddenly started throwing the game. For the first time, I wished that my luck stat was actually G. After briefly calculating everyone's balance, Zach announced the results. In first place is Ren, who won by a whopping 500 silver coins. In second is me, third is Ruby, and finally, fourth is Irene. My luck had let me down once again. What's new? While Ruby winked at me, Irene sent me a death glare as she recalled the reward given to the winner of the poker game and said, "Don't even think about it." Ignoring her comment, I got up from my seat, left our group section, and headed to the bathroom on the bus. After walking a couple of steps away from the section, I immediately turned around and saw Ruby following me. What was that all about? And don't answer with another question. Shouldn't you be even a little happy? I mean, you get to command that girl around the entire trip. You want me to get down on both knees and thank you? I'm not forcing you to, but you know, if you had any semblance of gratitude, you should. Oh, shut it. Squeezing by me, Ruby walked a couple of steps before turning around and saying, "Oh, is it possible that you wanted to command me around? Now that I think about it. I mean, it would be interesting if our roles were swapped." Did she see right through me at the start? Realizing that hesitating while talking to her would bring more suspicion, I replied immediately. "Where does all this bullshit come from? You seem to have an endless amount of it stored in that head of yours." "Oh, come on, I was just joking around." "Unless you maybe took it seriously?" Disregarding her comment, I turned around and headed back to the section. There was no way I was going to a bathroom on the bus, no matter how luxurious it was. You may say, Ren, didn't you use the bathroom on a dangerous mountain range for 3 days straight? But I've come a long way since then. As I entered the section, I saw Zach trying to sleep while Irene was staring out the window, paler than usual. For the next few hours, I laid my head on the windowsill with my eyes closed, trying to sleep. However, it seemed like people in the section beside us were really getting along, as constant screaming and laughing could be heard. If I had enhanced hearing instead of eyesight, I probably would have jumped out the window. Slightly opening my eyes, I saw Irene and Zach also trying to fall asleep, as well as Ruby, who was leaning back against her chair and enjoying a snack that had been given out earlier. Reclining my chair, I relaxed my body and began to fall asleep, ignoring our loud neighbors. We have arrived. Please grab your belongings from the bus compartment and head into your rooms. Lights out will be in 30 minutes. Jerking upwards from the sudden announcements, I glanced outside the window and noticed that pitch-black darkness had completely replaced the sunlight. Following Zach and Ruby's lead, I got up from my seat, exited the bus, grabbed my smartwatch and backpack from the compartment, and headed into the hotel. The school did tell us that groups would have to be together at all times, so it was no surprise to me when the receptionist handed the 4 of us only one key. On the other hand, Irene seemed shocked and flabbergasted before once again telling me, "Don't even think about it." Not that I would, but how would you even know if I did? What's the point in saying that? What's the point of your life? To be a constant nuisance to me? Before our dispute could grow any louder, the exhausted Zach grabbed the room key and led us to our room. After opening the sliding door with our room key, I realized how similar the room was to a traditional Japanese room. There was a living room with nothing but a round table and some cushions, and there was also an empty room beside it that was separated by another sliding door. 2 futons were already placed on opposite sides of the table in the living room, and 2 more were placed closer together in the other room. Without any discussion, Irene walked into the room as if she owned it and immediately headed for the other room before settling down on one of the futons. Ruby seemed happy with this arrangement. She settled down on the futon beside Irene, and about 10 seconds later, Irene shut the sliding door. Left with Zach alone in the living room, I chose a futon and laid down while checking my smartwatch for updates. Standing alone at the entrance, Zach blinked for a couple of seconds before kindly asking, "I'm going to turn off the lights if you're alright with that." "Do what you want." As the room became shrouded in pitch black, of course not for my eyes, I saw Zach struggling to find his way to the futon before putting down my smartwatch and trying to sleep. Just how was our group going to fare tomorrow? The whole point of this training camp was to encourage teamwork, as heroes are often required to cooperate with others to complete missions, but our team had no semblance of that. Of course, I am partially at fault for the lack of teamwork, but what would pointing figures and playing the blame game solve? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard a slight movement from the other side of the table, so I shifted my head slightly to get a full picture. Peering through the pitch-black darkness, I saw Zach slowly getting out of his futon and doing his very best to move through the room quietly. Sliding open the door, I saw Zach disappear into the darkness of the night as it was impossible for me to see through walls. Now, what exactly is he up to? Using my stealth skill as an assassin, I did the exact same thing as Zach, but 100 times better as I snuck out of the room. Utilizing my eyes once again, I looked around for a quick second before spotting Zach heading to the exit of the hotel building. Using the darkness of the night, I ran towards Zach's departing figure, making no sounds or indication of presence. Now, right behind Zach, I watched him carefully and cautiously open the exit door before sneaking out right behind him. Unless Zach was looking at my vicinity, there was no way he could notice, even though I was right next to him. However, that came with the restriction that I couldn't make any sudden moves, like pulling out my daggers or getting closer to him. Welcoming the cold air of the night, I used the shadow of the hotel building to sneak behind Zach while he walked around the building to its backside. Why would the epitome of an upstanding citizen be sneaking around and even breaking the school's curfew? Reaching his destination, I watched from a distance as Zach leaned against the back of the hotel building. BZZT. BZZT. As the sound of a ringing smartwatch echoed throughout the empty night, Zach pulled out his smartwatch and put it right to his ear. "I'm here." Yes, no one should know. Unable to hear the voice speaking to him on the phone, my curiosity only grew. There was no way someone like Zach would be doing something shady, so was it a possible lover? "Alright, Lily, tell me what this is all about now." Lily? Was Lily his possible lover? If so, I wasn't even mad at her for ruining the plot this time, I was just disappointed. How could she fall in love with a fake person? Everyone besides her and I are fake and fictional characters that were written by some author. How could she live the rest of her life in this world with Zach when, in her heart, she knows that he and everyone else are nothing more than a book? I guess that's the difference between her and me. Would she even go back to Earth if given the opportunity? Could she even be considered to be from Earth if she completely and utterly accepted her relocation to this book world? Taking me out of my thoughts, Zach's voice once again sounded. What do you mean you want to keep watch on Ren? Is that how it is? With the upcoming cruise ship event, I knew that she would definitely keep watch over me to ensure I didn't do anything, but is she really handing the job off to Zach? That would be a huge mistake for her. Such a naive person could easily be fooled, just like right now. Even if Zach knew nobody was following him, he still should have taken the call in a 100% secluded place like the bathroom, but he decided to take it outside where countless people could be hiding and listening. Yeah, I've heard the rumors about him, but he doesn't seem to be that type of G-. For the first time, while responding to Zach, I could actually hear Lily's voice as her scream reached my ears despite my distance from Zach's smartwatch. Zach, do you want another girl to be harassed by him? Alright, I'll keep watching him if you're sure. Realizing that their conversation would end soon, I took the same route as I headed straight back to the hotel room. What exactly am I in Zach's eyes, and why does he trust me so much? Maybe Ruby told him something? Hearing Zach open the door of the hotel building, I quickened my pace and rushed towards the hotel room, jumping from shadow to ensure that my figure wasn't illuminated by the moonlight streaming in from the windows. Approaching the room, I saw a figure standing by the open hotel room, whom I quickly identified as Irene. I had left the dorm room open when I left. Being caught by Zach now would make Lily even more suspicious of me, and she would probably send even more people to keep an eye on me, making me unable to plan. If Irene caught me, what would she do? Stepping out of the shadows and in front of Irene, I placed my hand around her mouth, moved her inside the room, and let the door fall shut behind us. Seeing my face illuminated by the moonlight, Irene murmured through the holes in my hands. MFFF the hell, you dirty, get why your hands off me. Hearing Zach's approaching footsteps, I whispered into her ear. I won the poker game and you lost, right? Go back to your room, and don't say anything about me leaving to anyone. If she saw Zach coming back now as well, she would probably report my disappearance to Zach, and Lily would figure out I was following Zach, so I needed to send her away now. Letting go of Irene, I opened the sliding door to her room, revealing Ruby's sleeping figure, and gestured for her to come in. Even in the dark, I could see her red eyes shining with anger and hatred. After shutting the door, I slid into my futon and pretended to be asleep while Zach quietly entered the room and got into his futon. Waking up the next day to dozens of hard knocks on my door, I heard Professor Zia scream through the wall. Ren, your groupmates are waiting for you downstairs in the breakfast hall. Get up. Looking around the room, I noticed that it was entirely empty. I wasn't even mad that they left me, but more so confused. Didn't they understand what the academy meant when they said, groups are required to remain together at all times? They just didn't bother to wake me up at all? Yes, Professor, let them know I'm on my way. Taking my time, I imagined my 3 groupmates impatiently staring at the food with angry expressions while I showered and put on a set of casual clothes that I had bought after midterms. As I arrived at the breakfast, the scene was just like my imagination. Ruby, Zach, and Irene were sitting together in silence while staring at the large buffet of food ahead of them. Not informing them of my appearance, I grabbed a plate and searched around the spacious area before loading my plate with food. Satisfied with my plate, I made my way to the table where my 3 groupmates sat impatiently. Irene was the first to speak after seeing me standing in front of them with a plate of steaming hot food. When the hell did you get here? Shrugging my shoulders, I responded. A couple of minutes ago, I think. Might have been longer. Her expression distorting and her eyes burning with red fire, Irene responded. And you didn't think to let us know? Even though we waited here for over 10 minutes for you. Sitting down at their table, I picked up my fork and replied. Did you guys let me know when you got up? Is it our job to wake up? Right, guys? Guys. As Irene glanced around, looking for our 2 groupmates, who had run to get food during our dispute, I dug into my food while flashing a smirk at the pissed-off Irene. Irene being angry and pissed off was actually essential for my plans today, so I wasn't just doing it to have fun today. After a very awkward and silent breakfast, our group was left with a difficult choice. What exactly do we do? Besides the requirements of completing the tasks and staying in your groups, the school basically gave us complete freedom over what to do. After being ignored by Irene and I for so long, Zach seemed to lose his confidence as he cautiously asked. So, where should we go today? Watching the two girls stare at their smartwatches in silence in response to Zach's questions, I pretended to think for a second before replying. Let's just go to the areas recommended by the school. The main reason this trip was so popular was that students were given entire freedom over what to do, yet here we were, following the school's instructions and recommendations like a bunch of sheep. Pulling out the pamphlet given to us on the bus, I opened it to the first page and held it open for my groupmates. The History of Magical Artifacts Museum, or better known as the HMAM. Sounds good. Does anyone have any objections? Fine with me. TSK whatever. Clapping his hands, Zach got up from the bench and headed to the hotel exit, with us following behind. Since the city was so large, we had to take mana trains, which were basically bullet trains from Earth, to get around everywhere. After scanning our student IDs, the four of us got onto the mana train and sat down. Admiring the fleeting scenery of the city through the window, I began to formulate my plan for the day. In preparation for their raid on the cruise ship, the jinns and demons would attack this museum to steal some powerful magic artifacts. Unfortunately for them, I quite liked one of the magical artifacts they were planning to steal. As for the plot hole caused by my interference in this event, I already had a solution. Getting off the train, I followed Zach's lead as we walked towards the looming museum building ahead. Why do you always have to walk up at least 10 stairs to enter a museum? Passing by the normal queue, we headed into the VIP line and displayed our student IDs before being immediately allowed in. The Celestial Academy was just that revered by people in the human realm. Pausing in the museum lobby, Zach turned around and asked. Any specific exhibit you guys want to go to? With Zach now being a spy for Lily, it would be far too suspicious if I conveniently suggested the specific exhibit from which the jinns would steal, as I had already led us to choose the museum as our destination. Taking out the school's pamphlet once again, I pretended to fan myself with it while its open pages advertised the special exhibit on stealth-related magical artifacts. After subconsciously seeing it on the pamphlet, it would be Zach's first choice as it was already on his mind, and nobody else suggested anything. Also, the bench we were all sitting on was conveniently only a couple of feet away from the entrance to the special exhibit. Breaking the silence, I immediately let out a sigh as Ruby's cheerful voice spoke out. Why don't we check out the exhibit on the creation of magical artifacts? Isn't she a high member of the Gemstone Order? Why the hell would she care about creating them when she could have countless of them by her doorstep by just giving an order? Well, I'm already suspicious in Lily's eyes, so who cares if I become more? At least, I can say I tried when Lily eventually figured out that I'm not actually Ren. Standing up, I responded. I'm going to the stealth artifact exhibit. Why would I have to ask them for permission to go anywhere? Blocking my path to the exhibit, Zach stepped in front of me and responded. Wait, Ren. Let's all decide on one exhibit. Turning around, I looked at Irene, who had put down her smartwatch and asked. You're fine with going to the stealth exhibit, right? It wasn't necessarily an order, so she didn't have to agree, but it was quite obvious that if she disagreed, I would command her to agree. I don't even care, let's just go somewhere already. With that, Zach stepped out of my way and bowed down to Ruby. Sorry, Scarlet, we can go there another day. It seems Ren and Irene want to go to a different exhibit. It's fine, I just wanted us to go somewhere instead of just sitting around, so I randomly recommended an exhibit. Don't worry about it. As soon as we entered the exhibit, a short film was played, teaching people how to make their footsteps quieter, how to classify monsters using clues such as the size of their footsteps or the range of food they eat, and how to control their heart or breathing rate. This information would be quite useful for a magician, swordsman, or any other class, but as an assassin, I innately have most of these skills, so it was pretty much useless for me. Just as a swordsman has an easier time learning how to use a sword than other classes, I have a much easier time learning stealth and tracking techniques as an assassin. Heading out of the film room, I saw countless full black cloaks, throwing knives, and masks displayed, each with a description of their effect. Since they were displayed in the museum, most of them had decently non-combat related effects, such as a cloak that could never get dirty or a dagger that cut through wood specifically easier than other materials. Of course, the item I was looking for today wasn't displayed here, rather, it was put in the special area as its ability was combat-related. Lingering around the mask area, I paced back and forth, waiting for my groupmates to catch up to me. The artifacts that the djinns and I were aiming to take were far too powerful and rare to be displayed in the museum's open space. One of the djinns infiltrated the museum as an employee and gained information, revealing that the true location of combat-related artifacts was a subspace connected to the museum. Checking the time on my smartwatch, I closed my eyes. The flashing lights of the alarm and the chaos that would ensue would overwhelm my eyesight and give me another headache. I was already almost out of medicine from the train ride alone. The next moment, a high-pitched ring sound began to echo throughout the museum, silencing all the hundreds of footsteps and chatters. Ring. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. This is not a drill. Evacuate to your nearest exit. Ring. Though I hadn't yet opened my eyes, I could hear the panicked footsteps all running towards what I assumed to be the exit. Interestingly enough, no one screamed or made any calls, showcasing the trust they had in awakened heroes, as they all just rushed towards the fire exit without making much noise. They all assumed that the heroes would arrive and save them, so they ran toward the exit without asking any questions. It's crazy how people can entrust their lives to others without any fight or resistance. Then again, they don't have a choice, such is the fate of those who do not become awakened. Proving the rushing bystanders right, 3 sets of footsteps stepped in the opposite direction of the emergency exit and towards me. Just as expected. Let's help out, guys. Tisk, better than looking at this stupid exhibit. Sounds good, Zach. Ruby and Irene, 2 of the book's main antagonists, were now helping save people with a main cast member. Is this what people call the butterfly effect? Opening my eyes, a grin spread across my face as I did what any self-respecting third-rate villain character would do. Run. I'm good on that, you guys have fun, though. Running past my groupmates, who all looked stunned, I sprinted towards the emergency exit without waiting for a response. Which third-rate villain wouldn't run when any form of danger showed up? What did they expect me to do? Help out the richest people in the realm by protecting their museum property for them? Blending into the crowd of people who were pushing and shoving to get into the exit, I took out my daggers and stabbed my hands, causing droplets of blood to fall, not onto the floor, but onto my shoe. If my blood was found on the floor by the investigation team after the incident, there could be massive problems. Finding my way to the right wall of the emergency exit, I stood still, using my awakened strength to avoid being pushed and shoved by the rushing citizens, and stared ahead. Very interesting spot to put a painting, isn't it? Ignoring the people pushing my back, I extended my arm forward right into the painting, and instead of being stopped by the canvas of the painting, it went right through it. Reeling my arm back in, I glanced around before realizing that everyone was so preoccupied with escaping that they didn't pay attention to me. In fact, there were countless other people leaning against the wall like me, instead of trying to escape. Since the alarms went off, the djinns should have already infiltrated the subspace, so there was a slight possibility that they could have set a trap for anyone who entered it after them. Feeling another arm pushing against my back, I didn't hesitate as I turned around, grabbed the arm on my back, and threw it into the painting. First, his arms disappeared into the painting, then his head, then his stomach, and finally, his legs disappeared, leaving no trace of his existence outside of the subspace. Wasting no time, I curled up into a ball as I jumped right into the painting after him with my daggers in each hand and a hood over my head, covering most of my face. Similar to a man-a-gate, my surroundings distorted for a moment before stabilizing and revealing a gigantic room with a ceiling well over 50 feet high and an area big enough to fit at least 1,000 people. In the center of the room, there was a large circle, and on that circle, there were countless pedestals, each with a magical artifact inside. Each pedestal had countless runes flying around it, each rune imbued with some sort of protection or defensive magic. The innocent man who I had thrown in the painting lay passed out on the floor from the warp into the subspace. On the floor, around a dozen guards lay in the circle, their weapons scattered about. In the middle of the circle, there were around 11 djinns, each equipped with a sword or wand. All the djinns seemed to be surrounding one, who was currently mid-cast, while aiming his wand at the runes on the pedestal. In a gigantic and empty room like this, sneaking around would be impossible, so there was no point in trying to assassinate them one by one. Well, it's not like I wanted to do that anyway. Injecting mana into my daggers, a night black aura immediately enveloped them, completely covering the shiny metal of my daggers, leaving only the black hilt visible. Get a magical artifact and answer my questions about corruption of the night? Don't mind if I do. Assessing that all of the jinns were in the range of low E rank to mid D rank, I prematurely activated dash as I ran towards the center of the circle. In the completely silent room, my loud and fast footsteps echoed throughout the massive room, immediately catching the attention of the jinns. There's one more. Get his ass. Keep him away. Leaving 5 jinns behind to defend the casting jinn, the other 5 immediately rushed toward me, with 2 of them staying at the back of the rush and preparing to cast spells. Does corruption of the night work on humans? Confronted by the 3 sword-wielding jinns, I immediately swung my daggers at the air, releasing a night black slash that barreled toward the charging enemies, causing them to split up as 2 dodged to the right while 1 to the left. After sending another night black slash at the alone jinn, causing him to dodge back further away from his comrades, I used dash, appearing right in front of the 2 jinns. Releasing more mana into my right dagger, I created a holographic dagger as I swung both my daggers at one of the jinns. Unable to block both of my daggers with his sword, the jinn stared at his partner for help. However, the holographic dagger was slashing right at his partner. Faced with the dilemma of protecting his partner or himself, the jinn's true nature was exposed as he used his sword to parry the holographic dagger instead of assisting his helpless partner. The jinn's expression distorted as the holographic dagger went straight through his sword, but by then, it was too late, as I plunged one of my night black daggers right into his partner's chest while allowing other to be parried by his partner's sword. The wound wasn't fatal enough to kill the jinn, but it was strong enough to immobilize him completely. Shaking the jinn's body off my dagger, I allowed it to drop to the floor and then immediately created an X with my daggers to block an aerial strike from the other jinn. Scanning the battlefield, I noticed that the 2 magician jinns were almost done casting as dark purple frisbees appeared above their heads, and the other jinn was done with dodging, so he was rushing towards me. Well, my questions can wait, I guess. Kicking my leg forward, I hit the jinn's stomach, causing him to fall back immediately and lose his balance for a second. That second was all I needed as I freed my daggers and sidestepped to the right before plunging one of my pitch-black daggers into his heart. Huh? The night black aura on my daggers grew a bit bigger, as the aura now partially covered the hilt of my dagger. After confirming the growth in aura, I swung my daggers at the air, sending an elemental slash to interrupt some of the dark purple frisbees. Activating Dragon's Eye for a brief second, I felt my perception of time slow as I turned around and saw the sword of the jinn already mid-slash and slowly heading toward my head. Feeling my mana reserves diminish, I ducked and deactivated the Dragon's Eye before hurling one of my pitch-black daggers right at the jinn. Caught off guard by my sudden dodge, the jinn's eyes widened as my dagger flew straight at him, and with his sword at his feet due to his last slash's miss, he had no way or time to dodge. Using my other dagger, I faced the remaining dark purple frisbees head-on as they hit my dagger, causing my stance to fault before I flew back due to the impact. After landing on my legs, I had time to sidestep, leading me to narrowly dodge the dark purple frisbees, which my direct opposition had slowed. Picking up my other dagger from the jinn's body, I confirmed that the night black aura had grown again before running toward the 2 magicians. But these magicians weren't defenseless as 2 more sword-wielding jinns had abandoned protecting the casting jinn and stepped up to face me. Prematurely activating dash, I jumped onto one of the pedestals before launching myself upwards and right over the sword-wielding jinns and right toward the magician jinns. The sword-wielding jinn stopped in confusion and stared at me mid-jump. After all, in their eyes, I had completely trapped myself. Even if I managed to kill the 2 magician jinns, I would be immediately surrounded on all sides by the other jinns. Using both of my daggers, I stabbed right at one of the magician jinns before turning around to face the other. Roughly shaking my daggers, I sent the dead magician jinn's body right at the alive one, and then swinging my daggers at the air, I released a night black slash in the same direction. Having his sight blocked by his partner's dead body, the magician jinn dodged to the right, or right in front of my night black elemental slash. Wasting no more time as I saw the remaining jinns slowly surrounding me, I pushed my right foot backward and activated dash, immediately taking me back to the place where the 3 original jinns had met their end. Looking at the remaining jinns' confused faces as they now surrounded a bunch of air, I smiled and said, "It's called a hit and run." However, my smile disappeared as I noticed that the dagger's night black aura hadn't grown with the last kill on the magician jinn. Damn, I have to kill them directly with my daggers, don't I? At that moment, a white light immediately enveloped the area, blinding my eyes for a second. As I reopened them and glanced around, I realized that all the protection runes on the pedestals had been broken. Thus, the caster, along with the 5 remaining jinns, turned all their attention toward me as 5 sword-wielding jinns charged right at me while the caster began casting again. Unfortunately for them, during my previous fights with the sword-wielding jinns, I realized one important thing: all of them used the same fighting style. My eyes were quite good at catching repetition. Looking at the 5 charging jinns, I could see all their next moves. One was posed to use an aerial slash, while another was going to attack my right leg, and the other 3 were going straight for my heart. Lifting my right leg, I kicked it forward until it reached the height of my waist, and then I sent an elemental slash at the area right above the height of my leg before making an X with my daggers right above my head. One jinn missed their attack as my right leg had moved, my daggers parried the other's aerial slash, and finally, the other 3 had been forced to slow down and reposition due to my leg blocking their sword's path to my heart. And then, those 3 met their end with elemental slash as they had slowed down and repositioned themselves to be right in front of the Nightblack slash. More Nightblack aura lost. Taking out the other 2 was relatively easy as I simply preemptively dodged their attacks and then immediately counterattacked, leaving them with no defense. Thus, only the caster was left. Surrounding the caster was a huge cage made of mana. While his comrade jinns had been dying trying to protect him, he had used up all his mana and time to create a shield to save him and only himself. Walking up to the cage, I ignored the trembling caster's figure as I touched my pitch-black daggers to the mana of the cage. At the point where they touched, the blue mana cage turned black, and that black began to spread rapidly until, after a minute, the cage was entirely black. The caster could no longer see anything out of the cage, but I could still see inside due to my enhanced eyesight. Stepping into the black mana cage, I felt at home. This was an assassin's perfect environment, everything was pitch black, so you couldn't see anything, or in other words, the perfect place for an assassin to sneak around without any worries of being caught. Peering through the darkness with my eyesight, I spotted for caster clumsily trying to navigate his surroundings as he bumped into pedestals and rocks almost every second. Jumping from pedestal to pedestal, I reached the caster without making a single sound before swiftly plunging my Nightblack dagger right into his heart. When I walked out of the cage, the sudden light blinded me for a second before I started my search through the various artifacts. After a moment, I finally found what I was looking for. Shadowbinder Cloak / Effect. All the user's attacks and abilities are boosted by 10% when in an area with a lack of light. Putting on the cloak, I used a hood to completely conceal my face as I walked back to where I had entered the subspace and saw another painting. Picking up the unconscious civilian body from earlier, I silently prayed for him for a second before once again throwing him through the painting. A moment later, I popped through the painting, and I was immediately overwhelmed as there were still crowds of people in the emergency exit area. In the chaos, many people must have taken the chance to steal artifacts, so the guards were probably checking every person who left to ensure nothing had been stolen. Of course, my other 3 groupmates were nowhere to be seen. They were probably still fighting against the forces the jinns had used to distract the museum so that they wouldn't discover the breach in the subspace. Glancing around for a moment, I smiled as I grabbed the painting and pulled my hood down ever further. Why would I leave behind the treasures in the subspace? What am I, stupid? Even if they're of no use to me, they could probably sell for a load of money. Fun fact, subspaces are connected to objects, so by taking this painting, I am essentially taking the subspace. Now, just one problem: how do I get out of here with the painting? Taking the painting off the wall, I attempted to hide it beneath my shirt, but it was far too big as the frame peeked out from below my new cloak. Even if it were smaller, it wouldn't have worked as the guards would have easily spotted it through the abnormal shape of my cloak. The number of people in the emergency exit area was dwindling, so sooner or later, someone would notice the fact that I was holding a painting and call me out. Taking out my smartwatch, I immediately sent a message. Ran, outside the museum emergency exit, now. Completely covering my face with my new cloak, I activated the dash's usage period before instantly pushing aside everyone with my awakened strength and sprinting through. Like Moses parted the Red Sea, I created a path through the crowd of civilians by simply pushing them away with my hands. Nearing the security checkpoint, I slowed to a walking pace and patiently watched. Dash wasn't teleportation. I could move 10 meters in any direction if and only if there were no obstacles or humans blocking my path. Honing in on the checkpoint, I saw that there were multiple lines, each consisting of a search of your body and other items. After that, the guards opened a gate, allowing you to exit the building. Getting into one of the shorter lines, I tapped my right eye, using up the last of my mana, and activated Dragon's Eye, causing my perception of time to slow. As the guard opened a small gap in the gate, just big enough for the civilian at the front of the line to pass through, I activated Dash. Since Dragon's Eye was still active when I dashed, I saw the guard slowly close the gate more, so I immediately curled myself even more, allowing me to fit through the gate. Landing on one of the countless staircase steps outside the museum, I lost my balance and began to fall face first onto the floor, but I stabbed my daggers into the ground, regaining my balance. Putting my daggers in my new cloak, I walked down the stairs with the painting still in my hands and visible to everyone else before spotting a familiar face. Leaning against a bicycle, I saw a scrawny teenager with messy black hair and pitch-black eyes that oddly resembled the color of my night-black aura. Wasting no time with introductions, I got on the bicycle and handed Raven the painting before gesturing for him to get on the seat as well. Glancing at the painting in his hands and the commotion outside the museum, Raven sighed before speaking. "Is this painting really worth all of this? Seriously, boss, this might be a new low even for you." Earlier, I had been avoiding looking at or examining the painting as it would give me a headache, but giving in to my curiosity, I glanced at the painting for the first time. It was interesting. No. Who the hell comes to a museum to see this? Making sure that Raven had a tight hold on the painting, I put my legs on the pedal and responded. "I made a lot of money, alright, don't ask any questions." "You say that, but then it's my job to clean everything up. Just say you liked the painting and wanted it." Recalling the image of the painting in my head, I immediately responded. "No, just no. I did not want the painting for what was on its canvas." Alright, if that's your story, boss." Flying past the museum, I pedaled with all my strength until, finally, the crowd of reporters and civilians surrounding the area was no longer visible. Stepping off the bicycle, I put away my cloak in the backpack before turning to Raven and carefully handing him back the painting. "Take this back to the office. You made me take a train all the way here so that I could go right back? This painting is worth more than you, it'll fund our scroll business. Maybe this is worth a lot to you. Most people aren't into this kind of stuff, boss. Didn't I already tell you? Never mind, alright, just take it back." Nodding his head, Raven carefully concealed the painting using a cover he had brought before. Then, he put the cover on his back like a backpack and got onto the bicycle while staring at me with an expression that said, "Really, you stole this out of all things in a museum?" As he prepared to leave, I suddenly recalled something, so I called out. "There's a person still alive inside the painting, so don't go inside it. Later, I'd check on that guy to see if my corruption truly worked on humans." Ignoring the fact that Raven almost fell off his bicycle after my last words, I made my way back to the museum's entrance just in time to witness a show. 3 people descended from the sky like angels, each equipped with a cloak plastered with the royal family symbols. The heroes had come to save the day. Of course, the day was already saved by my group mates, but these officials just had to keep up the stereotype of always showing up after everything was done. Leaning against the railing of the stairs, I pulled out my smartwatch and waited for my group mates, ignoring the reporters crowding around the heroes. After a couple of minutes, I suddenly heard a thunderous applause, so I turned my head towards the emergency exit area and saw my 3 group mates leaving while waving to the admiring members of the audience. They do know that 2 of the 3 people they're waving at will become humanity's greatest enemy, right? Upsilon. As the 3 descended down the staircase, I casually joined them, acting as if nothing had happened. After a minute of silence, I turned to Zach and nonchalantly asked, "How was it?" Jumping back in shock, Zach almost tripped and fell down the stairs before responding. "When did you get here?" Not giving me any time to respond, Irene immediately spoke up as if she had been waiting for this opportunity. "Oh, while we were out saving people, you want to guess what he was doing? Helping evacuate the people? Calling for help? Nope, he was on his smartwatch. What an outstanding student. Truly representing Celestial Academy perfectly." Shrugging my shoulders, I matched her overly cheerful tone as I replied. "You know, I really do try my best." "Your recognition really goes a long way, Irene." Interrupting our words of sarcasm, Ruby asked, "Aren't you guys hungry? Let's get something to eat." "Good idea, Scarlett, the school recommended a place nearby." Following Zach, the 4 of us headed into the hot pot restaurant that the school had recommended. The restaurant was completely empty beside us, so as we entered, the television immediately entered our ears. In the recent attack on the HMAM by jinns, brave students from Celestial Academy, alongside heroes from the Central Dominion, stepped up to protect, ensuring that everyone was safe. The museum has yet to make a statement, but from our reporters on the scene can estimate that about 10 people were injured in the attack. So, they still haven't found out about the missing subspace? Shouldn't that be the first place they look after a robbery, considering it contains the highest value items? After ordering and eating the food, the four of us explored all the monuments and historical sites mentioned by the school. After 1 hour had passed since we ate, the mood of the group became eerily silent as we all waited for our first task to be assigned. However, as time passed and the clock eventually reached 6, no task was assigned to us. Weird, isn't Liam's group doing a task right now? As we entered the hotel dining hall for dinner, we heard various rumors already spreading around. Didn't you hear Group 6 already got sent home for failing their task? Already? How is that even possible? The task was so easy. Idiot, we all have different tasks assigned to us. Sitting down at the same spot as breakfast, Zach was the first to break the awkward silence as he asked. Why didn't we get any task? Putting down my fork, I replied. Why are you complaining about not getting a task? Shouldn't we be happy? Taking my smartwatch, I continued to refresh the latest news websites, but there was no news of any museum items being stolen. In the statement made by the museum, they didn't even mention anything about stolen artifacts or paintings, they just addressed the safety concerns. In the book, it wasn't mentioned if the museum released the news of the stolen artifacts, so maybe things are still going according to the plot. But then again, why wouldn't the museum mention the stolen items? Having the support of the public in finding lost artifacts would be a great help. Finishing up the last of the food, I was about to get up and head back to the hotel room when Professor Zia suddenly appeared in front of our table. The news of the recent museum attack and your involvement had already spread to almost everywhere in the city. First, I want to thank you for upholding the values of Celestial Academy by standing your ground and protecting the citizens from the jinns instead of running away to save yourself. To honor you for saving and protecting the museum, the Academy and Museum will be holding an award ceremony tomorrow. More details will be sent to your phone later, but as your teacher, I just wanted to mention how proud I am of you. Your heroic actions will not go unnoticed as long as I am around. After hearing those words come out of the professor's mouth, grins spread on everyone's face for a moment, but when Professor Zia left, everyone's gaze slowly wandered over to me. There is a fake among us. With a cold and deep voice, Irene said. She said 4, didn't she? Don't tell me I'm hearing things. Afraid to talk due to the coldness in Irene's voice, Zach silently nodded his head while Ruby simply continued staring at me. Why are you staring at me? We are both villains, why would we help the heroes by attacking our own kind instead of just walking away? With a grin, I broke the tension by cheerfully exclaiming. It truly was a team effort. After waking up the next morning, I checked my smartwatch and noticed that the email mentioned by Professor Zia had been sent. In fact, it had not just been sent to us 4, but the entire school had received it. Now, everyone is aware of my amazing actions. As our group ate our breakfast awkwardly, a sudden vibration erupted from all of our smartwatches. Checking my email, I saw that the school had just sent us an email. Task number 1, make your way to the attached location and complete the puzzle inside. Time limit, 1 hour. Clicking on the attached image, I saw a half-broken down hut that seemed to be located on the outskirts of the city. Alongside the picture, there was also a set of coordinates for us to use. Instantly, the 4 of us got up from our table, leaving behind our plates of food, and rushed out of the hotel building. Leading us was Zach, as he asked. The Mana train is the fastest way there, right? Nodding our heads in approval to Zach's question, the 4 of us sprinted through the city and to the nearest train station. Ignoring the long line of civilians outside the train stations, the 4 of us flashed our student IDs to the security guards and skipped the entire line. Descending down the stairs, the 4 of us finally arrived at the drop-off station for the Mana train. However, alongside a gigantic crowd, a flashing sign awaited us. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the arrival of all Mana trains has been delayed 15 minutes. Please bear with us, and we thank you for your patience. Opening the navigation map on my smartwatch, I plugged in the coordinates and calculated the amount of time we would have after the train ride. 15 minutes. As I turned to face my groupmates, who were doing the exact same thing, Zach asked. The Mana train is the fastest way, right? Checking my smartwatch once again, I saw that walking would take 3 hours while traveling by bicycle or carriage would take 1.5 hours. Tasks were the only weakness in my entire plan. If I failed a task and was sent back to the academy before reaching the cruise ship, there was nothing I could do. After what seemed like an eternity, the sound of screeching entered my ears, signifying the arrival of the train. Pushing past the crowd, our group squeezed our way into a compartment and found some seats. When the station before ours was announced, the 4 of us stood up and camped beside the train doors. As the train door slid open, I was the first to exit as I sprinted through the crowd, twisting and turning through the gaps between people. Feeling the sunlight on my head, I glanced around and noticed there were almost 0 people, so I started to speed up. Nearing the hut from the attachment, I turned around and saw Irene and Ruby slightly behind me while Zach was in the distance. Stopping at the entrance to the ragged hut, I took a breather while Ruby caught up to me and asked. "This might be the first time I've seen you serious. Why the change in attitude?" "Oh, maybe AL dash." Interrupting Ruby's speculation was Irene, who responded from behind us. "Who the hell cares? Let's just get this over with." After another few moments, Zach caught up to us, panting like a dog and sweating bullets while staring at us in amazement. Contrary to its rugged and broken-down exterior, the inside of the hut was actually quite cozy. There were 2 armchairs, a polished wooden table, and a well-made bed. Sitting down on one of the armchairs, I tried examining the entire hut again with my eyes, but nothing else was revealed. Still standing at the entrance, Zach also glanced around the hut for a second before asking. "What exactly is the puzzle here?" Sitting down on the bed side by side, Ruby and Irene stayed silent, also pondering the next course of action. With the time limit of 1 hour closing in, the 4 of us got more desperate for clues on the puzzle as we basically flipped the entire room upside down, searching under all the furniture. Even I was at a loss for words. Was the school trying to screw me over? Interrupting our frantic search of the room was a sudden voice. "Congratulations on reaching the hut. Please, all of you, take a seat." Sound magic? Following the sound's directions, Zach and I sat across from each other on the armchairs while the other 2 sat on the bed. Completing this task can either be easy or very difficult. Please open the last book on the 3rd shelf of the bookcase and read it for instructions. There is no time limit, all you must do is complete what is said in the book. Although, I would appreciate it if you finished it as soon as possible. I am required to stay at the school until your competition. Also, don't worry about me listening in, the sound connection in the room will be cut off no dash. Leaning against the armchair, I relaxed my tensed body. Sure, it was odd that the school was giving us a task with no time limit, but at least I have time to plan now. If that voice hadn't come out at that exact moment, I would have probably done something drastic, like burning down the hut or cutting it into a million pieces. Irene, not sharing the same sentiment, immediately rushed to the bookshelf and grabbed the mentioned book. Watching Irene's expression as she read the book, I saw her face twitch up and distort into a disgusted expression before she put the open book onto the table. Getting to know your teammates is essential for cooperating as heroes, both inside and outside dungeons. This leads us to your current task, the truth game. During this game, each person creates a question and asks it to one of their teammates. Each person must ask and answer a question. The game ends after this. Finally, if anyone is detected to be lying, you will all automatically fail the task and be sent back to the academy. Our group's faces displayed a variety of expressions. Irene remained disgusted, Zach's expression lit up, Ruby wore a grin, and I remained indifferent. Surely, we have no idiots among us who decide to ask a stupid-ass question. Breaking the silence, I calmly asked. Epsilon upsilon dot. So we're not going to be idiots, are we? Since I wasn't asking a specific person, this wouldn't count as my question, but maybe the others would believe I had wasted my question. I could ascertain Ruby's true intentions possibly, but of course, completing the task came first. Ren, what's your favorite color? Zach, it's blue. Hey Zach, what's your favorite color? Thanks for asking, it's red. Well, there goes my answer and question. Well, even if Ruby did answer my question, she would have to expose her identity as a villain to both Zach and Irene, and that would cause some trouble. Turning my head to face the 2 girls, I saw Ruby turn to Irene and say. Who do you lead dash? Is this what the school wanted us to do during this damn truth game? Ask each other about our favorite colors and romantic interests? What are we? As I stared at Ruby, who still held a smile while speaking, I honestly had no idea what she was thinking. What could have compelled a great and powerful antagonist to ask another great and powerful antagonist who they liked? Interrupting Ruby's question midway, I asked Irene. What's your favorite color, Irene? There was no rule about not being able to ask more than one question. All it said was everyone must ask and answer a question for the game to end. I wasn't about to risk my entire plan because someone wanted to know someone else's love interest. Ahem, I like the color red as well. Now that Irene had answered a single question, she had no obligation to answer any other questions. For the game to end now, Ruby would have to answer and ask a question, and Irene would also have to ask a question. From the bed, Ruby tilted her head before asking. Ren, why did you do that? Since I had also answered a question, I had no obligation to answer hers, but knowing Ruby, she would probably refuse to ask any other question, leading to the four of us being stuck here for ages. If she wanted to, Ruby could force us to answer any question by just refusing to ask any other. Could I mix in some lies and truth in my answer, or was it all required to be true? Deciding against risking failure on this task, I answered truthfully. I didn't want to fail the task. Instantly, Irene's gaze at me transformed into a glare. What are you looking at me for? You know damn well you were about to lie. Although I was curious about Ruby's intentions with that question and, as a whole, I didn't want her to reveal her villain identity or just lie, so I asked. However, a moment before my question, Irene's voice spoke out. Why did you ask that, Scarlet? What's your favorite color, Scarlet? I just saved her, and now she's already screwing me over? The rules didn't mention anything about answering if two questions were asked at the same time, so Ruby would probably get to choose which question she answered. With a grin remaining on her face, Ruby turned to Irene and responded. I wanted to make sure our likes didn't overlap. With that last answer, the door of the hut flung open as everyone had asked and answered a question truthfully. The rest of the train ride back was spent in silence, but I didn't really mind it as we had completed the task. There was some animosity between Ruby and Irene, but they would have to get over it eventually. I still had some curiosity about Ruby's last answer, but like Irene and Zach, I didn't question it further. Does she also like Liam? She was said to enjoy the company of powerful people, so it's not out of the question. Looking at Irene, who was twitching, I wondered how this would affect her. She already had Lily as a competitor, so with Ruby in the play, she might just give up. After arriving back at the hotel, the four of us put on our academy uniforms before heading into the award ceremony, which was held in the hotel lobby. Sitting down in the front row with Ruby next to me, I glanced around and saw some familiar faces from the book. However, there was one face that almost made me pull out my daggers and charge. Ren's former father was here. Dressed in an expensive and elaborate suit with his long black hair tied into a ponytail, Ren's father mingled with the other important figures, including Irene's father, while eating from a plate of food. My anger at Ren's father, mixed with Ren's fear of his father leaking into my own emotions, immediately caused my legs to tremble with an undescribable emotion. Before I knew it, my shining, blood-red eyes locked onto him, refusing to let his figure out of my sight. Do I just kill him now? Who's going to stop me? This asshole doesn't deserve to live another day. Snapping me out of my trance, I heard a familiar voice call out from my right. Lot of animosity between you two, isn't there? Forcing myself to turn my head away from Ren's former father, I looked at Ruby while suppressing all my emotions. While I couldn't suppress Ren's emotions specifically, I could simply quell all my emotions. It's one-sided. Yeah, I'm sure he's already forgotten about your existence. Before I knew it, my hands were raised off my lap as I replied. Are you trying to piss me off? Letting out a laugh, Ruby imitated me by raising her hands and responding. No, it's just interesting to see someone like you showcase so much emotion. It's actually quite nice, you know? Interrupting our conversation, a man in an extravagant suit walked up to the stage before picking up a microphone, which could also be considered an artifact due to its embedded sound magic, and started speaking. Welcome all, far and wide, to this event hosted by the Museum of Magical Artifacts. With the rising amount of djinn attacks on humanity, those who can confidently step up and protect our fellow humans at the cost of their own lives are rare. Didn't he just say the opposite of what I am? Well, I am protecting the world by ensuring things go according to the plot, but but is it really protecting millions of people to die in the process? Where is the moral line start and end? Today at this fine establishment, we are here to honor those few people who stepped up to the task in the recent gin attack at the museum. As students of the famed Celestial Academy and as civilians who protected your fellow humans against the dangers of the world, I extend my greatest thanks to you four brave souls. Clap. Clap. As a deafening applause echoed throughout the room, the event organizer gestured to us, so we all slowly got up and walked up the stairs to the stage. Walking to the podium, I used my eyes and saw some familiar faces, such as Liam, Lily, Alia, Kevin, and Astrid. Wait, Astrid? Aren't third years on a break after exams? Why is she here? As the four of us stood next to the podium and the applause died down, another figure, Irene's dad or the headmaster of the magical tower, walked up the stairs. With long red hair that went all the way down to his shoulders and black eyes, he wore an indifferent expression as he walked in front of the podium. However, with my eyes, I could see his face practically twitching with excitement. On behalf of the Magic Tower, I would like to once again thank you four for protecting the museum of our magical artifacts and the tourists inside. As we understand that this ceremony isn't nearly enough to repay you, I would be willing to help out of any of you in the future to the best of my abilities. Grabbing 4 gold medals from under the podium, Irene's dad or Sean walked over to us, starting with Zach. After placing a gold medal around Zach's neck, he turned to his daughter, Irene, and smiled before wrapping another gold medal around her neck. Giving Ruby the same treatment as Zach, Sean turned to me, displaying a somewhat bewildered expression, before awkwardly placing a gold medal around my neck. He recognized me. It's probably awkward to give a medal and thank someone who was once your best friend's son. As the award ceremony was now officially over, the doors flung open, inviting people to leave. However, no one moved. This room held some of the most important people on the entire continent, so leaving first would undeniably make a bad impression. Also, it was a chance for people to build important connections by talking. Heading down the stage, I immediately saw the main cast group waiting for Irene and Zach, so I walked past them and headed outside. Even if I was technically the guest of honor, no one would notice my disappearance, so I could sneak out from the terrace. When I opened the double doors, the cold evening wind immediately rushed and enveloped me, causing me to shiver, but my focus was on something else. Looking out the terrace, I saw a gigantic cruise ship, the size of more than 10 mansions, sitting by the port with the Academy flag next to it. The main event had finally arrived. Feeling a gaze on my back, I turned around and saw Ruby. Her long black hair fluttered in the breeze, and her red eyes were once again visible as she had removed her contacts. With all the important people in this room, I had half expected Ruby to do something drastic, like blow up the entire hotel, but after seeing her mess around with Irene earlier, I was pretty sure she wasn't planning anything for the time being. As our blood-red eyes met, Ruby tilted her head, staring at the port before asking, "Already trying to leave? Would you want to stay if you were in my situation?" The people attending the event consisted of nobles who despised fallen nobles like me, students who also hated me, and my father, who disowned me. Could it even get worse? Oh, wait. The entire Heroes Party, who also hated me, was attending as well. I'd probably stay, actually. And why is that? Revenge is a dish best served piping hot, isn't it? Isn't that saying seat dash? You get my point, Ren. The only thing stopping me from trying to assassinate Ren's father was the plot point of his character. Not the powerful people guarding him, his political authority, or even the immense power he wielded. I could find ways around all of those given time. Taking revenge on Ren's father was the least I could do for the original Ren after I stole his body, life, and basically everything from him, wasn't it? Ren's father also posed a serious threat to me, as the original Ren's fear would always appear when I was near him, causing me to lose my focus, which is instant death in a fight. It'll have to wait. Trying to get some clues on Ruby, I asked. You seem to know a bit about revenge. Anyway, don't you think sneaking off as one of the guests of honors would only serve to decrease your reputation? Yet again, she answers my question with another question. When you hit rock bottom, there is only one way to go, up. Letting out a scoff at my clear sarcasm, Ruby walked up beside me at the edge of the terrace and leaned against the railing. Well, let's go, then. What? Epsilon Upsilon dot. Were you planning on leaving your boss, an evil villain, behind in a room full with heroes that could decimate her at any moment? Sighing, Ruby put her hands on the railing. Well, you're the one who wanted to leave so bad, let's go. Taking the lead, I jumped over the railing and onto the ground, which was only about a 10-foot down jump. Landing silently on the ground with my assassin skills, I waited for Ruby, who hesitated for a moment after watching me jump before surrounding her legs and feet with fire and jumping. Kneeling down on the ground, Ruby looked up and asked, "How the hell can you do that?" Revealing my class choice to a potential enemy in the future would be dangerous, as I sarcastically responded. Genetics. Paying no mind to Ruby's confused face, I walked into the forest surrounding the hotel and towards the gigantic cruise ship figure that could still be seen through the gaps in the trees. In the silence of the evening, only the occasional bird chirping alongside the sound of branches breaking from Ruby trailing behind me could be heard. Reaching the port, I looked down into the ocean and saw the familiar scene of seaweed swaying at the seafloor alongside dozens of fish swimming about. Feeling my brain flooded with all the information my eyes took in, I immediately looked up to the dazzling cruise ship that seemed to reach the sky. Catching up to me, Ruby admired the cruise ship for a moment before curiously asking, "So, what exactly are we doing?" "What are we doing, Ruby?" Sarcasm just feels weird when it comes out of your mouth. I'm the weird one. Aren't you the mob boss who just got crowned a hero and defender against djinns? PFFT, when you dashed out of there, I was about to die of laughter. Anyway, can't villains have a little bit of heroism? Heroism? An antagonist who aided in the slaughtering of countless humans is talking about heroism. I mean, Ren, I get you're all evil, but some of us are different. Did I just get called evil by a future human killing machine? I'm here working my ass off to save the world, just to be called evil by objectively one of the most evil people in the future world. Am I actually evil? I just don't care anymore. Good and evil are just a bunch of words, so who cares? Not me. Raising my hand up, I waved goodbye to Ruby before jumping off the port and plunging into the water. It was just a joke, don't jump. What is it with people yelling stupid stuff at me while I'm jumping into bodies of water? First, Raven, and now her. Seriously, who is she to decide if I'm evil or not? But maybe I'll help out a bit more in the future. Not because of her, though. What happens after I save the world and everything is fine? Do I want to be known as the scumbag of the Empire for the rest of my life here? Feeling the cold ocean water embrace me, I basked in its comfort before diving further into the water until my hand finally touched the sea floor. Looking upwards, I saw the huge cruise ship floating above me, and I tensed my legs before lunging upwards toward the bottom of the cruise ship. Tracing my hand along the rough exterior of the cruise ship, I took out my daggers, which were concealed in my pockets, and plunged them both into the bottom of the ship. No longer having to put any effort into floating, I let my body sway with the current as I hung on to my daggers. Removing one of the daggers, I ensured that the hole in the ship's exterior was deep enough before placing an explosive that I had acquired before the trip through the black market. Of course, I didn't involve Raven in this purchase as I couldn't imagine what he would think of me after hearing I wanted to buy an explosive. Putting my dagger back into the ship's exterior, I pushed the small explosives as far as I could into the hole before removing my other dagger and doing the same thing with some leftover fireworks from Alya's kidnapping. If metal detectors were a thing in this era, I would have been long caught as my suitcase would have triggered every possible alarm in the system. I filled the holes in the ship with sand I had gotten from the ocean floor, concealing my daggers once again before swimming up to the surface of the water. Looking upwards, I saw Ruby waiting for me at the port, her glossy black hair practically dazzling in the moonlight. Pulling myself onto the wooden planks of the port, I walked towards Ruby, with water droplets falling from my hair, clothes, and arms. Looking at Ruby's perplexed expression, I shrugged my shoulders and said, "What can I say? I was in the mood for a quick swim. Don't you feel cold at all?" Most normal people probably would have gotten hypothermia from doing this, but what can I say, I was blessed by the sea god.